the fiqh related to the rulings of fasting. Question, for example, Ikhwani fillah. You're in a country where the sun is there for 24 hours a day. You're in a country where the sun is there 24 hours a day. There's no night. It is a full day, 24 hours. What do you do in such a situation as a Muslim? Second question. You're on a plane, maybe here at the airport of Jomo Kenyatta, for example, in Nairobi. You break your fast at 6:40. Your plane takes off at that exact time. Then when you've reached altitude, you can still see the sun. What do you do therein? Do you continue with the fasting, or did you break your fast before the time? Have you understood the issue? Or in the tallest building in the world, you go to Burj Al Khalifa. You are at the bottom floor. The people at the bottom of the floor or the ground floor, they break their fast at 6:30 p.m. The people at the top floor, will they also break their fast at 6:30 p.m. or a little bit later on? So there's some interesting rulings regarding the book of Siyam. Now, some you know and some we shall look at inshallah. Ikhwani fillah, we're entering the month of Siyam in 2 weeks or so, 2.5 weeks or so. The 10th of March will be the fast of this year inshallah. So what is this Siyam? What is Siyam in the Arabic language and as an Islamic term? I really hope next time you come with a book and you write notes, or you get the notes from the recording inshallah. Siyam, ikhwani fillah, in the Arabic language means al-imsak. It means to prevent yourself from something. Al-imsak, to hold off. Siyam in the Arabic language means al-imsak, to hold off something or prevent or refuse yourself something. As an Islamic term, when the Muslims are saying, I am performing this act of worship of Siyam, they mean the following. At-ta'abbud lillahi azza wa jal, to worship Allah azza wa jal. بالإمساك عن المفطرات من طلوع الفجر الثاني إلى غروب الشمس. الإمساك عن المفطرات من طلوع الفجر الثاني إلى غروب الشمس. The scholars, they say, is to worship Allah Azza wa Jal by keeping away from the things that break your fast or invalidate your fast from the time the second Fajr appears until the sun sets. We shall look at all these terms, what they mean inshallah. So ikhwani fillah, that is the meaning of Siyam in the Arabic language and as an Islamic term. Ikhwani fillah, Siyam is of 2 types. I wish I had a board here, but just picture this. Siyam is of 2 types. It's of 2 types. The first type, you're commanded to do it, and the second Siyam, you're prohibited from doing it. Are you together so far with the tree diagram? There's a Siyam that you're commanded to do, and there's a Siyam that you're prohibited from doing. Are you together? The one that you're commanded to do can be broken down into 2 also. There's a Siyam that is obligatory, you're commanded, and that command is that of obligation. And there's a Siyam, the command is that of voluntary, it's a Sunnah. Are you together? So you're commanded to Siyam. There's a Siyam that is commanded and prohibited. This one that is commanded can be divided into 2 again. One that is obligatory and one that is voluntary. Are we together so far? Type. The one that is obligatory can also be divided into 2 again. The one that is obligatory can also be divided into 2 again. Can be divided into a Siyam that is obligatory because of the Sharia. The Sharia has made it wajib. Are you together? And that is the fast of the month of Ramadan. That is only fast that has been made obligatory by the Sharia. And there's a fast that's obligatory because of your actions as a person who is a Muslim. For example, nadhr. You say, oh Allah, if I get this contract, I'm going to fast 3 days or 5 days. If my child gets well, I'm going to fast 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. That is called nadhr. The obligation is not from Allah. The obligation you have kept upon yourself, you must fulfill it. And there's another siyam that is also obligatory, and that is kafara. The siyam whereby you pay a penalty because of acts that have come from you. Ramadan, you're told not to sleep with your wife, then you go do your stories. You fast 2 months consecutively. That is kafara. Allah has not made obligatory for you to fast 2 months. It is your actions that have made it obligatory on you. So siyam, ikhwani fillah, I repeat again. It is either prohibited or obligatory. The one that is obligatory can be divided into two. Obligatory, it's prohibited or it's commanded. The one that's commanded is either obligatory or voluntary. The one that is obligatory is either obligatory because of the Sharia or obligatory because of your actions. Are we together so far? Voluntary can also be divided into two. There is the voluntary fast that is time specific. There is the voluntary fast that is time specific. E.g., the days of Shawwal. You can't say, I'm going to fast my days of Shawwal in Dhul Qa'dah or in Dhul Hijjah or in Muharram. The days of Shawwal are specific to the month of Shawwal. The day of Arafah. You can't just say, I'm going to fast my Arafah in Muharram. Or the days of Ashura, the 9th and the 10th, you fast. It is time specific. Monday and Thursday is time specific. You can't say, I didn't fast my fast of Monday, I'm going to fast on Tuesdays. Or my fast of Thursdays, I'm going to fast on Saturdays. No. So there is a siyam that's voluntary, yes, but it is time specific. It has a particular time. And there's a siyam that is not time specific. You can fast anytime. You can fast anytime. You can fast Tuesdays. There's no problem with fasting Tuesdays. You can fast other days of the week, inshallah. Other days we'll talk about later. Saturday and such we'll talk about it later. So we finished the Sawm that is commanded by the Sharia. There is the obligatory part, which is divided into two. Obligatory because of Sharia, which is the month of Ramadan. And there is obligatory because of your actions, you as a Muslim. That is example, the nadhr and the kafar and so on. Right together? And there is voluntary. Voluntary can be divided into two. Voluntary that is specific to time specific, and voluntary that is not connected to time. Also the siyam that is prohibited can be divided into two. There's one that is prohibition makes it haram for you to fast. And there's one that prohibition makes it disliked for you to fast. Makruh. There is the one that is haram completely, you cannot fast, and the one that is makruh. Which Sawm is haram for you to fast? Naam. Question. Which Sawm is haram for you to fast? No? Fridays? No, you can fast Fridays. If you're fasting, for example, the Sawm of Nabillahi Dawood, definitely it will fall. Nabillahi Dawood used to fast one day and live one day. So you can fast a Friday, then a Sunday, then a Tuesday, then a Thursday, then a Saturday, then a Monday. It will definitely fall on a Friday. Fasting the two Eids. The Muslims are busy celebrating Eid and you're there fasting. That is haram for you to fast the days of Eid. Then there's a Sawm that is disliked for you to fast. Number one, the Sawm that is known as Yawm Shak. This month of Sha'ban has 29 days or 30 days. You have to have a separation between Ramadan and Sha'ban in terms of fasting. Your Sawm of Sha'ban cannot reach and connect into Ramadan. Are you together? There has to be a day you're not allowed to fast, and that is the day of Shak. You don't know is today Sha'ban or is today Ramadan. You're doubtful. The last day, you should not fast that day. Yawm Shak. It is disliked for you to fast that day. Also, Al-Wisal. You say, I'm going to fast 3 days, 4 days without eating iftar or suhoor, without taking anything. This is only allowed for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah gave him that strength. But for you as a Muslim, the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam has told you, Ajjilu bil fitr. You should rush to perform the iftar, and you should delay your suhoor. So you're not allowed to fast, even if you're on a diet. You don't say, diet is not Ramadan. Ramadan is for ibadah, it's not for diet. You don't say, I'm going to fast Ramadan, I'm not going to eat my fast, I'll eat only on Fridays, then I'll lose 10 kgs. Don't mix ibadah and your diet. Type. What is the reason, or what is the wisdom behind fasting the month of fasting? Fasting has a lot of benefits. If you look at the Quran, the first command that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given for us in the Mus'haf, He says, Ya ayyuhan nasu ubudu rabbakum alladhi khalaqakum walladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. Oh, you people, Worship your Lord, the one who created you, and the one who created before you, so that you may gain taqwa. Are you together? Allah has created you for the one purpose of worship. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. The only reason that Allah has created you, human being, and you jinn, some of you are attending the class or from elsewhere, is to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the purpose of this worship is to gain taqwa. And from amongst the ibadah that you all know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الصِّيَامُ كَمَا كُتِبَ عَلَى الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. All you who have believed, Psalm has been decreed upon you, as it was decreed to the ummahs before you, so that you may gain taqwa. So from the wisdom of fasting, it gives you taqwa. Also, it keeps you away from the hellfire. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, "Man sama yawman fi sabilillah ba'ada wajhahu 'anil nari 70 kharifa." Says, whoever fasts one day for the sake of Allah Azza wa Jal, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will keep them from the hellfire a distance of 70 years or more. There are many other benefits of siyam. Then the scholar, I'm reading from encyclopedia, it's called Durar. He says, the second issue, he says, what are the pillars of fasting? What are the pillars of fasting? He says the first pillar is you have to keep away from everything that breaks your fast. Al-imsaku anil mufattirat. He says you have to keep away from food, from drink, and from sexual relations with your wife. And this is something that there's no khilaf amongst the Muslims. Eating, drinking, and sexual relations. These are pillars that the ibadah, if they're not present, the ibadah will not be accepted. So you must keep away from these things. The second thing, you have to keep it within the time frame that has been kept for fasting. When does the fast begin? It says, min dukhul al-fajr thani. From the time the second fajr appears, when the muaddin gives the second adhan, until the sun sets. That is the time period for fast. Are you together? Not what they do in these timetables, whereby they tell you, the adhan is 5:15, but you stop eating at 5 o'clock, just to be safe. That is a bid'ah, as mentioned by Ibn Hajar in Fath al-Bari. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you that you stop eating when the second fajr appears. When the adhan is given for fajr prayer, the second adhan. So the muaddin has to be accurate with his adhan. So don't follow these timetables where they keep 10 minutes or 15 minutes and you stop because of the timetable. No, follow the adhan if it is a trustworthy mosque. And this time continues until the sun sets. So from the time the second fajr enters until the sun sets, you should not eat, you should not drink, you should not have any sexual relations with your wife. Are you together? Fajr, ikhwani fillah, for benefit, is of two types. There's the true fajr and the false fajr. The sun rises from the north. I'm just testing people are sleeping. The sun sets it rises from the east. East is that side. Best now mosque, the east is that side. The west is there. So the sun comes from the east to the west. Are you together? So in the morning, you look towards the east. Are you together? If you see a light covering from the east towards the west, a vertical line, that is not the time for Fajr yet. That's called the false Fajr. And the evidence for this is that this light disappears and darkness comes back again. This is called the false Fajr. The true Fajr is what appears. You see, that's east, that's west, this is north, that is south. So you'll see a light that covers the horizon from the south towards the north. And this light continues increasing. That is known as the true Fajr. That is when you start your fast. Why is this beneficial to you? Will you always be near a mosque? You know, people are very comfortable with this life. Will you always be near a mosque? One day you'll find yourself in the desert over there. Then you'll be like, why is this muaddin not giving adhan? Why is the time, the up? There's the charger in the desert. You'll find a charger in the desert. No. You have to know the time of salah based on the sun. Based on the sun. When the sun reaches the middle of the sky, it's called the zenith. If it just passes it a little bit and the shadow starts increasing, that's the time dhuhr has started, and so on and so forth. You have to know the time of prayers. So that's the time the true fajr comes, which is the light coming from the south to the north. This time is when you should stop eating completely. What are the conditions for you to be. There are many other issues here, I forgot. Now, question. It says, Man tala alayhi al-fajr, wa fi fami ta'am. I don't understand how this can happen. Someone wakes up at the time of Fajr. Anytime, 5:30, 5:40, maybe 20 minutes after even the adhan, 5 minutes after the adhan. Then he has food from last night in his mouth. He slept with food in his mouth. Haven't you seen the issue? What should you do that with food? He has to spit it out. It's wajib for him to spit it out because the time of obligation of the fast has already begun. Are you together? So if someone finds themselves, I don't know how that will happen, with some food or drink in their mouth, they have to spit it out. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَكُمُ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ ثُمَّ أَتِمُّوا الصِّيَامَ إِلَى اللَّيْلِ. طيب. When does the time end? We said with the sun setting. The sun setting is the east. It has to disappear completely towards the east. A question that comes, is the issue of the aeroplane. When you're on the ground or in the air, your time is not the same. Are you together? So a person, for example, at the bottom of Burj Al Khalifa, and a person on the top floor, they will not have their fast the same. Because they have to look at, they can see the sun. How are you going to say, I'm breaking my fast because us in Dubai, our fast ends at 5:30 or 6:30, yet you can still see the sun in the top floors of Burj Al Khalifa. Are you together? So you follow the sun or you follow the time? Allah says, until Fatimu Siyama ila al-layl, until the night when the sun has set. So when you're on the top floor, you have to wait a short time for the sun to set. This is what the scholars have mentioned. It's not something that is me, I'm inventing. The second issue, the aeroplane issue also. You're on a flight, you're leaving the airport at 6:45. 6:45, the adhan has been given, you've taken your dates, you've taken your water, you've made your dua, mashallah. The plane takes off. When you've already reached altitude, you can still see the sun. Because the sun sets later, the higher you go. It's a new issue. What do? Have you understood the question? There's nothing you've done. You've already broken your fast. Move on with life. You would be commanded or you would be asked to pay that day. Are you together? When you broke your fast in a correct manner with the time had reached already. Are you together? The next issue, why are you looking confused? You have understood? Type. When someone is on a plane, when you're flying, you're fasting, what time should you take into account? You're flying from South Africa, for example, to Cairo. You're flying. What time should you break your fast? Will you break your fast the time of Botswana or the time of Tanzania or the time of Nairobi or the time of the area you're in? What time will you break your fast? Break the fast. Follow the most correct that you can do. The most correct is the sun. If you can see there's no sun, break your fast. Or break the fast, just add a few minutes extra on the time of the country they're on flying. Are you together with the answer? He says, whoever is flying with a plane and they're fasting, then they see, because they notice based on the watch or the TV or any other form of information that the country next to it, they have already broken their fast. But he sees the sun, they should not break their fast until they're sure that the sun has set. And this is the opinion of Abdul Razzaq al-Afifi and Ibn Baz and Ibn Uthaymeen. Another question comes, you're in a country whereby the fast of Ramadan is 23 hours. The day is 23 hours, the night is 1 hour. Or the day is 22 hours, the night is 2 hours. Or the day is 21 hours, the night is 3 hours. Are you together? What do you do in such a country? You follow the sun type. Correct. Even if it's very long, 22 hours, you still have to fast those 22 hours. There's no running away from it. There's no running away from it. I know some people these days, this is an interesting issue that needs to be researched. Find some people, Ramadan is coming. Which country has the shortest Ramadan in the world? Let's go to that country. That country has only 4 hours Ramadan, 5 hours Ramadan. We fly to that country. Then And then later on you want reward from Allah Azza wa Jalla when you're playing games with the religion. Huh? Do I hit again the nail? With the issue of Taraweeh, which mosque has the shortest Taraweeh? Which mosque has the shortest Taraweeh? That mosque only prays 5 pages. This mosque is Salam, Jews. No one prays Jews these days in Nairobi. They're so old men. Now the question you ask yourself, is old men unique to our times, or there used to be old men 20 years ago? There were no old men 20 years ago. They were there or they were not there? 20 years ago we used to pray tahajjud how many Jews? We used to pray 3 Jews. We finished tahajjud in 10 days. Dare you try right now in a mosque in Nairobi to pray 3 Jews in tahajjud? Dare you delay the people in sujood and ruku'? You'll see the complaints people come here bring forth to the imam. I wonder sometimes, why do you complain to the imam? Person can just go to a different mosque. Why are you coming to control? Then everyone wants the mosque, like it's a restaurant, everyone wants to control the mosque. Open the windows. Our group is saying, don't open the windows. Imam, make the salah short. Imam, make the salah long. Imam, make the ruku long. No, make the ruku short. Now, question. The Prophet ﷺ says, إِنَّمَا جُعِلَ الْإِمَامِ لِيُتَمَّ بِهِ. The imam is the one that should be followed. But the situation comes in mosques that the imam has to, how is it? This wazes are making noise. These elders, please go to those mosques. That young man, go to that other mosque. Don't come bring your, it's just polite. It's etiquette, you know. And you have not gotten the opinion of this 500, 1,000 people who are praying in the mosque. You want to force your opinion. It's not fair. The imam is there for a reason. In salah, who does the ruku' first? Who says takbir, you or the imam? So you're following your takbir or you're following the takbir of the imam? So follow the imam. If he's making the ruku' long today, alhamdulillah. He makes the sujood long, alhamdulillah. I'm going to make a lot of dua to Allah Azza wa Jal. What's the issue? There's no issue, khani fillah. So that's the next issue, khani fillah. Then the next issue, khani fillah, is the issue of a country where it is 24 hours day or 24 hours night. There are some countries in the North Pole, for example, sometimes find a place in maybe like Finland or those upper areas, Greenland or something, 24 hours it's day or 24 hours it is night. What happens in this situation? They should fast for 24 hours, for 30 days. The iftar will be on the suhoor will be on day 1 of Ramadan. The iftar will be day 30 of Ramadan. Correct? Is that okay? Is that possible? They will die. It's 30 days sunlight, so what do? They should fast day 1, they take their suhoor, they take the biggest suhoor in the world, then they wait for 30 days for the iftar. Will that work? Because the sun is not going anywhere. What do you do? And what is the evidence? Now? You follow the times of Salah, but where are those timings for Salah coming from? Also, the Salah is also the same issue. Yes, you take from the country that is neighboring, that has a distinct day and night. That has a distinct day and night. So in Greenland, you look, the closest country next to you that has a day and night is maybe Norway or Finland or something. Those guys are fasting 22 hours. You fast like them, 22 hours. The evidence for this, is when the Masih al-Dajjal, he appears, he'll be on this earth for 40 days. The first day is equivalent to 1 year. The second day is equivalent to 1 month. The third day is equivalent to 1 week. And the other 37 days are like our days. The Sahaba asked, "Oh Prophet, this day that is like 1 year, is it sufficient for us to pray 5 salahs for that day?" He says, "No. فَقْدُرُ لَهُ قَدْرَهُ." You have to try measuring the time of salah. You know, Dhuhr was just 3 hours ago. Now I can pray Asr. Now I can pray Maghrib. Now I can pray Isha. That is the fitna of the Masih al-Dajjal. The first day is equivalent to 1 year. He'll enter every village and every town. So the Prophet ﷺ says, you try measuring to the best of your capability. And the best of capability is checking the neighboring country that has a distinct day or night, or checking the previous period when that time of Jidal comes. If Salah yesterday was at 1 p.m., you continue even today. The watches will be working. So you still pray your Dhuhr at 1 p.m. when 24 hours it passes. The next issue, Ikhwan Fillah, and the final issue we'll be taking, is what are the conditions for Siyam. The Siyam has many conditions. The very first important condition, ikhwani fillah, is you have to be upon the religion of Islam. It's not accepted from non-Muslims. But they shall be punished for leaving Islam and for leaving everything related to Islam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, مَا سَلَكَكُمْ فِي سَقَرْ قَالُوا لَمْ نَكُ مِنَ الْمُسَلِّينَ وَلَمْ نَكُ نُطْعِمُ الْمِسْكِينَ وَكُنَّا نَخُوضُ مَعَ الْخَائِضِينَ وَكُنَّا نُكَذِّبُ بِيَوْمِ الدِّينِ. These are people who disbelieve on the day of judgment. They disbelieve about the day of judgment. They're kuffar. But they asked, why did you enter the hellfire? They say, we were not amongst the people who are performing salah. So they're punished for not accepting Islam, and also not for performing what is required of Islam, which is salah, zakah, and so on and so forth, also siyam. So fasting is only accepted from Muslims. There's no khilaf amongst this. The Quran and the Sunnah and the Ijma' are clear upon this. Now the question comes, ikhwani fillah, if someone who was a disbeliever, the month of Ramadan, we get many people who accept Islam. Say on the 7th day of Ramadan, we get someone who is 45 years old. They accept Islam. Right, together. They come to the mosque, they say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. They take an interesting name. They have accepted Islam. Type. Question. Are they required to fast those 6 days they've missed of Ramadan? And those 25, 30 years that passed, are they required? No, they're not required. Because Islam erases everything that came before it. When they became Muslim, everything that they did before has been erased. They are born like new children. They have a fresh slate. Are you together? The next issue, ikhwani fillah. And this person who has become a Muslim on the 7th day of Ramadan, are they supposed to fast the remaining 23 days of Ramadan? Yes. Because they're Muslims, they have to follow the pillars of Islam. From amongst the pillars is fasting the month of Ramadan. There's no khilaf on that issue. Type. This issue is a controversial issue. The scholar says, a person who becomes a Muslim at, for example, they come dhuhr, they've become a Muslim. Are they supposed to allowed to eat the remainder of the day? Because that day is already gone. Or should they keep away from food for the remainder of the day? Have you understood the question? The scholars, he says that this person has to keep away from food for the remainder of the day. Are you together? And this is the madhab that they follow, the Hanabila. Based on this also, they say, for example, a woman who is in her periods, if she becomes pure at 3 p.m. or 10 a.m., for example, 10 a.m. in the morning, they say to her that you have become pure, you cannot eat the remainder of the day. A person who is traveling is allowed to break their fast. Are you together? So they've broken their fast. They arrive to their home destination. So the reason that they're no longer travelers, they've reached the home destination. So the scholars, they say, the Hanabila, they say that they are supposed to respect Ramadan. They cannot eat the remainder of the day. Are you together? But this is not the stronger opinion, and Allah knows best. The stronger opinion is the madhab that we follow in our country, the madhab of Imam Shafi'i and the madhab of Imam Malik. There's no evidence to obligate this person not to eat the remainder of the day. There's no evidence to tell that this woman who is in her periods that she has to not eat the remainder of the day. This lady who in her periods should not leave fasting that day of her own volition or her own will. It was something that the Sharia did not allow her to fast. So she cannot do it. Of course, she has to respect, let her eat in a hidden spot or place or something like that, not to publicize it. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. Khanifillah, this topic will have a lot of questions. We'll leave the questions, inshallah, maybe for the day after tomorrow. The final issue, or the next issue, he says, حكم إمساك الكافر في باقي اليوم الذي يسلم فيه وقضاء. This is already answered. They are not supposed to, they can eat the remainder of that day. The day they become Muslim today at 1 p.m. You don't tell them stop eating now. Just eat. But tomorrow, fast. But tomorrow, you fast. Are you together? Should they pay this day that they became Muslims? They became Muslim at 1 p.m. Between the time of Fajr until Dhuhr, they were not yet Muslims. But after Dhuhr until Maghrib, they were Muslims. Have you understood the question? Should they pay for this day, today, the day they become Muslims? Yes, no, yes, no. The correct opinion is no, they should not pay for this day. Why? Because when the fast became obligatory for that day, fast becomes obligatory with the Fajr time. They are not yet people of obligation. They are not people whose obligation will have been accepted from them. Are you together? So they are, if it was not obligatory on them at that time, it's the same like the woman who was menstruating, it's the same like the traveler, it's the same as all those cases. They are not supposed to pay for that day that's remaining. And the final issue, Khanifillah, is the issue of a murtad, a person who apostates from Islam. A person says, I'm no longer Muslim. The day he lives Islam, if he lives today's Islam, the fast of this day, it becomes invalid. Later on, if this person makes tawbah, after he makes tawbah, he has to pay for this day that he left. Are you together? What about the 10 years that he's a murtad, he's apostate, he's left Islam? He left Islam in 2010. On the 15th of Ramadan, at 1 p.m. he left Islam. Are you together? 2010. We're right now in 2024. He accepts Islam today. Okay? Are you going to tell him to pay the fast of 2011, 2012, 2013, 14, 15, 16, regardless of the time period? No. Because they were kafir at that time, their fasting was not, they were not called to fast, so they're not supposed to pay. But that particular one day of 15th day of Ramadan, that day they started as Muslims, they have to pay that day in particular. Have you understood the difference? Type. Next time you come with the excess books, inshallah, you're right. No one can memorize everything. So a person, if they leave Islam, their fasting becomes invalid. Why? Because they have broken the first condition. The first condition for your fast to be accepted is the condition of a Muslim. Next, inshallah, tomorrow we shall look at the issue of puberty. A person becomes, or a child, he becomes an adult during the day of Ramadan. He has a wet dream, for example. Or he reaches the age of 15. Or he gets pubic hair. I don't know how pubic hair can come suddenly, but at least the 15-year or the wet dream makes sense. Are you together? So what happens to this young boy? And this is specific to boys, because you can't say girls. Girls have a fourth issue when it comes to their menstruation. But if she menstruates, of course, she will have to sit 6 days and 7 days. Then when she gets pure, she starts fasting Ramadan. But what about this boy? He overslept. After Fajr, he went to sleep. Then at 10 a.m., he had a dream, and he finds his trousers, like he finds them. What happens to this boy? Ikhwani fillah, we're continuing with our fiqh class regarding the book of Siyam, the book of fasting. The month of Ramadan is upon us. It's a very short time, inshallah, we'll be in the month of Ramadan. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us reach the month of Ramadan and enable us to fast it. Ikhwani fillah, question. In which year was Ramadan made obligatory upon the Muslims? In which year was Ramadan made obligatory upon the Muslims? And how many Ramadans did the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam fast? Question. In which year was Ramadan made compulsory on us as Muslims? And how many Ramadans did the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam fast? Who knows the answer? There'll be a present, there'll be water. This is the only present I have today. Who knows which year was Ramadan made compulsory? And how many Ramadans did our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam fast? We have done this before. Naam. It was made obligatory in the second year, before the Battle of Badr. Just a month or some few months before the Battle of Badr. The Prophet ﷺ fought the Battle of Badr when he was fasting. The Battle of Badr was on 17th of Ramadan, the year 2 of the Hijri calendar. So if the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, the Sawm was made obligatory in year 2, How many Ramadans did Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam fast? How many Ramadans did Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam fast? 9. He fasted year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6, year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10. Those are 9 years. He did not fast year 11. Why did he not fast year 11? Because he passed away alayhi salatu wasalam in year 11. He passed on the 12th of Rabiul Awwal of year 11. The Jews, they used to take the days that their enemies die as a day of celebration. So Dawla al-Fatimiyya, the Ismailis, when they took over North Africa, they brought this celebration on the 12th of Rabiul Awwal. They celebrate, but they called it the Mawlid. It is not the day Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was born. We do not know the day he was born alayhi salam. He was born on a Monday in Rabiul Awwal in the year of the elephant. But the date we do not know. But we are 100% sure that the Prophet ﷺ died on the 12th of Rabi'ul Awwal, the year 11 of the Hijri calendar. We continue with our second condition with regards to fasting. What are the conditions required for fasting to be obligatory upon you? The first one we mentioned yesterday is Islam. The first condition is that of Islam. So you have to be a Muslim for your fast to be accepted by Allah Azza wa Jal. The second condition is puberty, al-bulugh, reaching the age of puberty. And we said for boys or for all genders, not for all genders, yes, I think so. The first way of telling someone has reached puberty is that they have hair growing on their private parts. Right, together? Hair on their pubic hair on their private parts. The second, wet dream. The second is the wet dream. The third is reaching the age of 15 years. The third is reaching the age of 15 years. And there's a fourth one that is specific to girls, which is menstruation, periods. So these are the 4 ways you can tell that someone has reached bulugh, has reached puberty. The mistake that most of us Ikhwani make is that if you're born in the year 2009, if you're born in the year 2009, right now in the year 2024, how old do you be if you're born in 2009 and this year is 2024? All of you know maths. How old will you be? Born 2009, we're now in 2024. How old is that person? Now? 15. But do you follow this 15 of the Gregorian calendar or the 15 of the Hijri calendar? Have you understood the mistake? You tell our children, don't pray yet, you're not yet 15, it's not wajib upon you. But the child reaches 15 in the Hijri calendar before he reaches it in this other Christian calendar. So if a child is 14 and a half, based on this calendar that we used January to December, 14 and a half approximately, that child has already reached the age of 15 based on Islam. Are you together? So someone who's also 38 and a half approximately, based on this other calendar, is reached the age of 40. حتى إذا بلغ أشده وبلغ 40 سنة قال ربي أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي. Just understand that. So when I ask your age, there's the age based on this calendar we follow here, and there's a true age. So all of you are older than what you claim. All of you are older than what you claim. So Ikhwani fillah, from the conditions of Siyam being obligatory is that you have to reach puberty. And we have said the signs of puberty are those 4. Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, he says, رُفِعَ الْقَلَمُ عَنْ ثَلَاثَةٍ. The pen has been lifted on 3 people. It shall not be recording anything. Number 1, he says, عَنِ النَّائِمِ حَتَّى يَسْتَيْقِظ. The one who is asleep until they wake up. وَعَنِ الصَّبِيِّ حَتَّى يَبْلُغ. And on the child until they reach the age of puberty. وَعَنِ الْمَجْنُونِ حَتَّى يَعْقِلْ. And the one who's lost his brain until his brain comes back. The Prophet ﷺ says, وَعَنِ الصَّبِيِّ حَتَّى يَبْلُغ. For the child until they reach puberty, there's no sin been written on them. There's no obligation because they do not understand what is required of them. طيب, question. A child has reached the age of 15, or has a wet dream today, or has gotten her periods, or the pubic hair has grown, are they supposed to pay the fast for all those years that passed? Easy question. All those years they lived in this world, are they supposed to pay? No. طيب. What if on the 10th of Ramadan, it has reached the 10th of Ramadan, the boy, he sleeps after Fajr. At 10 o'clock he sees his trousers are wet, he had a wet dream. Right together? Is he supposed to fast that day? Easiest question in the world. He didn't start that day fasting, so it's not upon him to fast that day. Are you together? Is he supposed to pay for that day? Are you understanding the question? Is he supposed to pay for that particular day? He had a wet dream at 10 a.m. in the morning or 11 a.m. Is he supposed to pay for that day? No, because at the time of Fajr, when the obligation of Siyam began, he was not amongst the people who obligation was falling upon. I understood. When the time of Fajr came, the Adhan of Fajr, was it obligatory for this boy to fast? He was still counted as a child. But at 10 a.m., he transitioned from child to now a person who is being held to account. So his time begins from that 10 a.m. So that day has gone. But the day after, he must fast. The day after, he must fast. What about those 10 days? Because I said on the 10th of Ramadan is when he saw the wet dream. What about those 10 days that have passed, or the 9 days that have passed? Should he pay them back? No, he should not pay them back. Why? Because it was not obligatory upon him on that time. Taib, are we supposed to command our young children who are 7, 8 years to fast? Why? It's an easy question. Why are we supposed to command our children who are 8, 9, 10 years to fast? To practice. So the Sahabiyat, the female companions of Prophet Muhammad, they used to make sure the kids eat well at the time of suhoor. Then they teach them to fast. At 12 o'clock, the child starts crying, so they're given toys or something to play with, something to make them busy, or the mother goes to boil some water and she acts like she's cooking, so the child waits until it reaches the time of Maghrib. So it is very important to train our children to fast. The next issue, Ikhwani Fillah, we finished all the issues regarding puberty. The third condition, Ikhwani Fillah, for you to have Sawm obligatory upon you is that you have to have the mental capacity. You should be okay mentally. The Prophet ﷺ says, رُفِعَ الْقَلَمُ عَنْ ثَلَاثَةٍ عن النائم حتى يستيقظ وعن الصبي حتى يبلغ وعن المجنون حتى يعقل. The one who is majnoon, the one who has lost his brain, until he gets his brain back, Siyam will not be obligatory upon them. Siyam will not be obligatory upon them. There's no khilaf on this issue. طيب. A question appears, Ikhwani Fillah, and may Allah protect all of us. It happens to some people that they lose their mind. We have seen, even in the mosque here, we see always incidences of people where they lose their faculties. Type. So a person, Ikhwani Fillah, has been majnoon. He has been mentally incapacitated for a while. Then on the 10th of Ramadan, Allah favors him and his brain comes back. Are you together? Is he supposed to pay for all those days he missed for before? No, he's not supposed to pay. Why? Because it was not obligatory upon him. Simple answer, it was not obligatory upon him. What about that particular day? That same day at 11 o'clock, he wakes up, Alhamdulillah, his brain has come back, he's normal again. Is he supposed to pay for that day? No. Because at the time of obligation, it was not wajib upon him. Are we together, Ikhwani Fillah? Taib. Many issues related to this. He says, a person has the intention that tomorrow I'm going to fast Ramadan. Then he has an event or an episode, he loses his mind. And it does not come back to him, his senses, until the next day after Maghrib. Is that day accepted from him as Siyam? He has not eaten anything, but he's lost his mind. The scholars, they say, that day is not accepted from him, and he does not need to pay because it was not obligatory for him that day. However, if he has just even a small portion of the day where his brain comes back and he understands that I am not eating today because it's Ramadan, I have to keep away from food, I have to keep away from drink, I have to keep away from sexual relations, then his Sawm is accepted. His Sawm is accepted. Related to this issue, Ikhwani Fillah, is someone who has a disease known as dementia. Some people, when they grow old, they have mental, they're affected mentally. The brain is a muscle also, it gets affected. So they get something called dementia or Alzheimer's or amnesia, and they don't have any memories or they don't understand what is going on, and they're similar to the person who is mentally. You can't use, we were taught in school, you can't call people crazy or mad. You have to be very polite in the terminology used. So understand when I'm saying mentally incapacitated or mentally disabled, those are polite ways of expressing it. Not the Swahili way of saying wazimu, cheesy, or whatever. Always be polite even when it regards to this issue. And you pray Allah protects you from it. Because sometimes you can make fun about someone, then it falls on you, or it falls on someone that is close to you. Are you together? So you have to be very careful with your utterances, even in describing these people. You pray for them and you say, may Allah, all praise is due to Allah who has protected me or preserved me from that which has affected them. Alhamdulillah, alladhi afana bimma ibtalahum. Taib. So a person who has dementia, who has Alzheimer's, who has amnesia, all these people, Siyam is not obligatory upon them. It's not obligatory upon them. They don't even need to feed because the obligation has fallen off. That is not a sickness. That is a person who is similar to the majnoon in a way. So Siyam is not even obligatory on them. So even Siyam or Fidya is not obligatory upon them. Have you understood that? It's a very important issue. You find some people who reach Ardal al-Umr. They reach an age where they can't control themselves. They become like babies. They have to wear diapers. They have to be washed. Mentally, they can't even know this is my son or this is my daughter. They don't understand. So how do you expect for that person to have Siyam obligatory upon them? They're not even understanding. They don't have that, I am doing this to get close to Allah Azza wa Jal. There's no that intention, that will. So that the Siyam, it does not become obligatory upon them. Taib. A very important issue, Ikhwani Fillah, you fast. Then, because of an issue, you fall unconscious. Any issue, maybe you enter an accident, maybe you're diabetic, your glucose levels, insulin, whatever, you are unconscious. If you are cautious for the whole day, what is the ruling? If you are cautious in the whole day, that day, your Siyam will not be accepted. Your Siyam will not be accepted, and you have to pay for that day. And you have to pay for that day. But if you're able just to understand or get your faculties back just for a short portion of that day, then your Siyam is accepted. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. The same way, if you enter an operation, if you're operated upon, and they give you anesthesia to sleep, if you are asleep the entire period of Siyam, that day is not accepted from you. You have to fast that day another day. You have to fast that day another day. So, Ikhwani Fillah, this is the fourth condition that we have taken. The first condition was Islam. The second condition was puberty. The third condition was, this is third condition we took, which is al-aql. Mentally, you have to be okay. You have to be ready to fast. The fourth condition, Ikhwani Fillah, that we're also taking is that you have to be a resident. For Siyam to be wajib upon you, you have to be a resident of an area. So Siyam is not wajib on the musafir. If he wishes, he can fast. If he wishes, he can break his fast. Are you together? Some brothers are asking me, I am a truck driver. Every day I'm on the road. Every day I'm on the road. So I'm musafir every day. Type. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told you, فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. You can break your fast, but you must pay. You must pay. Even if you have been driving non-stop for the last 10 years and you owe 300 days of fasting, you still have to pay. Why? Because Siyam is from the pillars of Islam. It is obligatory on you as a person, not as a community. This is a fardu ayn. It's an obligation on you as an individual. So even if you have 300 days, you have to pay. Similarly, the woman who's breastfeeding, or the woman who is pregnant every year. She's pregnant, mashallah, every year she gives birth. She's not able to fast because she fears for her health or the health of her baby. We tell her, you can break your fast. But when you get well, when you're able to, you have to pay those days that you missed. Even if it is 10 years, you have not fasted, you still have to pay. Similarly, the person who is sick. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us the person who is sick or the musafir, فَعِدَّةُ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. They pay it when they get well. So a person who is sick, a sickness that is not a terminal sickness, a person who is sick, maybe they have a situation 5 years, 7 years, they're not able to fast because of a situation, then Allah gives them their health back. They have to fast those 7 years that they missed. So the fourth condition, Ikhwani fillah, for Sawm to be obligatory upon you, that you're not allowed to break your fast, is if you're a resident. If you're a resident type. Also, a similar issue comes, Ikhwani fillah, some people want to play games. They come home and they look at the wife looks very beautiful today. So they say to the wife, let us go to Nakuru for a short while. Or let us go to Mombasa for a short while. They go for a reason, is to break the fast so that they can do something that they're not allowed to do in the day of Ramadan. Are you together? Is such a person allowed to do such an act? No. Because the Sharia has come with protection from you playing games. There are some people who want to play games in Sharia. The Bani Israel, they were told, do not fish on Saturdays. Do not do what? Fish on Saturdays. So they saw that the fish on Saturday was not as much as Friday and Thursday and Sundays. So what they did, they saw that they were told not to fish on Saturday. So subhanAllah, Allah gave them imtihan. On Saturday, it's like the fish are celebrating. They know, today there's no fishing. They come out openly provoking them. So it's Bani Israel are saying, look, the fish are a lot on Saturday, more than every other days. We're not benefiting from this one day of the week. So they decided, let us put a net on Friday, our nets on Friday. Saturday will rest, but Sunday will come and remove our net and take that fish. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cursed them and turned them into apes and pigs, as mentioned by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Surah Al-A'raf. So you cannot play games in the Sharia. So you travel all the way to Mombasa for this one purpose of making an act that Allah has made haram for you during the day, halal for you because you're a musafir, you're playing games with the Sharia. And we tell you, you shall have to be punished severely by fasting 2 months consecutively. You'll have to fast 2 months consecutively. So the fourth condition, Ikhwani fillah, is that of al-iqama. You have to be a resident. This issue we'll study more when you're studying the book of Salah. What is the borderline whereby a person is considered resident and a person is considered traveler? If you live here and go to Athi River, are you a traveler or are you still resident of Nairobi? Answer. If you live here, Athi River is how many kilometers away? 30 kilometers or 25? 25, 30 kilometers? Type. You've left here, you've gone to Athi River. Is Athi River, are you still counted, you're within the area of residence, or you're now a musafir? Or you reach Isinya. Isinya is what, 70 kilometers maybe? From Nairobi to Isinya, 70 kilometers. Are you still considered a resident, or are you now a musafir? Or you live here, you're going to Thika, or to Kiambu, or to Nakuru. What is the borderline that changes from residency to traveler, from traveler to residency? Are you together? Some scholars have said 80 kilometers. 80 kilometers. But the correct opinion is what we agree in society to be travel will be considered travel. What we agree in society in our community that is travel, that is safari. Kwa lugha hata unasema sisi tuko kwa safari. That will be considered travel and you'll become a traveler. This removes a lot of problems. For example, you go to a city like Tokyo or Beijing. 80 kilometers is within the city. You can travel 80 kilometers or 85 kilometers and 90 kilometers, but you're still within the city of Tokyo or the city of Beijing or so on and so forth. Then will you say you're a traveler? The Prophet ﷺ, when he was performing his Hajj, he left Medina, he reached Dhul Hulayfa. Dhul Hulayfa is the miqat of the people of Medina when they're going to perform Hajj or Umrah. Dhul Hulayfa is only 11 kilometers from Masjid Nabawi or so. Prophet ﷺ, he reduced his prayers from 4 to 2, right together. So he did not look at the kilometers, rather he looked at what is considered travel and what is considered residency. I hope that is for benefit only. The next condition, Ikhwani fillah, is that you should have the ability to fast. You should have the ability to fast. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, ما جاء عليكم من دين في الدين من حرج. And there's no khilaf upon this. So you're a person who has to be healthy, you're able to fast, you have the health and the capacity to physically to fast. That's condition number 4 or 5? 5, yes. Number 6, specific to ladies, you have to be pure from menstruation and the bleeding that comes after pregnancy, after giving birth or miscarriage. So the lady who has her periods today, yes, she's now transitioned from a child to puberty, but she cannot fast, of course. She has to wait 6 days and 7 days, then she gets pure. Then the day she gets pure is when the obligation starts for her. The day she gets pure is when the obligation starts for her. The issue that the scholars mention here, number one, it's not allowed for a woman who is in her periods to fast. It's haram. It's extremism. It is a major sin. You're going against the Sharia. And this is the way of the Khawarij, the extremists. The Khawarij sect are the ones who used to say that a woman who is fasting, who is on her periods, has to pay her fast. So she has to also pay her siyam. No. The woman who is in her periods, it's haram for her to fast, but she must pay it later. But it's not a must for her to pay her salah. The issue that comes upon fillah is the issue we mentioned yesterday. If a woman who is in her periods sees the sign of purity any time of the day of Ramadan, most women have periods for 6 days or 7 days. Most. But some have different days. Some have even 1 day, some even 10, 12, maximum is 14 days. So a lady has her periods for 6 days or 7 days. At 10 or 11 a.m., for example, she sees the sign of purity. They know how, all ladies have, some have the white, they can see the white strand, others have other ways of, the blood has stopped or any means of knowing. So this lady has seen the sign of purity at 10 a.m. She takes her bath. She has to pray the next salah, which is salat al-dhuhr, when it reaches. Are you together? Is she supposed to not eat the remainder of the day, respecting Ramadan, as some of the scholars have said? Some of the scholars have said that she has to respect Ramadan. This is the madhab of Abu Hanifa, the Hanafiya. She has to respect Ramadan by not eating the remainder of the day. But we said this opinion is not the correct opinion. The opinion that we follow as the Shafi'iyya in Kenya and the madhab of Imam Malik is that there's no, number one, there's no benefit for her not to eat the remainder of the day. Is there any benefit, reward-wise? Will that be counted like half a day of fasting, for example? Is there something like half a day of fasting? Or a quarter of a day of fasting? Or a third of a day? You've either fasted or not fasted. So there's no benefit. Number two, there's no evidence for making it obligatory upon her to not eat the remainder of the day. Of course, she has to respect Ramadan. She has to respect the sensitivities in society by not eating it publicly and showing off and provoking people. But she can eat in a private space. Similar to this, Ikhwani fillah, is the child. A child has reached puberty during the day of Ramadan. You don't tell him you can't eat the remainder of the day. Just be consistent. If you say the woman who is in her periods, she's pure, she can eat the remainder of the day, also the child. Also the non-Muslim who has become a Muslim during the day of Ramadan, don't tell him you stop now eating. He can continue eating in his private space. Also the majnoon, the person who's lost his brain, when he gets back his brain during the day, you don't tell him stop eating. Maybe that disease or that affected him even with his nutrition physically, don't refuse him food. So just be consistent with all the rulings. There's nothing like saying that you stop eating the remainder of the day. Also the musafir. You're all residents of Nairobi. You have come from Dubai, you have come from Tanzania, you have come from Umrah, you have reached Nairobi as a musafir. We don't tell you that when you reach here, stop eating, because you're no longer a musafir, you're now a resident. Stop eating the remainder of the day. The same facts apply to the woman who's menstruating. Number one, what is the benefit of me not eating the remainder of the day? Sheikh, where is the evidence for you refusing me to eat the remainder of the day? Right, together. But you still have to respect the sensitivities that are there in society. Type. So this is the final issue, Khanifillah, is it allowed for ladies to use pills so that they do not menstruate in the month of Ramadan? Ulama saying no. Who's saying no? Is it allowed for a lady not to use pills so that they don't menstruate in Ramadan? Also pills, similarly in Hajj. Some ladies, is it okay for them to use the pills so that the days of Hajj, they don't miss the tawaf, al-ifada, the sa'i bayna Safa wal Marwa, and so on and so forth? Is it okay for them not to use these pills? It is okay for them to use these pills with one condition, very important condition. It does not have a negative effect on them. It does not have a negative effect on them. The woman, Ikhwanifillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created her body that she has a natural way of her body cleaning herself. So every month the body cleans herself by this bleeding. It removes the toxins and harmful things in her blood. It has been proven scientifically, Ikhwanifillah, that the gold has small particles that enters the blood and it harms you health-wise. But for the ladies, the body cleans it out. So you as a man, when Allah has told you, and the Prophet has told you, do not wear gold, you say, Sam'an wa ta'a, we have obeyed. Then later on, 1,400 years ago, some scientist comes and discovers and says, actually gold is harmful to you, because if, as a man, because it enters, the particles enter the bloodstream and affects you. As a man, you don't have a way of cleaning your body. The seventh condition is that you have to have intention to fast. Prophet ﷺ says in the most important hadith, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّةِ وَإِنَّمَا لِكُلِّ امْرِئٍ مَّا نَوَى. He says, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّةِ. There's different narrations. That every act goes with intention. So you're required, Ikhwanifillah, that you should have the intention to fast an obligatory fast. For every fast that is obligatory, you should decide at night that tomorrow I'm fasting an obligatory fast. At night you should have that intention or that decision that tomorrow I'm fasting a fast which is obligatory. It has to start from the night, before Fajr, before the Adhan of Fajr. This covers every obligatory fast. Ramadan, Nadhr, Kafara, paying for a missed fast. You have to have the intention from the night. Are you together? Type. For Sunnah, the fast that is a Sunnah, any fast that is a voluntary fast, it is accepted from you to keep the intention any time of the day as long as you have not eaten or drunk or had sexual relations during the day. So at 11 a.m., the Prophet ﷺ, during the day, he entered the house, asked the wife, is there any food today? Says there's no food. Then he says, then I'm fasting. Then I'm fasting. So you can decide at 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 12 p.m. is noon, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., any time of the day, that I am fasting now. I've not eaten since morning, I've not drunk, I've not done anything that breaks my siyam or invalidates my siyam. I can fast my voluntary fast. So wajib, the intention has to be from the night. For sunnah, it can be at the night or any time during the day, as long as you have not done anything to invalidate your fast. Are you together? Every Psalm is that. The other question comes with the month of Ramadan. We are entering the month of Ramadan in a few weeks, in 2 weeks or so. Should this intention be every night? Ramadan has 29 days or 30 days. Should you every single night deciding that tomorrow I am fasting the day of Ramadan? Or is it sufficient for you just to know that we enter in the month of Ramadan? This is a Ramadan that every day we're fasting, so I'm fasting the entire month. The scholars have differed upon this. Some scholars have said every single night you should have that decision that tomorrow I am going to fast an obligatory fast, like the other obligatory fasts. But other scholars have said as long as you're fasting fasts that follow each other day in, day in, as long as they are following it to each other without a break, then it's sufficient you have one decision at the beginning of Ramadan. So you decide, all of you make the decision that this Ramadan I'm fasting. Are you together? However, if you travel and you break your fast that day, or you're sick that day, that is a break. Then you have to make a fresh intention, a fresh niyyah that you're fasting the next day, an obligatory fast. And where is the intention? The place of the intention is the heart. The place of the intention is the heart. Allah knows what is in the heart. You don't need to come and nawaitu an asuma ghadan sawman fardan. You don't even know the Arabic and you are forcing yourself to read. You don't even understand that Arabic. The place of the intention is the heart. Saying it by the tongue is something Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam never did, never taught. None of his companions did. So that is just making it difficult for people for the deen. Taib. A very important issue, ikhwan fillah, is the issue of someone says, I'm breaking my fast. He changes the intention from fasting to breaking his fast. If he has made a firm decision to break his fast, even if he has not drunk water or eaten food or done anything that breaks his fast, just changing the intention breaks his fast. Are you together? So your intention should be there the entire day that I'm fasting this day for Ramadan. But sometimes the waswas comes to you, waswas you ignore. Should I continue with this fast? No, I should not continue. Maybe I continue, that way you have not made a decision. You're mutaraddid. But the one you make a decision, you say, I am breaking this fast. No. Then you've broken your fast. And the unfortunate thing that's going to happen to our brothers right now in Gaza, also Sudan and many other places, is people will not have water or food, especially the northern part of Gaza. They'll be breaking their fast just with the intention. Oh Allah, the day of Ramadan has ended. I am breaking my fast. I have no water. I have no food. So you can break your fast also with intention. So the intention has a very important part to play. Sometimes you're not sure, there's always this khilaf. There's always khilaf. They call the moon was. You're not sure if tomorrow is Ramadan or tomorrow is not Ramadan. So sometimes you can keep a condition, it's allowed. You say, oh Allah, you know best. If tomorrow is Ramadan, I'm fasting tomorrow. If it is Ramadan, then I'm fasting an obligatory fast. If it is Ramadan, then I'm fasting an obligatory fast. This is accepted. It's accepted. So these are the conditions, ikhwani fillah, that are required for you as a Muslim, for Sawm to be obligatory upon you, or for Sawm to be accepted from you. The first condition, ikhwani fillah, is that of Islam. You have to be a Muslim for your Sawm to be accepted from you. It is obligatory on every person. Even the non-Muslims, they're going to be punished for not fasting. They're going to be punished for not accepting Islam and everything that comes with Islam. The second condition is that of puberty. And we said puberty has 4 signs. Sign number 1, each reaching the age of 15. The second sign, wet dreams. The third sign, pubic hair. The fourth sign that is specific to girls is menstruation. So a girl menstruates at the age of 9 or 10. After she gets pure, she's no longer a child. the pen will be writing her deeds. So she must fast. She must pray. Don't tell your child, your girl child, you're still young, Ujafika, you've not reached 15. No, if she has reached menstruation, she's already a person who is accountable. She must fast, she must pray, she must do all acts that are required of her. The third condition, ikhwani fillah, is mental capacity. So if someone is mentally incapacitated by sickness, amnesia, Alzheimer, or some other form of retardation or dementia, so on and so forth, then siyam is not obligated upon them. The fourth condition is what? They have to be a resident. The fifth condition, they have to be able to fast. The sixth condition, they have to be pure from menstruation and postnatal bleeding, the bleeding that comes after pregnancy. And the seventh condition is that the intention must be there. Ikhwani fillah, we continue with our lecture series regarding the book of Siyam, the book related to the rulings of fasting. Question, ikhwani fillah. On the day of judgment, the believers shall be called to the gates of paradise. The gates of paradise are 8 in number. So some people will be called, the people of Salah will be called from the gate of Salah. The people of Sadaqah will be called from the gate of Sadaqah. But the people of Siyam will not be called from the gate of Siyam. They'll be called from the gate of Ar-Rayyan. Have you understood? The people of prayer will be called from the gate of prayer. The people of charity will be called from the gate of charity. The people of Salah will be called, come through this gate, Babu Salah. The people of Sadaqah will be told, come through this gate, Babu Sadaqah. But when it comes to the people of Siyam, they'll be told to come from the gate of Ar-Rayyan. They will not be called from the gate of Siyam. Why is this? Now, because ikhwani fillah, as we mentioned, the Siyam in the Arabic language means al-imsak, to prevent yourself or hold yourself or to keep yourself away from something. But when you come to Jannah, you're not keeping yourself away from anything. It is pleasure and it's enjoying. You've come to Jannah to eat, to drink, to enjoy yourself for all of eternity. So this meaning of fasting is not appropriate for the gate. When you enter Jannah, it has the name Ar-Rayyan, which means you'll be filled up with nice drinking water, or your thirst will be quenched completely. Second question, ikhwani fillah. What was the first fasting that was obligatory on the Muslims? Who knows? Why? You know, sometimes you ask people, then you wonder, no one is answering. Are you talking to people or you are alone? What is the first fasting? When the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina, he found the Jews in Medina were fasting a particular fast. Then he said, we are more worthy to fast this fast. Which fast is that? Ashura. So the Muslims were fasting, the day of Ashura was obligatory before the fast of Ramadan. Taib. When the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ came to Medina, listen to this. When he came to Medina, he found the Jews fasting the day of Ashura. Then he said, we are more worthy to fast the day of Ashura. So the day of Ashura was made obligatory. Then when Ramadan became obligatory, Ashura became Sunnah. Have you understood that point? So for benefit, how many Ashuras were obligatory on the Muslims? Based on that information I've given you. When the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina, he found the Jews fasting the day of Ashura. This is the day they were saved from Fir'aun. So he said, we are more worthy of Musa on the day of Ashura than the Jews. So he made, ﷺ, they fasted. It was obligatory on the Muslims to fast the day of Ashura. Then Ramadan became obligatory on them. So question, how many Ashuras were obligatory on the Muslim based on this information? And the previous lessons we took? 2. Year 1 and year 2. Because Sawm was made obligatory in year 2. So the Ashura of year 1 and year 2 are obligatory. Muharram comes before Ramadan. So Muharram of year 1 and Muharram of year 2. That's the argument. Type. Who has a different answer? He says 2. Because Ramadan became obligatory in year 2, so it means when the Prophet ﷺ came in year 1, Ashura of year 1 and Ashura of year 2 are obligatory on the Muslims. Who disagrees? You know, some of the scholars who taught us, the ones who allow us to debate in class and make mistakes, those are the best of sheikhs we used to have. So sometimes we used to have debates for hours in class. Those are the best experiences. But when you ask student questions and all of them are like this, being shy, you're not going to get anywhere in life. Taib. He said that year 1 and year 2. But only one correction that we can make, the Prophet ﷺ, Hijrah was year 1, but not in the month of Muharram. The Prophet ﷺ entered Medina in the month of Rabi' al-Awwal. So he entered after the first year's Ashura had passed. So the Muslims, they took back the calendar. It doesn't mean in Muharram and Safar. The Prophet ﷺ was not in Medina. He was in Mecca. That's just for benefit. Hijri calendar, yes, it's correct. But the very first two months or so, the Prophet ﷺ was not there. We mentioned the conditions that are related to the obligation of fasting. The first condition we took was Islam. Shukran, brother, for bringing a book and a paper. The rest of the students also should take, even if it's writing on the phone. You know, there's an imam that he says is called the last Hafid. It's called Imam Ali ad-Daraqutni rahimahullah. He attended a class for like 3 weeks. He was not, as the students are busy writing notes, he was writing his own notes and not focusing on the class. The students are focusing on the teacher and writing everything the teacher is saying. But this imam is making other notes. So the students are wondering, you've come all this distance to study ilm al-hadith, yet you're wasting your time. He says, I'm wasting my time. Bring your books of hadith. The first hadith the Sheikh mentioned was this and this and this. The second hadith, the third hadith, the Sheikh, his memory, Imam al-Daraqutni, was so excellent that he repeated all the hadiths they learned for the last 3 weeks offered without making a single mistake. So much so, the students who had written, they had made mistakes in their writing, so they were correcting based on the memory of that Imam. But this Imam passed away in the year 378, if I'm not wrong. And no other Hafid has come from that date. So none of you are Imam Daraqutni. So next time you come with a book and notes, inshallah. First condition we said for the obligation of fasting is Islam. You have to be a Muslim. The second condition, you have to have reached puberty. Puberty is known by 4 signs. What are those 4 signs? Number 1, you were not yesterday. Wet dreams. Number 2, age of pubic hair. Okay, pubic hair. Number 3, age of 15. Based on which calendar? The calendar we use or the Hijri calendar? The Hijri calendar. That's a mistake people do. Follow the Hijri calendar. And the 4th that's specific to girls is periods are menstruation and menstruation. Okay? So a girl can menstruate when she's 9. If she gets pure, Sawm is obligatory upon her, Salah is obligatory upon her, and so forth. The third condition, Ikhwani fillah, for the obligation is mental capacity, al-aql. That means the person who is mentally incapacitated, dementia or Alzheimer's or amnesia or any other disease that makes them not able to be comprehending what the Sharia wants from them, then the Sawm is not obligatory upon them. So you have a grandparent, you have a relative, a brother or a sister, they are not able to fast because they are not mentally okay. You do not need to feed a poor person because the obligation of Sawm is not upon them. You have a person who's reached 80 years of age, 90 years of age, they wear diapers. They cry like little babies. The curve has gone up, it's gone down. They're back to how they were as children. So they are closer to children in ruling than to adults, in all honesty. So the obligation also falls on them. This is the third condition: Islam, puberty, mental capacity, al-aql. The 4th condition was ability. What? Residence. The 4th was residence. So the Sawm is obligatory on the person who's resident and not obligatory on the one who is a traveler. And we said the correct opinion of a traveler is what you in your community considers to be travel. And together. Don't tell me, someone travels, it doesn't matter the difficulty or the ease of travel. You can travel from here to Mombasa in 45 minutes. You're still considered a traveler. Umesafiri. Even in the language, you're considered that you are on safar. So you can break your fast, you can reduce your salah. But if you live here and you go to Athi River, is it accepted from us, from the people of Nairobi, that Athi River is travel? Do you consider travel? Or Sokimau here, does that consider travel? So we don't consider it travel, so you cannot break your fast, you cannot combine or reduce your prayers. The fifth condition of Hanifillah was the ability to fast. So you have to have the health, the physical health to fast. The sixth condition, you have to be now pure from menstruation. This for boys or girls? Girls type. And the seventh condition, you have to have the intention type. Mumtaz. When was Ramadan made obligatory? We did yesterday. The second year. The second year. So the Prophet ﷺ fasted how many Ramadans? No? 9 Ramadans. Prophet ﷺ, he fasted ﷺ 9 Ramadans. Type. There are some sunnahs or some acts that are required of a Muslim who's fasting. The very first act is that you are supposed to rush in taking your iftar. Take your iftar as soon as the time has reached. As soon as you're sure that the time of iftar has reached, you should take your iftar. Don't say that you guys are you're not strong enough, you're cowards, I can still hold on for another 3 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours. This is not, it's not a gym, you're doing reps or something, competing in exercise, no. It has reached the time of iftar. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, لا يزال الناس بخير ما عجل الفطر. The people will not cease to be in a good state as long as they rush to take the iftar. So take your iftar immediately it reaches. The mistake that people make also with regards to the iftar is that today is the 27th of Sha'ban. The time on the adhan is 6:40. Right now it's 6:48 or 49, approximately. 6:50. On the 27th is 6:50. 28th, 6:49. 29th of Sha'ban, 6:48, for example. Then Ramadan, the next day, you find that the muaddin has all of a sudden increased the adhan to 7 o'clock. Does that make sense, honestly? I understand the 28th of Sha'ban, he was making the adhan at 6:49. 29th of Sha'ban, he was making the adhan at 6:49. Then Ramadan, first Ramadan comes, he makes the adhan at 6:59. What has changed? Nothing has changed. The only thing he's done, he says, let us be careful with regards to the iftar. We don't want to make a mistake. Let us delay the iftar for 10 minutes. And that is what you find in the timetables. Many of these timetables are given free in the mosques. You find that the time of suhoor is brought earlier than the adhan of Fajr, 15 minutes before Fajr. That's a mistake. The second mistake they make is making the adhan or the time of breaking the fast after. The Prophet ﷺ says, لا يزال الناس بخير ما عجل الفطر. So you have to do your iftar at the time, regardless of the mosque. Some mosques don't give the adhan, you're sure you have the app. Alhamdulillah, these days you have a salah app. Most of these salah apps are correct. Look at the time of the app, you break your fast. Yes, it can bring some commotion. This is not something to bring commotion, honestly, because you're following the time of adhan that was yesterday. What changed? I understand the argument. Type. The second thing, Ikhwanifillah, is that you should be careful not to break your fast in a rush. That's also a little bit confusing. You should be sure that the sun has set. What I want to mean is that break your fast when you're sure that the sun has set to the best of your capability. You're in a place where there's no adhan, there's no watch. You look up at the sky and you see that there's no sun. It has set according to the best of your capability. You can break your fast. However, it happened to the Sahaba that the Prophet ﷺ, he says, the hadith of Asma bint Abi Bakr, she says, أفطرنا على عهد النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يوم غيم ثم طلعت الشمس. We broke our fast on a day that was cloudy in the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Thereafter, after we broke the fast, the sun came out. What does that mean? They broke their fast before the time of breaking the fast had reached. Did they do it intentionally? No. They based their opinion on the majority, on the closest they could find. They thought it had set, but they were wrong. But that did not invalidate their fast. That did not invalidate the fast. So you, to the best of your capability, don't be a person of desires who does just everything out of desires. Just try to get what is the most, that is the truth, that is the closest to the truth, you follow it. What is the dua that you say when you're breaking your fast? Also a mistake when it comes to these timetables, they give the weakest hadith when it comes to the dua of making when you break your fast. The only dua, like all the du'as are weak. The only dua that is the strongest of those weak du'as is the dua, it says, ذهب الظمأ وابطلت العروق وثبت الأجر إن شاء الله. This is the only one. ذهب الظمأ, the thirst has gone. وابطلت العروق, the veins are filled. وثبت الأجر إن شاء الله, and the reward has been confirmed. This is the dua that you make when you're breaking your fast. And don't forget to make other du'as for yourself, because from the places where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts dua is when you're breaking your fast. So don't focus only on the dates and the water and you forget to make dua for yourself. The second sunnah, ikhwani fillah, with regards to the fast of Ramadan and other fasts, is that we Muslims take something called suhoor. We take suhoor. What is the difference between suhoor and sahur? There's sahur and there's suhoor. Sahur is the food that you take at the time of suhoor. Suhoor is the action of taking sahur. So sahur is the food, suhoor is the action of taking that food. The Prophet ﷺ says, تَسَحَّرُوا فَإِنَّ فِي السَّحُورِ بَرَكَةً. Take suhoor because in suhoor there's barakah. The Prophet ﷺ made that this is an issue that is a difference between you and the previous nations of the Jews and the Christians. They used to fast, but they never used to take the suhoor. Once again, ikhwani fillah, when you use your brain, you might be thinking, the longer the hunger period, the longer or the greater the reward. If you're using your logic, you might be thinking, the longer the hunger period, the higher the reward. No. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to make easy for you everything. So make your suhoor very late, almost near the time of adhan. And the best thing to take, of course, is dates for breaking your fast and also for suhoor. Dates, water, don't take a lot of starchy things. You shall get, it will affect you very early on. So this is from the sunnah of Prophet ﷺ says, فَصْلُ مَا بَيْنَ صِيَامِنَا وَصِيَامِ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ أَكْلَةُ السَّحْرِ. Says, the difference between us and the siyam of the people of the book is eating the suhoor. Also in the suhoor is the time you can, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes down and asks for anyone to make dua to him, anyone to make istighfar to him, and he answers your dua and he accepts your istighfar. كانوا قليلا من الليل ما يهجعون وبالأسحار هم يستغفرون. When it comes to the time of suhoor, they make istighfar. Inshallah, we shall have questions after today's lecture. And the best suhoor, the Prophet ﷺ says, نعم السحور المؤمن التمر. The best suhoor for the believer is a tamr. The third issue, ikhwani fillah, with regards to the fast, when you're fasting, you should not waste your time with giving your reward away. Some people were created, ikhwani fillah, to work for other people, to do deeds for other people. So they fast, they perform the qiyamul layl, the tahajjud, and all this ibadat. But all that reward goes to someone else. They spend i'tikaf, they fast, they do all the ibadah, but it goes to other people. Why? They backbite. They spread news from here to break bonds. They make fun of people. Also, they make sins that reduce the ajr of their sawm. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says in Hadith al-Quds, إِلَّا الصِّيَامِ فَإِنَّهُ لِي وَأَنَا أَجْزِي بِهِ. He says, except for the fast. Every ibadah, we know the reward that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given for it. Except for the fast. That is between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. Yet, a person when they are fasting, some of them make this mistake of backbiting, of insulting, of spreading namima, breaking bonds, also watching or viewing things that are haram to view, or listening to music and such. Don't do these things, they reduce your reward. And siyam is something that is between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. No one knows if you're truly fasting. We do not know what you do in those hidden corners. No one knows. This is something exclusively between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. It is something you cannot have an intention to show it to others. It's very difficult to have an intention, riyah, to show off when it comes to fasting, especially the wajib fasts. That's something between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. The Prophet ﷺ says, من لم يدع قول الزور أو عمل والعمل به والجهل فليس لله حاجة أن يدع طعامه وشرابه. Whoever does not leave the idle talk and acting upon it and ignorance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has no need for him to leave his food and his drink. So ikhwani fillah, let us be careful never to give our deeds to other people. You know the hadith of the person who comes on the day of judgment and is a muflis. He's bankrupt. He insulted this one. He harmed this person physically. So his good deeds are given to those people. Until his good deeds end, then the evil deeds of that person are transferred to this person and ends up in the hellfire. Be bakhil when it comes to your good deeds. Be very bakhil when it comes to your good deeds. Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah says, if I was to do ghiba on anyone, I'll do it on my mother. Because she's the only person who deserves for me to give my thawab to her. Taib. The next issue, ikhwani fillah, what do you do if someone insults you or wants to fight with you? You know this. You say, inni sa'im, and I'm fasting. It means you're protecting your deeds, and you shall continue upon this act even after Ramadan. If someone insults you, you don't waste or you don't descend to that level of insulting them. Let them win. If that's your level, you want to insult me, go ahead, insult me. For if someone wants to spit on the sun, what happens? The spit will come back on their face. Always be higher than that person. Know that the tree that has fruits is the one that people throw rocks on, not any other tree. Type. Final issue, ikhwani fillah. What do you do if you're fasting? Voluntary fast, obligatory fast, then you're called for lunch or for dinner or for wedding or for tea with the brothers. What do you do? No? If it's voluntary, then you have the option of breaking your fast or continuing your fast. But be careful, you understand the feelings of the person who is inviting you. Also take care of the feelings of the person inviting you. You have an elder or an auntie or your own parent you have not seen for ages, you go visit, then they prepare for your feast, then you come, you say, I'm fasting. And that is not proper. So be careful with the feelings of the person who is also inviting you. If it's an obligatory fast, don't break your fast. You finish that day. Apologize or come back later. I'll come back after Maghrib. Use always polite words. For benefit, ikhwani fillah, also with regards to this Ramadan. We're fasting Ramadan. After Ramadan is the day of Eid. The same thing with the Eid. Don't rush, ikhwani fillah, that on the second of Eid you start your Shawwal. I know many people, mashallah, badiru bil a'mal, sabiqu, sari'u. They want to rush. No. The second of Ramadan, yes, the second of Shawwal is not a day of Eid. You can fast, no doubt about it. But what the scholars, they say, you still have relatives, you have friends, you have companions, you have people to invite or to be invited to. At least focus on those bonds for these few days. Then you can start your 6 days of Shawwal. Now together. Shawwal is 30 days. You can just spare the day one is your Eid day, correct? Eid is only 1 day for Eid al-Fitr. At least the next 2-3 days also, if you have other family members you've not visited, other relatives, other companions, neighbors, people that you have to bring them close so that you can break your fast together. The Prophet ﷺ, one day he entered the house of Sulaim, and she brought to him dates and some fat. The Prophet ﷺ told her, return back your food. I am fasting today. So you're allowed, when you're invited to a house and you're fasting, to apologize in the most polite manner and postpone that meeting to another day. And this is the end of our lecture. If there are any questions, وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Any questions regarding what you have taken? Any questions? Don't be afraid, Ikhwani fillah. Some people, sometimes you ask a question, ask. There's no wrong question, inshallah. Any questions? No? He's asking, during the time of adhan for suhoor, which one do you follow? Do you follow the earliest one or do you follow the latest one? Every person will be, you're a person who has your own, you have to think for yourself. Look at the app, for example. See what time the app says for salah. I think most of the apps, Qura time is correct, or it's relatively correct. So if the time for adhan is 5:20, you see the mosque that gives the adhan at 5:20 or 5:21 or 5:19, follow that adhan. Follow that adhan that's closest to the app. We're not in the desert. If I was in the desert, you have to follow what is in the sky with regards to the Fajr as-Sadiq that we mentioned in the first lecture. Now, the difference between sahur and suhoor. Sahur is that food that you're eating. You know the plates, sahur. And suhoor is the act of taking it. Suhoor. Sahara yashur, nam, sahara. Nam. Right hand. Outside the topic. Najashi was a Muslim. The Prophet ﷺ prayed for him, Salatul Ghaib, when he passed away. He was here in East Africa, either Ethiopia or Eritrea, somewhere there. Some brothers say it's Eritrea, some people say it's the Tigray region of Ethiopia. He was a Muslim. He's the one who prayed Salatul Ghaib. And this also for benefit when it comes to Salatul Janaza. The Prophet ﷺ lost many of his companions outside Medina. They died. Like the 70 Qurra. The Qurra were killed. He did not pray Salatul Ghaib ﷺ except for Najashi. Except for Najashi. So the scholars, some of them, they say, you pray only Salatul Ghaib on a Muslim who has not been prayed upon. He's in an area that cannot be prayed upon. So it's not Salatul Ghaib for everyone because he's a celebrity or is well known or is close to the kings or something that we pray Salatul Ghaib upon him. Now, the lady, that story is the Prophet ﷺ, he came to the mosque. Then he found out that the lady who was cleaning the mosque is not there. He asked, where is this lady? He was informed that this lady passed away last night and was buried last night. He asked, why didn't you inform me? He says, it was late that night. So the Prophet ﷺ went to the grave and prayed for her. This is not Salatul Ghaib, this is Salatul Janazah. It's hadir, it's something present. Ghaib means something that is not present. Now, yes, you can say it, you say it publicly. It's not riyah, it's not showing off, or it's not an issue of you hiding your deeds. If someone wants to fight you, wants to insult you, just show them that I'm fasting. At least if you don't have respect for me, have respect for the deed that I'm doing. Have respect for the ibadah that I'm doing. Now, Dr. No. The issue of the Jews fishing on Saturday by keeping the nets on Friday and picking up on Sunday is a form of deception to go around the Sharia. But this woman who's taking the pills to prevent herself from bleeding is not doing something to go around the Sharia. Rather, she's doing something so that she can be able to fast with the rest of the Muslims. It's different from those two. No? Yes, it's accepted for a lady to use the pills as long as the doctors confirm that those pills have no harm on her. So she can use it to fast the 30 days of Ramadan. Some of them use it also for Hajj. Some sisters use it for Hajj so that they can able to perform the acts of Hajj that are required of them. Now, Ikhwani fillah, that's another issue. What is sunnah for Muslims to do? The hadith of Abu Hurairah, the Prophet ﷺ, he says, my friend, my Khalil, he advised me, from the advice he gave me is to fast 3 days each month. So you can fast any 3 days of each month. Don't restrict yourself to day 13, 14, 15th. Fast any 3 days. Siafunge imempita, si ndio? Siafunge leo, afunge kesho. Not as bright days. The reward is not mentioned for the bright days for the hadith. The hadith mentions fast 3 days. Then the another hadith says day 13, 14, 15, which is it's not restricted. You can fast any 3 days of the month. Are you together? The 3 days required of you to fast every month as a sunnah is any day of the month. Not necessarily day 13, 14, 15th. If it passes you, if you want to bring it earlier for whatever reason, or bring it later, it's up to you, completely. But what is recommended is 13, 14, 15. You can fast anytime. Now, any other questions? 13, 14, 15 most likely have higher rewards. They have higher rewards. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. Ikhwani fillah, we're continuing with our lecture series regarding the book of Siyam, the book of fasting. The month of Ramadan, Ikhwani fillah, is upon us. In the next 9 days or so, the Ramadan of this year, we shall be fasting it. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enable us and our loved ones and all of us from the Ummah to fast this blessed month of Ramadan. Ameen. Ikhwani fillah, Ramadan has a special relation with the Muslims with many acts of ibadah. The most famous being the Quran, being the month of the Ramadan being the month of the Quran. But what very few Muslims or many of us do not know is Ramadan, Ikhwani fillah, is also a month of victory for the Muslims. It is a Shahr al-Futuhat. Most of the great victories in Islamic history or in world history by the Muslims were in the month of Ramadan. The Prophet ﷺ, his first major battle, a battle that will determine if Islam will remain upon this earth, was the Battle of Badr on the 17th of Ramadan, the year 2 of the Hijri calendar. The conquest of Mecca, when Bilal was told, "Oh Bilal, go up the Kaaba and give the adhan," the Muslims conquered Mecca, and Mecca became a city of Islam from that date on to forever, was in the month of Ramadan, the 20th of Ramadan, the year 8 of the Hijri calendar. The year 92 of the Hijri calendar, Ramadan also, the Muslims conquered Pakistan and India and that area of the world. Conquest of Sindh happened in the year 92 of the Hijri calendar. The year 92 of the Hijri calendar also, the Muslims conquered Andalus. The year 223 of the Hijri calendar, the Muslims, they had the great victory of Amuriyah, when a lady who was slapped by one of the Byzantines, taqabbalallahu minna wa minkum, welcome back brother. When one of the Muslim sisters was slapped by the Byzantines, she screamed, "Wa Mu'tasima, where is Mu'tasima?" And Mu'tasima was carrying a glass of water and he was shaking. And he went and he gave victory to the Muslims in Amuriyah because of this one Muslim lady who was crying out because she was slapped. This was the year 223 of the Hijri calendar. The year 583 of the Hijri calendar, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed the Muslims with one of the greatest victories, the Battle of Hittin, whereby Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, he defeated the Crusaders and the Muslims were able to take back Jerusalem, to take back Al-Quds and Masjid al-Aqsa from the Crusaders in the year 583 of the Hijri calendar. The Battle of Hittin was in the year 583 in the month of Ramadan also. Another great battle, Ikhwani fillah, the year 656 of the Hijri calendar, the Mongolians, they had destroyed Muslims and killed many. But the year 658 of the Hijri calendar came in the month of Ramadan, the great battle of Ain Jalut next to Gaza, where the Mongolians were taught a lesson they never forget by the Muslims from Egypt, led by Zahir Bebas and Mahmud, I forgot the second name, and Alim ibn Al-Izz ibn Abd Salam. Also, Sheikh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah fought against the Mongolians, also the Battle of Shakhab in the month of Ramadan. So the month of Ramadan, Ikhwani fillah, is a month of futuhat, a month of victory for the Muslims. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give our brothers in Gaza victory in this blessed month of Ramadan that is coming. Ikhwani fillah, Ramadan has many virtues. Number one, whoever is able to fast this month of Ramadan, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgives them all their sins from the previous Ramadan to this Ramadan. If you fast this Ramadan, all your previous sins, your minor sins, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgives everything. The Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, he says, "As-salatul khamsu," the 5 prayers daily, when you pray the 5 prayers, it removes your sins. Wal jum'atu ila al-jum'ah, every week, Friday to Friday, or if you pray the Jum'ah, Allah removes your sins. Wa Ramadanu ila Ramadan, from one Ramadan to another Ramadan, Allah erases your sins. مكفرات ما بينهن إذا اجتنب الكبائر. You get all your sins erased in this time period from beginning of Ramadan to the end of Ramadan. There's a daily, there's a weekly, and there's a yearly, which is Ramadan to Ramadan. So Ramadan is a way of expiation, of removing the sins. Number two, Ramadan, ikhwani fillah, if you fast it, and ask Allah always to assist you to fast it, is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgives you your sins. Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, he says, Man sama Ramadana imanan wa ihtisaba, ghufira lahu ma taqaddam min dhanbih. Whoever fasts Ramadan, imanan, with full belief, ihtisaban, seeking the reward of Allah Azza wa Jal, he shall be forgiven all their previous sins. Not only the sins of the last year, also all the previous sins. This is the virtue of Ramadan. The third reason, ikhwani fillah, a man came to the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam and asked, "O Prophet, if I pray the 5 prayers and I fast Ramadan and I keep halal and I follow what is halal, I do not go into haram, will I enter Jannah? If I don't add anything else," he says, "Yes, you'll enter Jannah." So from amongst the reasons for entering Jannah is also fasting this month of Ramadan. The great hadith of a man, there were 2 men at the time of the Sahaba, or the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. They became Muslim together, they performed hijrah together, they were equal in all acts and aspects of the deen. However, one of the brothers, he died as shaheed. He died a martyr and went to Jannah straight. This other brother remained another year and he fasted Ramadan. Then he died. The Prophet ﷺ made it clear that this one who died after was greater in virtue than the one who died before. Why? Because he reached another Ramadan and he was able to fast. So reaching Ramadan and being able to fast is from one of the greatest blessings that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can enable you. Ikhwani fillah, Ramadan has some special things regarding it that is specific to it. Number one, ikhwani fillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed His final book, the greatest of His revelations, the Quran, was revealed in the month of Ramadan. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن. That this Ramadan is the month that the Quran was revealed. That's why you find, ikhwani fillah, that many Muslims in this month, they compete with each other who recite in the Quran. Because Ramadan has a special relation with the Quran. Within it, the Quran was revealed. You find someone like Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, he finishes or he recites the Quran 60 times in the month of Ramadan. Imam Abu Hanifa, An-Nu'man ibn Thabit, 60 times. Imam Bukhari, 30 times during the day. Every day he finishes once. And after Taraweeh, he finishes every 3 days the Quran. So he finishes 40 times the Quran. The Khalif of the Muslims, Al-Walid ibn Abdul Malik ibn Marwan, he's the leader of the superpower of the world, the Muslim empire. He finishes the Quran 17 times. So this is a month of Al-Quran. The scholars, they used to reach the month of Ramadan, Imam Malik and others, they stop all darsas, all lectures, and they focus completely on the book of Allah Azza wa Jal. They focus on the Quran. So ikhwani fillah, that is the competition that I give myself and yourself for this month of Ramadan. How many times are you able to finish the Quran this Ramadan? Try the challenge also, ikhwani fillah. Try one day, Imam Shafi finishes 60 times. Try at least, maybe this Ramadan, as a challenge to yourself. Keep it between yourself and Allah Azza wa Jal. Try finishing the entire Quran in one day. Start whatever time, after Taraweeh. Before the next day, Maghrib, you finished it. Challenge accepted. It's a trial. There's a question you ask yourself, ikhwani fillah, like one of the tabi'een is called, I've forgotten the name. He says, أَيَظُنُّ أَصْحَابُ مُحَمَّدٍ صَلَى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم أَيَسْبِقُونَ إِلَيْهِ. Do the companions of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam think they will take the highest parts of Jannah and we leave them to that? Wallahi, by Allah, we shall crowd them and we shall fight for that space in the highest spots of Jannah. So Jannah was not created for the Sahaba only. It was not created for Imam Shafi'i, Imam Abu Hanifa. There are also men like you that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave a favor to them. But also that favor might be on you also. So the same way they strived and struggled to book their space in the highest spots of Jannah, and may Allah grant them the highest spots of Jannah, also we also have to be in that competition. وَفِي ذَلِكَ فَلْيَتَنَافَسِ الْمُتَنَافِسُونَ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and that is something that the competitors should compete in. So this Ramadan, ikhwani fillah, have your closest brother or your closest sister that you follow each other. This is not a bid'ah, this is not an innovation. You find Sufyan al-Thawri and Fudayl ibn Iyadh and Abdullah ibn Mubarak and many of the Salaf, they used to help each other when it comes to this affair of this journey to Akhirah. How much of the Quran did you finish? Do not have a day past of Ramadan that you have not finished the Quran. Finishing one juz should not be sufficient to us anymore. Finishing only one juz should not be sufficient. Finishing a juz takes 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. This, how, depending on how good or how you've memorized the Quran. But you can finish more than that in a day of Ramadan. One juz is not sufficient for us, ikhwani fillah. Try 3, try 5, try 7, try 10. That's a challenge, ikhwani fillah, we should give ourselves in this Ramadan. So the first special relation that Ramadan has is that the Quran was revealed in this month of Ramadan. More specifically, إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَاهُ فِي لَيْلَةِ الْمُبَارَكَةِ إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَاهُ فِي لَيْلَةِ الْقَدْرِ. It was revealed on the night of glory, on the night of power. Also, second thing, ikhwani fillah, within this month, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opens the gates of Jannah and closes the gates of the hellfire. How many gates of Jannah are there? Jannah 8. And how many gates of hellfire are there? 7. So the gates of Jannah 8 are all open. The gates of hellfire 7 are all closed. And the shayateen, they are tied up. The shayateen, they are tied up. Question: who are these shayateen that are tied up? Is it all the shayateen or a specific class of the shayateen? It is a specific class of the shayateen that are known as the maradatu shayateen, the seniors or the elders of the shayateen, the ones whose evil is more greater and more pervasive in society. So you'll find sometimes, ikhwani fillah, you do ruqya in Ramadan, then you're wondering, it really affects the person. You're wondering, the jinn speaks, and you can see it clearly that the jinn speaks. Why is the jinn speaking on the day of Ramadan? Yet we are told in the hadith that the jinn are all tied up and the shayateen are all tied up. This is something we have seen with our own eyes. It's not something you can refuse. If you've done ruqya, you'll have seen it clearly. In Ramadan also, the jinn, they start talking, and these are shayateen, the evil creatures, many of them. So the tafsir, the scholar said, is the maradatu shayateen are the ones who are locked up. Also, ikhwani fillah, within this month of Ramadan, if you perform the Umrah, it is equal to Hajj. It is equal to Hajj with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, he says, فَإِنَّ عُمْرَةَ فِي رَمَضَانَ تَقْضِي حَجَّةً مَعِي. Umrah in Ramadan is equivalent to Hajj with me. Question: one of the pillars of Islam, ikhwani fillah, is performing Hajj. One of the pillars of Islam is performing Hajj. If you perform Umrah in Ramadan, have you performed the Hajj required of you as a Muslim? It is equal. The hadith says it's equal. So have you performed the Hajj equivalent to you? Yes, it's equal in reward, but it's not equal in obligation. Or it's not equal in fulfilling an obligation. The same way, the person who recites the Quran and finishes the Quran in Ramadan from Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen up to Nas is not equal to the one who reads Qul Wallahu Ahad 3 times. Both of them, yes, it is said, both of them, they have finished the Quran. Yes, in terms of finishing the Quran, of fulfilling the obligation of finishing the Quran, it's the same. But not the same when it comes to the reward. It's not the same when it comes to the reward. Also the same when you are told, we don't have slaves these days, but there are some ibadah that if you do a mistake, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala obligates you to free a slave. Islam came to free many slaves. So there are some ibadah, if you do, like you say, La ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu lahul mulku wal hamdu ala kulli shay'in qadir, 10 times or so, you free 4 children from the children of Ismail. So it's not sufficient for you if you have done a sin. For example, you've killed someone, or you have said to your wife, you're like my mother, or you have slept with your wife in the day of Ramadan, to free a slave in this manner. You have to free an actual slave that is required by the deen. So you have to know the difference. This is Umrah is equal to Hajj with the Prophet ﷺ in reward, not in obligation. You have not fulfilled the obligation. طيب. The next issue, ikhwani fillah, is Laylatul Qadr. Within this month, ikhwani fillah, is the night of glory or the night of power. A night, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Inna anzalnahu fi laylatin fi laylatil qadr, that we revealed this Quran on the night of power. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Fiha yufraqu kullu amrin hakim. Within it is everything is decreed. Ikhwani fillah, this is the night where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decrees the people who will live this year, the people who will die this year, the people who will be successful or the people who will fail, the people who will be victorious or the ones who will be defeated, the ones who will be glorious and honored or the ones who will be humiliated. Everything is decreed by Allah Azza wa Jal in this night. This is a yearly qadr that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reveals on the night of power. Also this night, ikhwani fillah, ibadah within it is equivalent to 1,000 months. Laylatul Qadri khayrun min alfi shahr. It is equivalent to 1,000 months where there is no Laylatul Qadr. Don't say it's equivalent to 1,000 months and within that 1,000 months there's also Laylatul Qadr, so it multiplies. No. It's equivalent to 1,000 months. How much is 1,000 months in years? The mathematicians, you've had this many times. Naam, 84 years, 83 years, actual, 83 and a third, 83 and a third. A third, how many months are there in a year? So a third times 12 is how many months? 4 months. So 83 years and 4 months. Any ibadah you do in this night is equivalent to the ibadah of 83 years and 4 months. This night, the angels and the ruh descend on this night. Who is the ruh mentioned in this ayah? تَنَزَّلُ الْمَلَائِكَةُ وَالْرُوحُ. Jibril alayhi salam is the spirit or the Holy Spirit, or what the Christians call the Holy Spirit. That is Jibril alayhi salam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, سَلَامٌ هِيَ حَتَّى مَطْلَعِ الْفَجْرِ. That it's complete peace until the time of Fajr. What is required of you as a Muslim ikhwani fillah on the night of Laylatul Qadr? Number one, you're required من قام ليلة القدر إيمانا واحتسابا غفر له ما تقدم من ذنبه. You perform the Qiyamul Layl. The Qiyamul Layl is any prayer that happens from the time of Isha until the time of Fajr. All that is called Qiyamul Layl. Not what some brothers think, that Qiyamul Layl is only the time of Tahajjud. The time of Taraweeh, Tahajjud, all that is Qiyamul Layl. But the best is, of course, the last third of the night. The last third of the night is the best time to perform the Qiyamul Layl. Also within this days of Laylatul Qadr, it is best for you to be in i'tikaf, to be fixed or stay in the mosque and do your ibadah and your adhkar. There's not a place, i'tikaf, many brothers or sisters, their imtihan they get is they on the phone or they discuss politics or do other things. When you're in i'tikaf, you are in seclusion with yourself and Allah Azza wa Jal. There's no one else in the mosque. Even if there's 1 million people or 1.5 million people in the mosque, you should consider yourself, it's only you and Allah Azza wa Jal in that mosque. So this is ibadah you do in the nights of Laylatul Qadr. Also you do dua. The Prophet ﷺ was asked by Aisha radhiallahu anha, "Oh Prophet, if I know which night is Laylatul Qadr, what dua do I make?" What did he reply? You say, Allahumma innaka afuun tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anni. Oh Allah, you're the one who loves to forgive and overlook. Have mercy and forgive me and overlook all my sins. Also, any good deed you do in this night is equivalent to doing deeds for 1,000 months. This ummah, ikhwani fillah, was only given 60 to 70 years in this world. This ummah was given only 60 to 70 years in this world. Yet this ummah is the largest ummah that will enter paradise. 2/3 of the people of Jannah are from the ummah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Question: is it fair that us were given 60 years and 70 years, and some ummahs before us, like the Prophet Nuh alayhi salam, his period of da'wah only, not his period of life, his period of da'wah was 950 years. 950 years. It was his period of life. That's close to a millennia. Close to a millennia, 1,000 years is how many generations of us? How many generations? Maybe 20 generations of us. If you start, you are now Haji Sharif, you've started now. Your kids, your grandkids, that will finish maybe a century. So 3 generations in a century. So 10 centuries which make a millennia, that's about 25 to 30 generations. Are you together? So you need like 30 generations for you to reach the people of Nuh alayhi salam. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, from amongst the bounties He gave this ummah is Laylatul Qadr. From amongst the bounties He gave you is you pray 1 salah, it's equivalent to 10. You do 1 good deed, it's equivalent to 10 to 700. You do a sin between 2 salah, Allah erases. Ramadan to Ramadan erases. Umrah, Hajj mabrur, laysa lahu jaza. Allah has given you so many opportunities, ikhwani fillah, for you to enter Jannah, not only to enter Jannah and to enter the highest parts of Jannah. But from the unfortunate thing, ikhwani fillah, is sometimes the ones defeat the tens. We've spoken about this issue before. The ones defeat the tens. Your good deeds are multiplied by 10 or 700. Your bad deeds are only multiplied by 1, by itself, nothing else. It's not multiplied by 1. Anything multiplied by 1, it's itself. Yet this multiplied by 1 becomes heavier on the scale than the one multiplied by 10, and you end up being destroyed. Also, ikhwani fillah, When is Laylatul Qadr? When is Laylatul Qadr? Laylatul Qadr, Ikhwani Fillah, is the last 10 nights of Ramadan. Most likely within the odd nights. Within the last 10 nights of Ramadan, and most likely within the odd nights. The Prophet ﷺ says, تحروا ليلة القدر في الوتر من العشر الأواخر من رمضان. Seek ليلة القدر in the witri days, in the odd days of the last 10 days of Ramadan. The last 10 nights of Ramadan, Ikhwani Fillah, are the best nights of the year. The last 10 nights of Ramadan are the best nights of the year. And the first 10 days of which month are the best 10 days of the year? Dhul Hijjah. The first 10 days of Dhul Hijjah are the best. So if you ask what are the best days, it's the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. And what are the best nights? The last 10 nights of Ramadan, within it is the night of Laylatul Qadr. The last 10 nights of Ramadan. Type. It is within the witri days. Mostly it's on the 27th. But it's not fixed on the 27th. It can change any time. So it's a blunder, Ikhwani Fillah, if you're seeking Laylatul Qadr only to come to the mosque on the 27th. Also notice the behavior of Prophet ﷺ and his teaching. The Prophet ﷺ, did he used to perform i'tikaf only on the odd nights? He just comes on the 21st, then let me go home, kidogo, I relax. I come back on the 23rd, I come back on the 25th, or the 27th, or 29th. Did he do that, honestly? Or is the i'tikaf for the whole 10 nights? He was i'tikaf for the whole 10 nights. So these 10 nights, don't go for the odd or the even. And this is it is a lesson for us in terms of behavior. It is good to start slow and end strong, than start strong and end weak. What we do is the opposite. We start a marathon strong. But do we finish the marathon with that same strength and vigor? No. Rather, if you are to do, it's better to do the opposite. Start slow as you build up your stamina, and when it comes the last 10 nights, you're well prepared and you're well ready for this ibadah. So Laylatul Qadr, Ikhwani Fillah, the correct opinion of the scholars is it does not remain fixed. For example, this year you saw a dream that Laylatul Qadr was this day, and the Sahaba, they used to see dreams to show them that the night is Laylatul Qadr. And these dreams become more during our time. Many people, Ikhwani Fillah, in our time, they see dreams that are clear, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shows them things that are going to happen. So many things, you find some people they talk about in dreams, you're like, subhanallah, this is true. But it's not a must. Don't give it so much. It should not direct your life, but it should just be a form of inspiration of these dreams. So sometimes these dreams, you see many brothers are saying or sisters are saying that we have seen the dream, like the time of Sahaba, they're saying many of them 27th. The Prophet ﷺ saw himself making sujood on that night. So they thought perhaps it's the 27th. And it was indeed in that time the 27th. Sometimes people will see it the 23rd or the 21st. Yes, those dreams, they're not complete evidence. You just say, I saw a dream, 21st, I'm praying 21st. There are 8 days I'm sleeping. No. How sure your dream is 100% correct? How sure your dream is from Allah Azza wa Jal, is not from the shaitan playing games with you? Or the shaitan are locked up. Maybe I'm contradicting myself. So the Laylatul Qadr, Ikhwani Fillah, it comes. It changes the dates. Laylatul Qadr is there until the Day of Judgment. Laylatul Qadr was not specific to the time of Prophet ﷺ. From the evidences of Laylatul Qadr is that the sun in the morning does not have rays. It's white without any rays. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, وآمرتها أن تطلع الشمس في صبيحة يومها بيضاء لا شعاع لها. It comes out white, no rays on it. This is regarding the Laylatul Qadr. The final issue we're taking tonight, Ikhwani Fillah, what is the ruling of Ramadan? What is the ruling of Ramadan to us as Muslims? Ramadan, Ikhwani Fillah, is an obligation to all of us Muslims with the conditions we mentioned previously. It is not only an obligation, it is a pillar of Islam. Islam has 8 pillars. Islam has how many pillars? How many? 5. Islam has 5 pillars. Yes, people are concentrating. Islam has 5 pillars. Iman has 6. From the pillars of Islam is the Shahadatain, then the Salah, then the Zakah, then the Sawm, then the Hajj. You go to Hajj to Dubai. Hajj in Makkah, not Dubai. I'm just joking. Hajj, you go to Makkah. You go to Makkah. Type. I was joking. It's so good to make some jokes. Sometimes people, you are joking, then you ask, Sheikh, I know this Dubai, when you go Hajj, sometimes you should be careful with your jokes and sheikhs, but sometimes it's a form of teaching. Type. So, Ikhwani Fillah, Ramadan is an obligation, it's a pillar. Based from evidences from the Quran, the Sunnah, and the Ijma'. As the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الصِّيَامُ كَمَا كُتِبَ عَلَى الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. It has been decreed to you to fast this month of Ramadan as it was decreed for the previous ummahs to fast so that they gain piety. Our fast is not the same fast as the previous ummahs. We don't know how they used to fast, but as we have iftar, we have suhoor, we have some things that are specific to us. Perhaps as we keep away from food, drink, and sexual relations, why they keep you away from drink, for example, we don't know. Type. The Sunnah of Prophet ﷺ, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصم. Whoever witnesses the month shall fast it. So the Quran is clear. The Sunnah of Prophet ﷺ, the hadith of Ibn Umar radiallahu anhuma, he says, بني الإسلام على خمس شهادة أن لا إله إلا الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة وصوم رمضان وحج البيت لمن استطاع إليه سبيلا. He mentions from amongst the 5 pillars of Islam is fasting the month of Ramadan. Also, there's no khilaf amongst the Muslims that from the pillars or the obligations of Muslims is the month of Ramadan. Type. A question comes, Ikhwani Fillah, a person who lives Ramadan intentionally has 2 situations. The first situation, he lives it intentionally. He says, Ramadan is not obligatory upon me. He says, Ramadan is not wajib. What is the ruling of such a person? The ruling of such a person is that they have left the deen of Allah Azza wa Jal. They are no longer Muslims. لأنه أنكر أمرا معلوما من الدين بالضرورة. Because he has denied or rejected something that is well known and established in the Islamic faith. So someone says Ramadan is not wajib, I'm not fasting it. That person is no longer a Muslim. In 1961 or so, the Tunisian president Habib Bourguiba, la'natullah alayhi, stood up with the nation of Tunisia, an Arab Muslim country. He had succeeded in banning the hijab, he had succeeded in jailing many of the scholars, killing many scholars, closing Zaytuna University and so on and so forth. And he said Ramadan is affecting the economy of Tunisia, it's affecting the GDP, there's no more fasting in Ramadan. And he drank and ate in front of the public of Tunisia. Then he said to the Mufti at the time, Tahir ibn Ashur, rahimahullah, the Mufti is here, Tahir ibn Ashur, let him tell you that Ramadan is no longer obligatory, it has ended. So the Mufti, rahimahullah, he stood up, the whole nation of Tunisia, waiting to hear what this Imam, this scholar will say. He said, أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. All you have believed, it has been decreed upon you to fast the month of Ramadan as it was decreed to the people before you so that you may gain piety. صدق الله وكذب Bourguiba. He said Allah has spoken the truth and this President Bourguiba is a liar. So the people of Tunisia, they continued fasting Ramadan and it was not banned. But someone reaches the level of even wanting to ban something of the religion is not longer a Muslim. And he was declared kafir by many of the scholars of Islam. So the only 2 people who you can say they do not become kafir by rejecting the obligation of Ramadan are only 2 people. The first is a rivati. A person who has accepted Islam, does not know anything about Islam, he says, fasting is not obligatory. No. You teach him. He does not become a kafir. Don't rush towards harming such a person or taking action on such a person. Second person, man asha ba'idan anil muslimin. Some people, they live far from the Islamic or the Muslim civilizations. You find people, our own brothers, you go to a place like the USSR countries, the time of the Soviets, the time of Stalin and the communist of the communist Russia, Islam was persecuted. People were forced to be atheist. So people do not know anything about the religion apart from their name. You find them with names Muhammad, Abdullah, but he's drinking alcohol, he's doing all ma'asi, he does not know anything about the religion of Allah Azza wa Jal. You go to a place right now like the Uyghur region of China, where they are forcefully fed and they are taken to camps to be re-educated. Such a person, if they come to refuse this thing, then you don't rush towards declaring them to be disbelievers. A third, maybe I've remembered right now, a third group perhaps is some people who are, by its fault and the condition previously, someone who's not mentally okay. Some of these regimes are so evil. When they capture you, they torture you in such a manner that they will not leave your torture until you insult Allah or you talk something negatively about the religion. So you find some scholars, for example, or some students of knowledge, they were jailed and tortured in such a bad manner. People who were du'at, they were calling people to Allah Azza wa Jal. When they came out of prison, they started having the habit of insulting Allah every time. Because it was a habit that was inculcated and it was bred in them because of the torture they went through. They're tortured, they left. They're tortured, they only left when they insult Allah Azza wa Jal or they insult something of the deen. Such a person you cannot declare a kafir. So a person who lives Ramadan obligation by saying it's not wajib, such a person is a kafir. But a person who lives it, ikhwani fillah, out of laziness, find them hiding. We know them in Nairobi or in other places in Kenya. They hide in the kibandas. They're called kibandas. You find them, Ramona Japa, they're eating the madondos and the chapatis. Such a person, what's the ruling? Such a person, ikhwani fillah, has committed one of the major sins of Islam. Kaba'ir min al-kaba'ir. One of the major sins of Islam. It's bordering, it's almost reaching kufr, but it's not yet kufr. It does not reach kufr. It's not a kufr, but it's a kabair. It's something that will destroy them. The person who is sick, the person who is traveler, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allows them to break their fast, but they have to pay it later. You are okay, everything's okay, then you take this as a reason to leave a pillar from the pillar of Islam. That is someone who has done a great sin, ikhwani fillah. The scholars, they say, أتى كبيرة, he has come and performed a great sin. لأنه فرط في أحد أركان الإسلام, because he has neglected one of the pillars of Islam. وفريضة عظيمة من فرائضه, and he has left one of the great obligations of Islam. طيب. Inshallah, tomorrow, ikhwani, we shall look at the issue of how do you confirm that the month of Ramadan has entered? How do you confirm the month of Ramadan has ended? How many witnesses do you require to know that Ramadan has entered? How many witnesses do you require to know that Ramadan has ended? Also, for benefit, ikhwani fillah, the issue of us in Kenya, whereby we have sometimes differences of opinion with regards to Ramadan. Some of us are fasting today, some of us are fasting tomorrow. In all honesty, is this difference of opinion related to the moon or related to other politics? Are you together? Ayyuhal ahibba, we are continuing with our lecture series regarding the book of Siyam, the book of fasting. This is a series of fiqh. We're using the book from the website durar.net. There's a very good compilation of books on this website in Arabic language, DORAR.net. So if you know the Arabic language, you can benefit a lot from this site, DORAR.net. So that's the reason I'm reading from the phone, because I'm reading the book. I'm reading from the book. I was asked the question, Sheikh, why are you using a book these days? Yes, you have to use a book, not always depending on the hifth and the memory. The scholars, ikhwani fillah, they used to say it's highly regarded for a student of knowledge to memorize knowledge. What you enter with in the washroom is what is considered knowledge. That's what the scholars say. What you keep in your heart is knowledge, not the books that you compile. Al-ilmu ma fi suduri la ma fi sutur. So it's very important to memorize knowledge. But when it comes to teaching or reading the hadith of Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, the scholars prefer the scholar who gives knowledge from the books, because his mistakes will be fewer. The scholar who gives knowledge from the books, his mistakes will be fewer. So you find a scholar like Waki' ibn Jarrah al-Ru'asi, one of the great scholars of hadith. This man used to memorize hundreds of thousands of hadith like Qul Wallahu Ahad. But he made many mistakes when he was narrating the hadith. Sometimes he changes the name in the narrator, sometimes he changes something in the matan. You can make a mistake. Al-hifdu khawan. Regardless of how much memorization you have done, you'll still make a mistake. But the book, Bukhari, Imam Bukhari is an imam, but even him, he prefers the book. Ikhwani fillah, we're taking some issues today or tonight with regards to the moon of Ramadan. When are Muslims supposed to sight for the new moon? Are you supposed to follow the local moon or the international moon? How many witnesses are required for you to enter the month of Ramadan? How many witnesses are required for you that they have seen the moon for you to come out of the month of Ramadan? And who are the people that are exempted from Ramadan? Some of the categories we shall take tonight. So the first question, Ikhwani fillah, seeking the new moon, as we shall be seeking it next week, is a communal obligation. It is fardu kifaya. It is an obligation that some of the Muslims must perform, and no sin will fall on the rest. There's two types of obligation. There's fardu ayn and fardu kifaya. Fardu ayn is an individual obligation. Each one of us have to do it. If any of us fail to do it, that person gets a sin. Then there's fardu kifaya, a communal obligation where it's people from the ummah take up this obligation and they do it. So they go, they seek the new moon and they sight it and they inform the Muslims. So sighting the new moon, ikhwani fillah, is a communal obligation. The second issue, ikhwani fillah, you have to confirm the new month on the 29th. We are in Sha'ban right now. On the 29th of Sha'ban, just before sunset therein, you start looking for the new moon. If you see the new moon, then you have entered the fast of Ramadan. If you do not see the new moon because of the clouds or any other reason it's not there, then you have to finish the days of Sha'ban. You have to finish 30 days of Sha'ban. And this has no khilaf amongst the Muslims. يجب صيام رمضان إذا رأى الناس الهلال. You only fast Ramadan when you see the moon. Do not follow the astronomical calculations. Do not follow anything else apart from sight. How many witnesses are required for you to confirm that the month of Ramadan has entered? How many witnesses are required for us as Muslims to begin the fast? It is sufficient to have one witness that is upright in character. Only one person is sufficient. If this one person upright and accepted his witness and he says he has seen the moon, then all of us have to fast based on this one witness. Type. If his witness is acceptable, it's accepted by the qadi or the hakim or the leader, then you have to fast. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, and Ibn Umar radiallahu anhuma قال ترى الناس الهلال. People were seeking to sight the moon. فأخبرت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أني رأيته. And I informed the Prophet ﷺ that I saw the moon. فصامه, so he fasted that day. Ibn Umar is the only one who saw the moon. Ibn Umar radiallahu anhuma says, I saw the moon. It says the Prophet, oh Prophet, I have seen the moon. So the Prophet fasted. وأمر الناس بصيامه, and he commanded the people to fast. So it's sufficient for you to, one witness is sufficient. طيب, if one person has seen the moon, by his witness is not accepted. Are you together? He has seen the moon, he's 100% sure he's seen the moon. But for whatever reason, his witness is not accepted by the Muslims. Therein, the Muslims will not fast. That's clear, because they've not accepted his witness. But what about this person himself? He is no longer in a state of doubt, he is now in a state of certainty. I have seen the moon. Have you understood the issue? That is specific to him, because he has seen the moon. Does he follow the ummah or the crowd, or does he follow himself? Because he has cited, the Prophet ﷺ says, Sumu li ru'yati. Fast when you see it. He has seen it. Have you understood the question? So the scholars have differed upon this issue. The majority of the scholars, they say he should fast by himself. He should fast by himself. The minority of the scholars, they say he should not fast, rather he should be with the community so that he does not bring any division to society. He should always, the ummah should go as one. The ummah should go as one. And this is a strong opinion, although it's a minority opinion, it is a strong opinion, and I believe it's the opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Baz, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. The Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam says, As-sawmu yawma tasumun. He says, the fast is the day you people are fasting. So you can't have individual groups of people, they have their own salah timings, their own som timings, their own hajj timings. It'll be anarchy. It'll be anarchy. Are you together? Let them make a mistake, but let us go together towards one direction, because ikhtilaf is worse than anything. طيب. The next issue, ikhwani fillah, is the issue of the local moon versus the international moon. What are you supposed to follow as a Muslim? Are you following the moon in your locality, or are you following the moon that is seen anywhere in the world? The majority of the scholars, ikhwani fillah, from the Hanafiya, from the Malikiya, from the Hanabila, they say you follow the international moon. He says, the Sheikh here, فإنه يجب الصوم على الجميع مطلقا. He says, إذا رأى أهل بلد الهلال. When a group of Muslims in a country see the moon, فإنه يجب الصوم على الجميع مطلقا. It is compulsory on all the Muslims of all the world to fast. So if a part of the world the moon is seen, the new moon is seen, all the Muslims in the world must fast. وهذا مذهب الجمهور من الحنفية والمالكية والحنابلة. So these three madhabs, al-Hanafiya, wal-Malikiya, al-Hanabila, they say you follow the international moon. That's the first opinion. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهَرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Whoever of you witnesses the month or the new moon, then fast. Allah is directing this verse to all the Muslims, not to a group of the Muslims. He says, minkum, from you. You are one ummah. This ummah is one ummah. There's not one ummah in Andalus, another ummah in Africa, another ummah in East Africa. No. This entire ummah, regardless of the breadth or the width or the length of their countries and how far they are, it is one ummah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهَرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Whoever witnesses the new moon, then they should fast. The second evidence, the Prophet ﷺ says, "Sumu li ru'yati," that you should fast when you see it. This command is for all the Muslims. It's not a specific nation from amongst the Muslims. طيب, the second opinion, it's also a strong opinion, that's followed by the Shafi'iyya and followed also by many in our country, is that you follow the local moon. Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhuma, there's a man called Qurayb. He was in Syria, in Sham. They saw the moon on Friday and they started fasting Ramadan. This Qurayb left Syria and he went to Medina. Then Ibn Abbas asks him, as we started fasting on Saturday, when did you guys start? He says, we started in Sham on Friday. We saw the moon on Friday. Ibn Abbas says, we saw the moon on Saturday, so we started fasting on Saturday. This is the opinion of Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhuma. However, when you look at both opinions, yes, they're strong. There's no need for us to fight upon it. But it creates many issues when you have a local moon. There are so many issues that do not appear when we are one ummah. One month, we follow one moon. For example, ikhwani fillah, it's very strange. Sometimes you find brothers, people in Arafah. I can travel from here to Makkah in hours. People on Arafah, then you're saying, they're in Arafah, but my Arafah is tomorrow based on the local moon. How is it? Arafah is a place where people are standing. The day people are doing the ibadah of Arafah, then you're saying your Arafah is the next day. It's a very confusing issue. An issue also arises, you started your Ramadan here 2 days before. You go to a different country, they started 2 days after you. So you end up fasting 32 days because you have to follow that new country you've gone to. Confusion is not confusion. It's confusion. A simple issue also, tamattu'. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, إِنَّ عِدَّةَ شُهُورِ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ 12 شهرا في كتاب الله يوم خلق السماوات والأرض منها 4 حرم. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He created the world, He made sure there are 12 months. No one disagrees. Even the Christians don't disagree there are 12 months. From these 12 months, there are 4 that are sacred. Dhul Qa'dah, Dhul Hijjah, Muharram and Rajab. Are you together? These are sacred months. Now, how will you determine you're in a sacred month when there's a difference in moons? Someone is in Rajab, but no, you are still the month before or in the month after. There's some confusion. Hajj, Ikhwani fillah, there's Hajj tamattu'. You can perform Hajj where you combine Umrah and Hajj together. The months of Hajj begin from the 1st of Shawwal. The 1st of Shawwal is when you can start your Hajj. You can go 1st of Shawwal, you do your Umrah, then you wait for the 8th of Dhul Hijjah and you perform your Hajj and you're considered to have done tamattu'. Hajj tamattu'. Hajj is of 3 types. Type, someone lives here on the 1st of Shawwal based on his local moon. He wants to go perform Hajj tamattu'. He passes Yalamlam, he says, Labbaik Allahumma Umrah. He's performing Umrah first, then he goes to perform Hajj. He reaches, then the people of Saudi, no, their Shawwal is the day after. You have messed up his Hajj. Based on this, there's a lot of confusion when you have many timetables. And this confusion does not occur, when we have one moon, we all follow one. The Qibla is one, the Ummah is one, inshallah the Khalifa will come back, one, we should be one nation with all our ibadah. Monday is one. Is there any place you can go that's maybe in hours, but it's still Monday, still Tuesday, still Wednesday. It's not like here today is what, Saturday. Is it Wednesday in Brazil or Sunday elsewhere? This is anarchy, when we're having all these differences. And you can understand from those periods that distance was very far. Traveling from Medina to Syria takes a distance of 1 month. Here you can travel around the entire world in less than 24 hours. So you should not use the same fiqh that you're using there on this issue in particular with our fiqh right now. But we follow whatever opinion you prepare. But the strong opinion, no doubt, is that we Muslims should follow one moon type. The next issue, Ikhwani fillah, are you allowed to use satellites? Satellites are the ones orbiting the earth to view the moon. No, you're not allowed to use satellites to view the new moon. The view is of the person on earth. The view is of the person on earth. Let's come to that issue. The view is of the person on earth. So someone has gone to the International Space Station. Are you together? They have to fast Ramadan. Will they fast Ramadan based on the moon they see in space or based on the moon of the people of earth? They have to fast Ramadan based on the moon of the people on earth. Even if they reach as far as Mars, even if they go away, they have to follow the moon of the people of earth. Hence, enforcing the argument or the point of having one moon for all the Muslims. Are you together? So even if you go to Mars, like they're saying maybe in 20, 30 years, you have to follow the moon of the people of earth. Everyone has to fast the same way. I don't know how you'll fast, how you'll pray towards the Qibla when you're in Mars, but that is stress for 30 years from now or 20 years when they reach there. I don't know. Type, are you allowed to use telescopes? Yes, you're allowed to use telescopes, binoculars, anything to search for the new moon. Also, in Kenya, we have that issue. When they're saying we're going to follow the local moon, the question that comes, it's a logical question. What are the boundaries of this locality you're talking about? What are the boundaries of this locality that you're talking about? Because you've seen it clearly, and it's not going against anyone. You see sometimes the moon, I had this 1 year, the moon has been seen in Wajir, or it's been seen in Mandera. These are townships in Kenya. Then they tell you, no, we only follow the moon of this part of Kenya. I don't want to mention names. Or we follow the moon. I had one of them saying, we follow the moon of the people of Tariqah, the Sufis. We only follow the moon that the Sufis have seen. We do not follow the moon of the Wahhabis. The Wahhabis have their own moon and the Sufis have their own moon. Is this an issue to bring sectarian issue? This is a pillar of Islam. It's not something for you to put your desires to follow your sect. Are you together? What is that locality? What is the evidence for you to say that the moon, if it has been seen in point X, it does not apply to point Y? You have seen it in Wajir. That is a different locality from you're getting. Who had that scientific or that logic or that correct manner of demarcating these borders? It's problematic, true or false? Where does the border start? Where does it end? Time. The next issue, Ikhwanifillah, is a person who does not know which month it is. You're a prisoner, Ikhwanifillah. And this happened, Ikhwanifillah, if you look at the brothers who were taken to Guantanamo, they were blindfolded for months. So they do not know the time of Salah. So they have to make their own fair assumptions and they pray Salah at the time they think each Salah is. Also, Ramadan came. They do not know which month they are in. So what do you do when you're in a prison or you have been thrown in a dungeon? You can see the images coming out of Gaza right now. People are blindfolded. They have been removed all their clothes. What are such people supposed to do? They have to estimate based on the best of their capability. So that brother or that old man or that young boy or that young man who is in the beaches of Gaza, he's been blindfolded, handcuffed. He has to assume, maybe Fajr was like 3 hours ago. Let me wait another 2 hours, then I pray Dhuhr. He approximates. He doesn't even know the time. He just has to make a simple approximation with Salah. And if he's able to talk to the brothers next to each other, they say each other, let's pray Dhuhr, let's pray Asr, and they pray. Even if it's the wrong time, their Salah is going to be accepted. As long as they don't, if they later on they come to know that they prayed before time, then they should pay back the Salah, of course. But most of the time they will not know with regards to Salah. The same for Sawm. Sawm, they should try to the best to estimate. If it is the month of Ramadan, they should fast this pillar. Are you together? So the first issue is someone assumes that Ramadan has entered and he starts fasting. There are four scenarios. There are four scenarios. Scenario number one, is that he fasted a day or a month he thought was Ramadan and he was correct. He fasted a month that was Ramadan and he was correct. What is the ruling of such a person? He has fasted and he has completed his ibadah as required. He doesn't need to pay. That's an agreement. He assumed or he made an assumption and he was correct in his assumption. Type. The second scenario, he says, he fasts a month that he thinks is Ramadan and moves on with life. He does not know completely, was that month truly Ramadan or not? He does not know completely. He was thrown into some hole or a dungeon, he was blindfolded, he does not know completely. Was I correct or not correct? What's the ruling of such a person? Moves on with life. He has, as far as concerned, he has fulfilled his obligation. Are you together? He does not know, was he correct, was he wrong? He assumed this month was Ramadan, he fasted it. He does not know completely. He moves on with life. The third scenario is someone who fasts a month that he thinks is Ramadan. Then later on, he discovers that he fasted, not Ramadan, he fasted Sha'ban. He fasted before Ramadan entered. Understood the question? He fasted before the month of Ramadan and he fasted Sha'ban. Or he fasted Jamad al-Akhir. Or he fasted Rajab. Or whichever months from the months that come before Ramadan. Right? Such a person must repeat his Ramadan because he performed an ibadah before its time. Ibadah cannot be performed before its time. The same with Salah. If you pray Salah before its time, you have to repeat the Salah. If you pray Salah before its time, you must repeat the Salah. The fourth scenario is someone who fasts a month that he thinks it's Ramadan. Then he discovers later on that he fasted actually, not Ramadan, he fasted in Shawwal. Are you together? What's the ruling of such a person? He has fasted Ramadan, he has nothing to pay. Even if he fasted late, it was not out of neglect, it was not out of his own ma'asiyah or anything. It was a darura that made him not know the months, and he fasted after as ibadah is done. He fasted after you can, because it's a time that is accepted for you to pay back the days you missed in Ramadan. It is also a time accepted for you to fast Ramadan if you didn't know the time. Those are the four scenarios. I repeat them, you'll catch them from the video, inshallah. The first one, let's start with the first one again. The first one, you assume a month is Ramadan and you're correct. What do? You're okay. You're okay. The second one, you assume a month is Ramadan and you fast it. But you never know, was I correct, was I not correct? You don't know. You never get that knowledge. You're not sure completely. Move on with life. You're done. That wajib has already been fulfilled. etiquette, Allah will not hold it to account. The third scenario, Khanifillah, is you fast a month you think that is Ramadan. But later on it becomes clear to you that you actually fasted days that were way before Ramadan. So you have to repeat that ibadah again. You have to pay back those 30 days. Type. The fourth scenario is that you fast a month you think that is Ramadan. Later on it becomes clear to you that you actually fasted after. So you have fulfilled your obligation, except if you fasted on days that you're not allowed to fast, e.g. the days of Eid. So if you fasted on the days of Eid, maybe you fasted Shawwal instead of Ramadan. So the fast of Shawwal, of course, is not going to be accepted. It's haram for you to fast the fast of Shawwal. Type. Also, a mistake people make is that, and it's a form of extremism in a way, is that 29 days of Sha'ban has passed, you have not seen the moon. So you fast on the 30th of Sha'ban. You say, perhaps, maybe I made a mistake, maybe it's Ramadan, just to be on the safe side. That is known as Yawm Shak, the day of doubt. It is haram for you to fast such a day, or it's haram basically. The hadith says it's haram. So let's just follow the ruling. You cannot fast on the day of Shak. Also, there has to be a division or a separation between your obligatory fasts and your sunnah fasts. They cannot be connecting. Obligatory fast of Ramadan cannot be connecting with the sunnah fasts in Sha'ban. The same way in Salah, you cannot pray Salatul Isha right now. Then the Imam says, Sa'alaikum, you already stand up and you start praying sunnah. No, you have to come with some dhikr, or you have to walk around, then you perform the sunnah. You cannot connect those two prayers. There has to be a small fasil, there has to be a small break in between. If you don't see the moon on the 29th, what do you do with Sha'ban? You finish 30 days of Sha'ban. Correct? This is known. If you don't see the moon on the 29th, you complete 30 days of Sha'ban. A month has how many days? 29, no? Or 30. And we Muslims, we follow, not only Muslims, every human being is supposed to follow the moon. You cannot stand up one day, and look at the sun and say today is the middle of the month or the end of the month. The moon was kept there for that purpose. To know the months, you have to use the moon. The moon has a cycle, 28 and a quarter days or something like that. So you have the new moon coming on the 29th or the 30th of the month. So the bid'ah or the innovation the Christians brought is changing the lunar calendar to the solar calendar. That is recommended for all of us Muslims to go back to our Hijri calendar. Like the issue we mentioned of you being 15 years of age or 40 years of age, or how old you are when you're going to ask for a bride. Don't lie to your age. Most of you are 1 year older based on the Hijri calendar. Type. Oski Abdul Wahab. Type. Are you allowed to use astronomical calculations? It's easy to know where the moon will be based on calculations. Are you allowed to use these mathematical calculations? Even if they're accurate to the dot, you're not allowed to use. The Muslims are required to fast and to follow the months based on sight. So follow the moon. Don't follow these calculations. Type. That's with regard entering the month of Ramadan. Coming out of the month of Ramadan, or the new moon of Ramadan. How many witnesses are required for you, O Muslims, for you to view a new month? It is required, Fillah, 2 witnesses to come out of Ramadan. To come into Ramadan, you need 1. To come out of Ramadan into Shawwal, you need 2. You need at least 2 witnesses. They have seen the new moon. The very important issue here. He says, how many people are required for them to witness that the new moon has been seen? We have said, for the month of Shawwal, 2. For the month of Ramadan, 1. Type. If a person sees the moon of Shawwal by himself, is he allowed to break his fast? Or he should follow the Muslims? He should follow the Muslims, as we said before. You see here now the Jumhur, the majority of the scholars, when entering Ramadan, they said he should fast himself. That same majority right now are saying when it comes to Eid, no, he should not follow himself, he should follow the majority, they should follow the Ummah. So just be consistent with both sides. Enter Ramadan, follow the Ummah. Entering Shawwal, follow the Ummah. If your witness is not accepted, then follow the rest of the Muslims. Do not be an individual, do not go by yourself. He says, so if you don't see the moon of Shawwal, you have finished Ramadan how many days? 30 days. What happens if you finish 30 days on the 30th day of Ramadan? You start fasting. Then at 11 or at 12 or at 1, a brother comes, or good brothers, scholars, let him say scholars, they say we have seen the moon, and they swear upon it. Understood the question? 30th of Ramadan, you've all started fasting. You've taken your suhoor, you've done your ibadah, then you get excellent brothers, people whose witness is very strong, and they say we have seen the moon of Eid. Today is the day of Eid. What are you supposed to do? No? Yes, you break your fast. There's no doubt you do what? You break your fast. If it is after the time of noon, then you cannot pray Salatul Eid. You can pray Salatul Eid the day after, according to some scholars. Are you together? But there's one condition on these elders that have come. They must have seen the moon at night. The moon must have been a night moon. If the moon is seen on the 30th day, even if it's all of us, any of us see the moon on the 30th day of Ramadan, we continue fasting. If we see the moon in the day, we see it at 11 a.m., the new moon, we continue fasting that day. Our Eid is the day after, because we follow the moon of the night. The new day or the new date in the Islamic calendar begins after Maghrib. It begins after Maghrib. Ikhwani fillah, there are some people who are allowed to break their fast and not fast the month of Ramadan. Amongst this are the people who are sick. Amongst this are the people who are traveling, and so on and so forth. What is the sickness that exempts you from Ramadan? What is the compensation or the penalty you pay if you're not going to fast Ramadan? Is any type of sickness an excuse for you not to fast Ramadan? A simple cough or a simple flu or a headache, is that sickness accepted for you not to fast Ramadan? What is that type of sickness? What if it's a sickness that is a terminal sickness? You have cancer, for example. Even this term, terminal sickness, there are some diseases, that are terminal sicknesses, yes, but they're not quite. They have discovered ways of prolonging your life despite, like something like AIDS. Someone has AIDS. Yes, it's a terminal sickness. I don't know if it has changed, but they have antiretroviral drugs and things that prolong the life of such a person for many years. Does such a person fall into the same group of people who have a sickness that is terminal? Inshallah, we shall look at these issues and also the issues of the traveler. When are you considered a traveler? What happens if you're a traveler, then you reach your place of residency? Do you continue with your iftar or you must start fasting? What is the distance required for you to be considered a traveler and not a traveler, and so on and so forth? Is the woman who's breastfeeding or pregnant, is she exempted from fasting, or she has to pay it back, or she's forever exempted? We shall take these issues inshallah in the forthcoming night. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Any questions? No. He's asking if there are two reputable countries that have fast on 2 separate days. Who do you follow? I can't give you a direct answer. Follow the one that you see is closest to the truth in your heart. Right? But usually, you find most of these countries in the Middle East, they have a common day that they all fast. You will not find Saudi fasting one day and Qatar and Egypt fasting a different day, for example. This is where Islam came from. This is the birthplace of Islam. This is the birthplace of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. This is where the Qibla of the Muslims is. I believe we should all follow a particular moon. If we agree as Muslims, or we have one leader, he should make us follow one particular moon of that place. So we follow the one that is closest to your heart. Even the issue of some scholars, one scholar tells you left, one scholar tells you right. For example, he tells you haram or halal or something. Follow the scholar that your heart, you see this scholar, not out of blindness, but you see that this scholar, I see is more sincere or is more knowledgeable, or his opinion is followed by many people or many scholars agree more with him, then you have to look at a number of factors, inshallah. Ayyuhal ahibba, we are continuing with our lecture series regarding the issue of fasting. There are groups of people who are given reprieve from fasting. They are allowed not to fast permanently or temporarily and pay later. Either permanently not allowed to fast, or they temporarily not fast and pay later. So we shall look at these groups of people, from the people who are sick, the people who are travelers, the ladies who are pregnant or breastfeeding, the people who are performing the ibadah of jihad, and so on and so forth. A mistake before we start our lecture. Someone is going for Umrah in the month of Ramadan. He's booked his ticket, he knows his flight is tomorrow. When Ramadan, he knows his flight is tomorrow. So what they do, some of them, is that they take their breakfast. They say, today I am a traveler, I take my breakfast because I'm traveling. Then they reach the airport, and to the shock of their lives, and it happens very many times, is that the trip is cancelled, the flight is cancelled. So they have eaten on a day that they should have been fasting. So they have made a mistake. What mistake have they done? They broke their fast, yet they had no excuse for breaking their fast. They were not yet considered as musafir. Because many are living in the mosque, and this is a mistake that many people do. You cannot take the rulings of a musafir until you become a musafir confirmed. Are together? The first category of people, ikhwani fillah, that are allowed to break their fast is the sick person. The person who is sick. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِّنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. And there's no khilaf amongst the Muslims with regards to this issue. What is the sickness that gives you this exemption from fasting the month of Ramadan? The first issue, ikhwan fillah, is the sickness will increase if you fast. If you are afraid, ikhwan fillah, that the sickness that you have is a severe sickness, it will increase even more if you fast, or it will become very difficult for you to fast, then you are allowed to break your fast. You are allowed to break your fast based on the evidences from Surah Al-Baqarah. فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِّنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرَ. Whoever amongst you is sick or is traveling, then they can pay on other days. The next issue, ikhwan fillah, is a person is very sick. If they fast, they will definitely die. What is the ruling on such a person? Now, what is the ruling on such a person? Now, it is haram for them to fast. It's haram for them to fast. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Do not kill yourselves. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى تَهْلُكَ. Do not put your hands for your destruction. So, ikhwani fillah, a situation that becomes haram for you to fast. Also, ikhwani fillah, if you're in a state of hunger and you're going to die as a result, then you come upon something that is haram for you to eat, like a pig or a dog and such. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to eat it, but do not eat it to your fill. Do not eat to your fill. Eat what is sufficient to regain your energy. Type. What if you have a small sickness? You're just coughing or a headache. Does that allow you to break your fast in Ramadan? You have just you have some sneezing or some cold or some flu. You're allowed to break your fast? No. It is the fast that harms you. If you're going to fast and that fasting is going to harm you or increase your disease, then you're allowed to break your fast. The next issue, ikhwan fillah, we have so many issues before the questions. The person who is sick and they expect that they will get better in the future. A person is very sick, they are not able to fast this year or these 2 years or these 3 years, then they are allowed to break their fast and eat, but when they get better, they must pay their fast. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِّنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. Whoever amongst you is sick or is traveling, then they pay other days. This verse is very clear, It does not say the period of sickness. You can be sick for a day or 2 days or 3 days or 5 years, 10 years. As long as you get better eventually, or you're going to get better, you must pay those days, regardless of the number of years that you're sick. So someone is sick 5 years, 10 years, they have not fasted, the siyam is still obligatory upon them. They can't say we are feeding now. The obligation is still upon them because that's a sickness that they recover from. The opposite is a person who is very sick, a sickness that they do not expect to recover from. Such a person, they feed every day a poor person 1.5 kgs of the staple food. A person who is very sick, terminal sickness. Someone has leukemia, for example, has cancer that prevents them from fasting, that is progressive, or has a disease that's really progressive, and it's a terminal sickness. The doctors say you have X number of years to live. Such a person, they're allowed to feed. But not all terminal diseases are the same. We have some diseases that have appeared, like these STDs and this AIDS and so on and so forth. 20 years ago, it was very terminal. But with the progress of medical, you find people who have AIDS living for 20, 30, 40 years. Such a person should still fast if they're able to fast. They cannot say that is a terminal disease. Yes, it's a terminal disease, but you're going to live or outlive many of us. You're going to outlive many of us, probably. So that does not qualify. The terminal diseases are the diseases they told you have 2 years to live, 3 years to live, or something of that sort. And fasting is very difficult for you. If a person who is sick decides to fast, is the fast accepted? Easiest question. Someone is very sick, but they want to fast, and they fast. Is their fast accepted? Easy question. That's a question for babies. Yes, their fast is accepted, even if they force themselves. What if they get well during the day? Do they continue with their fast, or they're allowed to break their fast if they wish? They must continue with their fast. They no longer have that reason that allows them to break their fast. A person who is sick can decide to fast. Then 3 hours, 4 hours later, says it's too difficult for me, I'm not able to. Then he can break a fast, no harm. But if they are sick and they get well during the day, they must continue finishing their fast unless there's another reason whereby their life becomes threatened because of another reason, maybe extreme thirst or something of that sort. The next issue, that we get is the person who is sick. We have finished all the issues. So if a person gets well during the day, a person who was sick, they were not eating, they were not fasting, then they get well during the day. The two groups we mentioned before, some of the scholars, they say the remainder of the day they should not eat or drink. But this is not the correct opinion. The opinion of Imam Malik and Imam Shafi'i, they say there's no benefit to prohibit that person from not eating or drinking. It does not benefit. It does not count as a Ramadan, neither does it bring any other benefit. So they can eat and drink, but not openly or publicly. The next issue, is the person who's allowed to break their fast is also the traveler. يجوز للمسافر أن يفطر وذلك باتفاق المذاهب الفقهية الأربعة. It is allowed for the traveler to break his fast, and this is the opinion of the four madhabs: the Hanafiya, the Malikiya, the Shafi'iyya, and the Hanabila. The Hanafiya, the Malikiya, the Shafi'iyya, and the Hanabila. Question: why do the books of fiqh keep these names in this order? They started with Hanafiya, Malikiya, Shafi'iyya, Hanabila. Why do they keep it in this order?
Because Hanafiya came first, and then Malik was next, and then Shafi'i was next, and then Muhammad was last.
Excellent. Because of the years of their deaths. Imam Abu Hanifa died first, then Shafi'i, then Malik, then Shafi'i, and then Ahmed. We have, mashallah, very many people in the mosque. We'll give a present, inshallah. I'll give you one of my books, inshallah. Who knows the years that these imams passed away? The years that these four great imams of fiqh, they passed away. Muhammad is laughing, I can see him laughing. Who knows? They get a present, inshallah. The years of these four imams when they passed away. Are you sure? If you get wrong, you bring a book.
Yeah,
Who knows? Let's memorize together. Let's memorize together. And don't forget after today. طيب, it's very important to memorize al-wafayat, the deaths of scholars. Imam Abu Hanifa, he passed away in the year 150 of the Hijri calendar. The year 150 of the Hijri calendar. The year 150 of the Hijri calendar. Are we together? This is the same year for benefit that Imam Shafi'i was born in Gaza. Imam Shafi'i was born in Gaza. So Imam Abu Hanifa, Nu'man bin Thabit passed away in the year 150 of the Hijri calendar. طيب. Imam Malik ibn Anas, the Imam of Medina, passed away in the year 179 of the Hijri calendar. The year 179. So there's a difference of 29 years between 150 and 179. He died in the year 179. طيب. Can see people are memorizing. طيب. The next Imam is Imam Shafi'i, Imam Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i rahimahullah. He passed away in the year 204 of the Hijri calendar. 204. How old was Imam Shafi'i when he passed away? Just for benefit? No, 63 was the Prophet, Abu Bakr, Umar, Aisha, and others. How old was he? He was 54. He was born 150 and he passed away 204. He was 54. So Imam Shafi'i, Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i, passed away in the year 204 of the Hijri calendar. طيب. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal al-Shaybani, rahimahullah, he passed away in the year 241 of the Hijri calendar. 241 of the Hijri calendar. So this is how the scholars, they arrange the names. Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal al-Shaybani. طيب. Which year did Imam Malik pass away? Who can say all four? Who is ready for the test? طيب, let me start with you. You ready? طيب, Bismillah. And I'm going to trick you. Which year did Imam Ahmad pass away? Don't cheat. Man ghasha falaysa minna. 241. No, he gave answers. The answers been flown around. 241. Imam Abu Hanifa? 179. Wrong. Next one. Right hand. Bismillah. You ready? Imam Shafi'i. He dead. Which year? 5, 4, 3, 204. Imam Ahmad? 5, 4, 241. Imam Shafi'i? Imam Ahmad? Imam Malik? Imam Shafi'i? Imam Bukhari? He's copying. No, don't accuse him of things you're not aware. Imam Abu Hanifa? Are you copying really? You can't be copying in a mosque. No way. Who else? Who else can do it? Last person. Then you go to the people on the right. Imam Shafi'i. Imam Ahmed. Imam Malik. Imam Abu Hanifa. Imam Malik. Imam Ahmed. Imam Bukhari. طيب, last one. Imam Shafi'i. Imam Ahmed. Imam Abu Hanifa. Imam Malik. طيب, these are the four great imams of the madhab. So, you're allowed as a Muslim to break your fast because of travel. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. The next issue, is what is the ruling of a person who is traveling and the travel is not difficult for them? Should they fast or should they break their fast? Which one is better? Should they break their fast or should they fast? Understood the issue. You're traveling from Mombasa in the month of Ramadan. You're allowed to break your fast. But which one is better? To eat or to fast? Type. This is an opinion, an issue the scholars have differed upon. The first opinion, they say, the majority of the scholars, as-sawmu afdalullah, fasting is better for them, and this is the madhab of the Hanafiya, the Malikiya, and the Shafi'iyya. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, and fast is better for you if you knew it. The second opinion is the opinion of the Shafi'iyya, of the Hanabila. The Prophet ﷺ says, لَيْسَ مِنَ الْبِرِّ الصَّوْمُ فِي السَّفَرِ. It is not from piety to fast when traveling. So the scholars have differed based on these two hadiths. But the correct opinion, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best, is that goes back to the state of the person. A particular person, it will be best for them to fast, and another person, it will be best for them to break their fast. So it goes back to the particular person. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. What is the ruling of a person who travels and they wants to fast, but that fast is very difficult for them? They're insisting on fasting, but there's travel, and that travel is difficult, and the fast will be difficult for them. What is the ruling for them? He's allowed to fast, but it's preferred for him to break his fast and to pay it later. Some people find it difficult to pay it later. It's difficult to be alone to do an act of worship. You rather have a group of people that you associate with. So some people find that difficult. But it's best for you not to keep yourself in a state that will harm yourself or destroy yourself. What about the person who is a pilot or the truck driver? Every single day they're on the road with a trailer, or they're flying every day, including the month of Ramadan. What should they do? They should fast. Why is they're allowed, based on the ayah, on the verse, they're allowed to break their fast? Why are you forcing them to fast? It's constantly on the road. They're allowed to break their fast, but they should find a period where they will pay back that fast. They should find a period in their lives. They will take 21 days off, maybe if they follow the contracts of our country, or whatever period. They'll have to find a day. I don't think they'll be traveling constantly for the next 10, 20 years. Even if their sum continues to pile up, they still have to pay. They still have to pay. Type. The next issue, is the person who breaks his fast as a traveler. Of course, they have to pay it later, the number of days they have missed. The mistake that people do is the issue of the airport. The day of Umrah, you're going to the airport. Your flight is at, let's say, 12 p.m., noon, or 1 p.m. So that day they take the breakfast. The day of Ramadan. They have put on the ihram, or they have worn normal clothes. They go to the airport. Then the flight is cancelled. Are you together? So they have missed a day of Ramadan, and they had no reason to miss that day, honestly. The scholars, they say, one of the rules, they say, Al-hukmu yaduru ma'illatihi wujudan wa adama. Every ruling in Islam that has a reason, that reason has to be present for that ruling to be present. That reason has to be present for that ruling to be present. So the reason of you breaking your fast is travel. That travel has to be there. And travel does not start when you started the travel, is when you have left the area that is considered your residence. Whatever is considered the area of residence, be it, some scholars say 80 kilometers, you have come out of your residence at a distance of 80 kilometers, you're no longer a resident, now you're a traveler. So you have to ensure, that you have started traveling for you to start breaking your fast, for you to start shortening your prayers. It's easy, if you shorten your prayers. For example, you are living at the time of Dhuhr. Then you pray Dhuhr 4 rak'ah, then you pray Asr 2 rak'ah. You go to the airport, you're told the flight is cancelled. You come back home, you pray Asr, of course, 4 rak'ah. You have no reason. That 2 rak'ah did not count, honestly. You're not a traveler for you to pray that too. So if you make this mistake with Salah, it's easy to pay back. But if you eat, how are you going to pay back? You're going to start your fast from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. You're going to compensate 4 hours behind you and 4 hours in front. It does not work. It does not work like that. Type. إذا سافر أثناء النهار رمضان, when a person travels during the day of Ramadan, وخرج من بلده. You see this condition, he says, and they have left their residence, their area of residence, فله أن يفطر. Then they are allowed to break their fast. If a traveler, you have come from travel, you have gone for Umrah also. You have reached Nairobi at 12 p.m. You are a traveler, you ate the food in the plane, they had good breakfast, you're in business class, you don't want to leave that meal. For whatever reason, you broke your fast, you're a traveler, you're allowed to break your fast. You reach Nairobi at 12 p.m. You're no longer a traveler. You're now a resident. What are you supposed to do the remainder of the day? You have 7 hours or so to the time of iftar. One group of scholars, the Hanabila and the Hanafiya, they say, the Hanafiya and the Hanabila, Abu Hanifa came before Ahmed, so the Hanafiya and the Hanabila, they say, يجب عليك إمساك بقية اليوم. You have to not eat the remainder of the day to respect the month of Ramadan. But the strong opinion is the madhab we follow in Kenya, the madhab of Imam Malik and Imam Shafi'i. We follow the madhab of Imam Shafi'i. So the madhab of Imam Malik and Imam Shafi'i says, there's no benefit for you not to eat the remainder of the day. You can continue. You're a person who broke his fast for a valid reason, so you can continue the day with a broken fast. Then you pay that days or the days you've missed because you were traveling. Remember, if you have any questions, you can just send to my number. I'm seeing a number of questions coming. Type. Some people, Ikhwani fillah, they get sometimes shy to break their fast because they traveled in such a comfortable means. You travel from here to where? To Mombasa, 45 minutes. Are you allowed to break your fast? It's just 45, 50 minutes. Yes, you're allowed to break your fast regardless of the nature of your travel. So it's your wish. If you want to break your fast, you break your fast. If you want to fast, you fast. There's no harm for you. It doesn't matter because of the ease of the safar that you had or the form of traveling that you had, that affects your decision. Whatever decision you make, it's up to you. You're the person who is in charge of you. You're in charge of you. Type. What is the ruling of an old man or an old woman who are not able to fast? It is allowed for an old woman or an old man who are not able to fast that they feed every day a poor person 1.5 kgs. So they break their fast, but they have to pay 1.5 kgs, the old men and the old women who are not able to fast. Because now, if they're not able to pay, that's another issue we'll discuss inshallah. But they're supposed to pay 1.5 kgs. So how much does that come to in Ramadan? 45 kgs. What food are they supposed to give out to the miskin? The staple food. The staple food. What is staple food example? Rice, flour, barley, millet, sorghum, spaghetti. All this is dates. All these are staple foods. You can give it once or you can give it in bricks. Questions come after class, inshallah. No problem, we'll ask. Type. The next issue, Qanifillah, is the issue of, we said they feed how much? 1.5 kgs every day. That's a sa'. Half a sa'. Type. The lady who is pregnant or she's breastfeeding, she has two states. Either when she's breastfeeding or when she's pregnant, she's afraid for herself or she's afraid for her baby. Both of this is the same, honestly. Regardless of her being afraid for herself or her baby, she's allowed to break her fast and to pay it later. And the only thing she pays back is the days that she has missed. Some scholars, they say that this lady who was pregnant or who was breastfeeding, if she breaks her fast, she must pay that day and also feed a poor person. But this is contradictory to the laws of fiqh that we have. You cannot have al-badal wal-mubdal minhu in one ruling. You cannot have fasting, it's either one or the other. You cannot have fasting and feeding. It's either one or the other, it's not both. You can't have wudu and tayammum. It's either wudu or tayammum. You can't have something that is the alternative and you combine both. So the woman who is pregnant or is breastfeeding, she's afraid for herself that she might get harmed or she might die, or her blood will go down or something, or her child that she's breastfeeding or in her womb will get harmed. Then she can break her fast and she pays later. What about the lady who every single year she is pregnant and she gives birth every year? She can break her fast, but she has to pay. Similar to the truck driver who is constantly on the road. Similar to the sick person who has been sick for the last 3, 5, 7 years. فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. Pay it later, regardless of the number of days. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not restrict and say its maximum is of qada is 30 days or 60 days. فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. طيب. The Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام, he says, إن الله تبارك وتعالى وضع عن المسافر شطر الصلاة وعن الحامل والمرضع الصوم أو الصيام. هذا حديث رواه الترمذي والنسائي وابن ماجه وأحمد وهو حديث حسن صحيح. So the lady who's pregnant was breastfeeding, she just has to pay the day she's missed of Ramadan, regardless of her fearing for herself or for her child. The person who was very difficult form of employment, a person who works in construction, for example, maybe in Dubai or in Qatar, or a person who is in the petroleum or the mining, or an industry that's very difficult, that is very physically intensive, or working in the Sahara, or he's a footballer, or he's in a marathon, whatever, anything that is that has a lot of exhaustion. Is that person allowed to break their fast? Understood the question? You have the Nairobi marathon in Ramadan, this much. Running a marathon is how many kilometers? About 42 or so. Are you allowed to break your fast because you're running a marathon? Is there a reason that you're allowed to break your fast? Who says yes? Who says no? Yes. Is there a sickness there? Or is there travel there? No. So they are not allowed to break their fast. Unless they reach a situation in their work that now it becomes an issue of life and death, then they can break their fast therein. Not because of the nature of the work, because of the state they are in. They're in a state where if they don't eat or drink, it will be their death. Are you together? So the work itself is not a reason for you to break your fast. But if you reach a state, you are working in Qatar, building the World Cup stadiums, for example, they are saying, the heat is intense, you work, even Ramadan. But you reach a state where you cannot, you fear for your life. Therein you're allowed to drink and eat. بِقَدْرِ الْحَاجَةِ. Just what is sufficient to bring back your soul. You finish that day, although that day has already gone, then you pay it back. But it's not for you working a difficult job. You say, I work a difficult job, I'm a doctor, or I'm a teacher, or I have exams. Some people have told me I have exams, you can't fast. The exam of Akhirah is greater time. So the issue is, if you fear for your life, you can break your fast. That there's no difference of opinion for that, whatever reason it is. Hukmu al-mustakrih. Type, if you are forcefully fed, or you're forcefully given drink, what is the ruling? A person comes to force you, like what has happened to our brothers in Guantanamo, or I don't know about Guantanamo, I know about Xinjiang in China, the Uyghur. The Uyghurs were taken to re-education camps and forcefully fed, yet they were fasting. What happens to their sawm? Regardless of how much they drink or how much they are forcefully fed, their fasting is sahih and they don't need to repeat that day. Even if they are forcefully fed, whereby they are given the drink or the food, or they have a threat to their life, then they themselves take the cup. Regardless, either they are fed or they feed themselves because of the nature of being forced, then they have no sum to pay. That day is okay. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, إِلَّا مَنْ أُكْرِهَ وَقَلْبُهُ مُطْمَئِنٌ بِالْإِيمَانِ. Except the one who is forced into disbelief, but their heart is content with Iman. This issue of ikrah, being forced to do something, has boundaries. As long as that harm does not go to the other person, then you're okay. If you're told, or you've kept in a forceful situation whereby you're told, insult Allah, insult the Prophet, do something to the Quran, eat anything of kufr that we have mentioned in the verse, or something else regarding your ibadah, like eating food or something, there's no harm to you. However, if you're told, kill someone, or I kill you, what do? You can't kill that person, because that person has the same right to live like you. Are you together? What if you're told, kill that person or we kill this 10? Huh? I told, kill that person or we kill this 10. What do you do? If you don't kill that person, I'm going to kill this 10. Or I'm going to kill 10 of your family. You're not allowed to kill. Let him do whatever he's going to do. How sure are you after you kill that person that he's not going to kill the 10? Are you sure? You can kill that person and yet he kills these other people. Type. If you're told to commit an act of zina or rape, even if you're forced, boss, do whatever you want to me, I'm not going to do it. Because that is something that is going to harm another person, you're not allowed. But if it's harming you, you're allowed. This is just for benefit with the issue of al-ikrah. Type. And the final issue, Khanifillah, is the person who is in the jihad fi sabilillah. When you're in the jihad, you're allowed either to fast or to break your fast. It depends on your situation. Sometimes it's better for you to break your fast so you can get strength to fight the enemy. And sometimes you can see there's not much fighting and you continue your fast. But if the commander of the army commands all of you to break your fast, then you must break your fast. And this does not fall into the issue of obeying the creation in disobeying Allah Azza wa Jal. It does not enter to this issue. Because that commander has every right to manage the issue of the war and the battle. And if he sees that the maslahah is for you Muslims to break your fast because we're going to war, we're going to fight, then you must all break your fast. In the next issue, Fillah, we shall talk about the issues or the things that break your fast. If you give out blood, does that break your fast? You go donate blood. If you cup, you do hijama, does that break your fast? If you take an injection, you have gone to the hospital, they've given you an injection for antibiotics, does that break your fast? They've given you an injection for insulin, does that break your fast? They've given you nebulization, oxygen, or some medicine for you to open your airways, does that break your fast? We shall look at the issues that break your fast in the month of Ramadan. The questions we have been asked to Qanifillah: what is the ruling on fasting while traveling and shortening prayers? We have said, do not break your fast until you become a traveler. The scholars, majority of the scholars, they say that if you go to a place and you intend to stay for 4 days or more, you're no longer a traveler. The opinion of the majority of the scholars, they say, if you go to a place and you intend or you want to stay for 4 days or more, you're no longer a traveler. You have to pray and act like a resident. So you go to Dubai, for example, you travel from here to Dubai, or you travel from here to Umrah. Umrah is 10 days. That's usually what the days they give us in Nairobi. So they say you're no longer a traveler, you're a resident. You have to fast when you go, when you reach Mecca, you have to fast. Only the period of traveling you can break your fast. The period of traveling you can reduce your prayers. But once you reach Mecca, you have to act like a resident. This is the opinion of the vast majority of scholars. But the correct opinion, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best, is as long as you are known as a traveler in our local, we agree that is a traveler, you're still a musafir, then the rulings of musafir still apply to you. You have gone to Dubai, for example, for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 7 days, and you're all over the place as a traveler. This is I'm saying it's the opinion of the minority, very small minority, whereby you are allowed to take the rulings over musafir. The evidence for this is the Prophet ﷺ, he went to the Battle of Tabuk for 17 days. He went to the Battle of Tabuk for 17 days and he was shortening his prayers. 17 days is more than the 4 days mentioned by the majority of the scholars. We shall take this issue more when you're talking about the book of Salah, inshallah. She's asking, why is the sajda tilawa in Surah Sad not performed? The number of sajda, there are verses, ikhwani fillah, in the Quran, the scholars they say about 15, that you're supposed to perform sujood at-tilawa. When you reach that particular verse, you perform sujood. If you wish, it's allowed. However, then a number of them, they're not agreed upon. Amongst the ones that are not agreed upon is the one for Surah Sad. That's the answer. طيب, Assalamu alaikum. The traveler should start eating when they're out of town, when they already confirmed that they have started the travel. Is it a must to change the name of a person who is newly converted to Islam? No, it's not a must to change the name of a new revert to Islam unless their name is going against Islam or has a bad meaning. Are you together? If someone has a name of a deity, they're called Krishna, for example, or they're called Buddha, or any deities that are worshipped other than Allah Azza wa Jal, or their name is Abdul something, Abdul al-Masih. The Christians, the Arab Christians, you find them, they have Abdul Masih, the slave of the Messiah. Such names must be changed. So any names that conflict with Islam, or any names that have a bad meaning, or a meaning also, the third category is the meaning of a person who is a name that has a lot of praise. Allah says, وَلَا تُزَكُّوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Do not give that, a name that is showing that you have a high standing with Allah Azza wa Jal. That your name is a name that will give you arrogance or something of that sort. Such names also have to be changed. Such names also have to be changed. When giving out staple food, can it be cooked or can it be raw? It can be both, whichever you prefer. So if you're a person who is going to give fidya, you can call every day, you can feed a person iftar in your house, no problem. You can feed one person, a poor person, you can feed them in your house every day to their field, and they can carry whatever remains to reach the 1.5 kgs, Allah alam. So they can eat food that is cooked, or you can combine all of them one day, maybe on the last day of Ramadan, and you feed 30 people, that's also okay. Or you can give one family 45 kgs of rice or something, but it has to be staple food. So if you give out meat or vegetables, that's just extras that you're given. Now, you can fast. If someone is traveling 10, 16 hours and they want to fast, they can fast. But of course, they'll have to break the fast in the place where the sunset reaches them, be it on the plane or in the place that they're going to. So they have to follow the sunset place of where they are to break their fast. He's asking about paper money, dinar and dirham. Which one is the real money? All of them are counted as money. All of them are money. But if this paper money before used to be based on, they used to have like the dollar, they used to have a matching deposit in gold. But they stopped that. So this paper money is going to be, eventually it's going to end. But it's an issue of fiqh, this is more issue of finance. So if you're a rich person, it's best for you to always keep some of your hard-earned money in either gold or silver or platinum or something that has actual value. Paper money will lose value. You've seen the economy of Venezuela, Argentina, Zimbabwe, and many other countries where the inflation is spiraling out of control because this paper has no value. No. Who else was asking? No, they don't have to be consecutive. You can, the days that you've missed, if you want to pay, you can pay back at your own pace. So I know some sisters, they were pregnant for a number of years, so they had like 90 days, 110 days of Ramadan that they have to pay. So they're just fasting Mondays and Thursdays, with the intention of obligatory Sawm and also the intention of getting the reward that it's a Monday and a Thursday, and they manage to repay all their fasts on that day, or in that manner. Because we have maybe 48 to 50 weeks in a year, Islamic year. So if you remove 4 weeks of Ramadan, you have about 45, 46 weeks. So if 45 weeks, you fast 2 days every week, you'll fast 90 days. So 90 days, it reduces your fast. So some people, you can break like that. You've done something wrong. You should try to your best of your ability to pay your fasting before the next Ramadan reaches. If the time of sunset has reached and you have nothing to break, We mentioned this in the first class. You can break with your intention. You can say, oh Allah, I have broken my fast. And our brothers and our sisters in Gaza right now, also our brothers in Sudan, what they're going through, most of them will have no food this Ramadan. They will be breaking their fast with intention. They will not have any water or drink to break their fast. It's a very good question. You have a relative or a friend that they had some days of Ramadan they did not fast and they died. So the Prophet ﷺ was asked by a lady, what do I do? Prophet ﷺ, he says, Daynullahi ahaqqu bil qada. That the right of Allah, the debt of Allah is more worthy to pay. So, sumu anha. Sumi anha. The Prophet ﷺ, the lady was told, fast for your relative or your mother, I think it was the mother, fast for her. So you can fast for that relative or that friend that passed away, and you know for sure that they had some days that they had not fasted. Now, it's a good question. He's asking about a person who's passed away, for example, who, let's say the mother. Your mother has passed away. Then they have some days of Ramadan that they ought to have paid. Do you pay fidya for them or do you fast for them? My opinion, Ikhwan Fillah, will be that we look at that state of the lady when she died. Was she a person who was able to fast those days? Then you fast for her those days. Was she a person unable to fast those days? She was a person who could give fidya. Then you give fidya. So it depends on the state of the person when they died. Is that okay?
It's okay, but there's no option. It's one of them.
Yes. You can fast for them. Unless it's difficult for you or you find it troublesome, then you can feed. But it's best to follow the state of the person. If the person owed Ramadan 5 days, 10 days, or a whole month, fast for them. If they're able to fast and they died, they were able to fast, they had that intention to fast, then fast for them. But they were not able to fast, they were old, for example. They were paying fidya, or they were paying fidya or something. Or they were very sick or something, then you pay fidya. Now, last final 2 questions. Now, Muhammad, if they are not able to fast and they're not able to pay the fidya, then that obligation falls on them. They actually end up in a situation where they're the ones who will be getting food, or they'll be getting the fidya food, because they'll fall in the category of masakin and fuqara. So they will not have that obligation. Last question. You can when it comes to Mondays and Thursdays and the Ayamul Bid, you can combine, you can have more than one niyyah. You can have more than one intention. So you can have the intention of fasting on Monday, and you can also have the intention of fasting an obligatory fast that you missed. So those are days you can combine. Like Arafah, you cannot combine. Arafah has a specific reason, it's the day of Arafah. So you cannot fast Arafah and paying an obligation. You cannot fast Ashura and paying an obligation. But the first 8 days, day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of Dhul Hijjah, you can combine intentions. You can fast because it's the blessed days of Dhul Hijjah, and you can also fast with the intention that you're paying the obligatory fast. Is that understood? You must have the intention of obligation. It's not a must for the sunnah, but you're a smart person if you combine both intentions. It's like when you enter the mosque for Fajr. The best salah, one of the best salahs is the 2 sunnah or the 2 before Fajr. But you can combine that intention of Sunnat al-Fajr and also with Tahiyyat al-Masjid. You can get the ajr of Sunnah al-Fajr and Tahiyyat al-Masjid. Understood? But the better, I know you're smiling, the better is to pray the Sunnah al-Fajr in your house. That's even best. But now these days, mashallah, it comes the situation, one of the sheikhs was asked in Algeria, what do I do? If I insist on praying the Sunnah in the house after the adhan, then I reach the mosque, I'll find myself in the 3rd or 4th saf. Even in Nairobi, many mosques in Nairobi, you can come, even Masjid Salam, you come sometimes, you find people are already here at 4:30, 4:40, 4:50. Isli, you got some mosques, 3 o'clock, 3:30, people have started filling the mosque. So what do you do in such a situation? Go research that. As we are welcoming the month of Ramadan, we are continuing our lecture series regarding the book of Siyam. Inshallah, tonight will be the last lecture in the month of Sha'ban. Day after, in the month of Ramadan, every Saturday after Asr, we shall be continuing, inshallah. Every Saturday after Asr, we shall be continuing in the month of Ramadan until we finish the entire book of Siyam. You can always refer to the videos from Ilm TV. طيب. The issue we're taking today, Ikhwani Fillah, is regarding the things that invalidate your fast. There are three things, Ikhwani Fillah, in general speaking, that invalidate your fast: eating, drinking, and having intercourse. Those three things, they break your fast. Type. If someone eats food or drinks, then their sawm becomes invalid. They have to repay back that day. They have to repay back that day. There's no khilaf amongst the Muslims regarding this. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَكُمُ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ إِلَى الْفَجْرِ من الفجر ثم أتم الصيام إلى الليل. The second issue, Ikhwani Fillah, what is the punishment of the person who eats or drinks intentionally during the day of Ramadan? Such a person, Ikhwani Fillah, has committed a major sin because he has neglected a pillar of Islam intentionally. And such a person, Ikhwani Fillah, has to repay back that day. They have to pay back the day that they have fasted. We are taking so many issues today, so we shall continue. And this person, Ikhwani Fillah, who eats and drinks, he has broken his fast. That day he must repay. But is he allowed, after he's broken his fast, that he can do whatever he wants during the day of Ramadan? He has eaten intentionally, he has drunk intentionally, he has no fast for that day. Is he allowed therein to do whatever he wants? He can go to his wife, for example, or he can eat as much as he wants, because that day is gone. He's not allowed. He must keep away from everything that is forbidden for him the remainder of the day. He must repent and never to go back to that sin. That's why the scholars, they say, from amongst the acts of ibadah that shows the greatest ikhlas is that of the siyam. Fasting is between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. No one knows what has happened during your fast except you and Allah Azza wa Jal. So if you're hiding in those kibandas and taking your madondos and your chapatis, it's you and Allah Azza wa Jal who knows. And you shall be held accountable for that. Taib. If someone eats or drinks accidentally, they forget. Especially the first few days of Ramadan, you find you take a bottle of water or a glass of water, then I'm fasting. Taib. You have drunk that water, be it a liter or half a liter or a third of a liter. What happens to your fast? Nothing happens to your fast. Your fast is okay. But you have to stop immediately. You remember, do not continue drinking. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he says, the Prophet ﷺ says, مَنْ نَسِيَ وَهُوَ صَائِمٌ, whoever forgets and they're fasting, فَأَكَلَ أَوْ شَرِبْ, and they eat or drink, فَلْيُتِمَّ صَوْمَهُ, then they should complete their fast. فَإِنَّمَا أَطْعَمَهُ اللَّهُ وَسَقَاهُ, it's Allah who has given him food and drink. Taib. Some people make a funny interpretation of this hadith. They say, فَإِنَّمَا أَطْعَمَهُ اللَّهُ وَسَقَاهُ, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has fed this person and given him drink. So they say, based on this, if you see your brother and your sister drinking water or eating food, Allah has given him drink and food, you should not stop them. Is that logic okay? Who agrees with that logic? No, it's not okay. If you see your brother and your sister, they have forgotten and they start eating during the day of Ramadan, you're obligated to tell them, it's Ramadan, what are you doing? Then they have to stop immediately. Taib. If you swallow your saliva, does that break your fast? Swallowing your saliva does not break your fast. But there's something strange here the scholar said. He says, as long as the saliva is within your mouth. If the saliva comes out of your mouth, something disgusting, I don't know how that will work. If the saliva comes out of your mouth, then you bring it back inside, then that khalas, it's gone to a plate or a cup or something. If you swallow that breaks your fast. But if it's within your mouth, then you swallow it, that does not break your fast. Type. We have so many issues. What if you have something left in your tooth? Suhoor, you ate, I don't know, meat or something. Some things are left on your tooth. You didn't use the dental floss, or you didn't use the toothpick. Then at the time of Fajr, you feel some meat there. You remove it with your tongue. What are you supposed to do with that? You're supposed to spit it out. If you swallow it, you've broken your fast. Because that is still considered to be food. Understood? The next issue, ikhwan fillah, if someone swallows something that is not generally eaten, someone swallows a coin intentionally, or string, or charcoal, or anything, or metal, or leaf. If you swallow, even if it is not something that is known as food, it still breaks your fast. It still breaks your fast, and this is the opinion of the 4 madhabs. This is the opinion of the 4 madhabs. So if you swallow a coin intentionally, or a string, or anything of that sort, if you have some weird habits, some people have some weird habits, all that breaks your fast. Type, if you smoke cigarette or shisha, that also breaks your fast. This is, alhamdulillah, most of you know this. Type, if you break your fast thinking that the sun had set, you are sure that the sun had set, then it becomes clear to you that the sun had not set. Have you understood? It's a cloudy day. Over here, alhamdulillah, we have clocks and you can tell the time. But as we said previously, ikhwan fillah, don't take this ni'mah for granted. You can find yourself one day in a prison, or in a dungeon, or in the desert, or lost in a forest somewhere, and you have to know the rulings. So you look at the clouds, there's no sun. You think it has set. Then you break your fast. Then the sun comes out. You were seeking the truth, but you did not get it. So you broke your fast before the time of sunset. What happens to your fast? Now, رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا إِن نَسِينَا وَأَخْطَأْنَا. Oh Allah, do not hold us to account if we forget or if we make a mistake. So if you have sought the truth and you fail to get the truth, there's no harm on you. You continue with your fast. And this happened to the Sahaba, as narrated by Asma bint Abi Bakr. One day they thought it has set, and they broke their fast. Thereafter, the sun came out. It was still day. So they continued their fast, and the Prophet ﷺ did not command them to repeat that day. But if you do it, ikhwan fillah, out of ignorance or out of doubt, then you have to repeat that day. You have to repeat that day. You as a Muslim have to work closely to certainty. You have to be very certain that you have broken your fast. But this does not mean you go to the extreme whereby, like the timetables they do, they add 10 minutes or 15 minutes to iftar, or reduce 15 minutes and 10 minutes to suhoor. All this is illegal. Follow the adhan. The adhan of Fajr is right now 5. What time is the adhan of Fajr now? 5:25. So it's 5:25. Tomorrow it will be 5:24, 5:23. Then the shocking surprise, you look at the timetable of Ramadan, it tells you 5:05 iftar. You're like, yesterday the adhan was 5:25, 5:24, and today the fast of Ramadan, the timetable tells me 5:05. No. Follow the adhan. The same thing with Maghrib. The adhan of Maghrib right now is what? 6:49 or 6:48? About 6:48. Then you see the timetable tomorrow, when it comes out, you see it's written Iftar Nairobi 6:55. They keep an allowance, and that is going against the sunnah of Prophet ﷺ. The Prophet ﷺ commanded us to delay the suhoor and to rush to do the iftar. Taib. We have so many issues. What if someone takes the suhoor after the time of Fajr accidentally? You wake up, you look at your clock, and you think, it's 5, and you take something. Then later on, maybe your clock was wrong. You had not set your time. Now, you continue. Based on the verse in Surah Al-Baqarah, رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا إِن نَسِينَا أَوْ أَخْطَأْنَا. As long as you did not do it intentionally, you've made a mistake. It's a valid mistake. But you can't tell us you're seeing the sun, then you're eating your suhoor at that time. That does not make any sense. Type. So these are the issues regarding food and drink. So food and drink, ikhwan fillah, it invalidates your fast. It invalidates your fast. The next issue, ikhwan fillah, is regards to sexual relations during the day of Ramadan. Whoever has sex with a spouse during the day of Ramadan intentionally, they have invalidated their fast. They have to repay that day, and they have to pay a penalty. Whoever who is intimate with the wife during the day of Ramadan, that sum is invalid. They have to repay that day and they have to pay the penalty. What is the penalty? Number one, you have to free a slave. You're not able to free a slave, you have to fast 2 months consecutively. You're not able to fast. Why are you not able to fast? Some people will say we're not able to fast, it's difficult. No, difficult is not an issue. Able to fast medically, you're not able to fast. You're not able to fast Ramadan actually or something, 2 months, no, you fast. If you're not able to fast those 2 months, which is 60 days, consecutive. If you fast 55 days and you break, you have to restart from the beginning. So it has to be 60 days consecutive. But if there's a break related that is allowed by the Sharia, like for Eid, that you're not allowed to fast, or for your periods, if you're a lady, then you can continue. That is not considered a break. But if you just take a break out of yourself, you have to continue. So 2 months consecutive. Free slaves. Where can you free slaves right now in the world? There are no slaves right now in the world. So whoever is intimate with the wife during the day of Ramadan, they have to fast how many months? 2 months, which is 60 days. They're not able to fast 60 days for a very valid reason. They have to come to us, to the scholars or the students of knowledge, the Qada, we give them. We should not leave this to the people because people will take advantage. Then you can feed 60 people. You can feed 60 people. How much do you feed? The standard, which is 1.5 kgs every day. Type. This is based on that man who came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, "Oh Prophet, I have been destroyed." He says, "What happened?" He said, "I slept with my wife during the day of Ramadan." He says, "Do you have a slave to free?" He says, "I don't have a slave to free." "Can you fast 2 months?" He says, "I'm very old, I cannot fast 2 months." "Do you have food to give 60 people?" He says, "I'm the poorest person in Medina." So the Prophet ﷺ gives him food and he says, "Oh Prophet, where do I do this food? I give to the poor, there's no one poorer than me." So he ends up getting the food, and the Prophet ﷺ laughed at such a situation. So it is in that order. You have to pay back that 1 day that you have had intimacy, and you have to pay the 2 months. This also applies to the people who play games. There are some people who set out for travel just for, you can't wait for a few hours. Your shahawat is so great like that. Your desires are so great. So you have set out for a few hours so that you can do haram, what has been made haram, halal for you by using a deception. Therein will also punish you with the same way by making you fast for 2 months consecutive. One of the leaders of Andalus, Abdurrahman al-Thani. Andalus, Muslim Spain and Portugal had 3 leaders. Abdurrahman al-Dakhil, Abdurrahman al-Awsat, and Abdurrahman al-Nasir. So Abdurrahman al-Thani, he was intimate with one of his concubines during the month of Ramadan, Malakat al-Ayman. For him it's easy to free a slave. He has thousands and thousands of slaves. So the scholar Yahya ibn Yahya al-Laythi, he looked at the situation and said, "No, I'm not going to allow you to free a slave because tomorrow you'll repeat the same thing. You will not learn the lesson that's required to learn. So I will not allow you to free a slave. You have to fast 2 months." Our scholars are telling me, "Sheikh, the ayah has come, or the hadith says, free slave or thereafter." No, it's free slave then thereafter. It's not or. Free slave thereafter. 2 months fasting. If you're not able to, thereafter, 60 days, 60 people you feed. Why are you refusing him this first option? He says, if you look at the maqsad, if you look at the objective of that punishment, it's something that you have to feel. So this leader is able to free slaves every day. He'll repeat this every day. You'll find in a month, 30 days he does his stuff, and 30 days he frees slaves. He has the capacity. So let him fast 2 months so that he can feel the pain. Type. What about the lady? Your wife, you're intimate with her. Is there any punishment on her? Or there's no punishment on her? Why? Why the same punishment? Because you're making the same mistake. Type. This hadith of this old man who came to the Prophet ﷺ, the Prophet ﷺ kept a penalty on him. He did not ask about the wife. How do you answer that? No, it was zina, it was his halal wife. It was his halal wife. The Prophet ﷺ kept all the punishment on the man. So some people assume that there's no punishment on the woman. No. A man and a woman, when it comes to Islamic rule, it's the same. You make a mistake, you're treated the same as you said. You're treated the same. So if the woman also was wanting to do the act, then she has to have the same penalty. If she was obedient, she accepted everything, then she has the same penalty. But if she was forced, or he forced himself upon her, then she has no penalty. Type. We have so many issues to take today, Ikhwan Fillah, and this is the funniest issue I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how it's possible. He says, if you have intercourse and you forget it's Ramadan, how is that possible? I don't know. How is that possible? I don't know. Allah. Type. He says, Man jama'a nasiyan fasawmu sahih. He says their fast is sahih. They don't even need to pay that day, and they don't need to pay the penalty. They don't need to pay that day, they don't need to pay the penalty. Very strange. Type. Because this is like the same ruling that we had for the eating and the drinking, the one who forgets. And this is the madhab of the Hanafiyyah and the Shafi'iyyah. Type. When it comes to this issue of intimacy, it destroys a lot of ibadah. Ramadan, it will destroy your Ramadan. You'll be punished severely. Hajj, you're not allowed even in Hajj. You'll be punished severely. Of course, Salah, no one can do it in Salah. Also, i'tikaf, وَلَا تُبَاشِرُهُنَّ وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ. So you have to be very careful with this halal that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you. It's your desires, you keep it until when it reaches the correct time. Type. If someone, Khanifillah, they have intercourse on the day of Ramadan once, what's the punishment on that day? The 2 months you mentioned, the 60 days, the freed slave, you free the slave, then you do what? 2 months fasting, then you feed 60 people. It's tartib, it's in order. So that one day, if he has intercourse 2 times or 3 times that day, or 4 times that day, for example, the punishment will be how much? Because it's one day, it will still be the same punishment of 2 months or 60 days. But if he does it another day of Ramadan, then another 2 months. And there's a Pakistani brother who asked me that question. He made that mistake. In one Ramadan, he was intimate with his wife twice in the month of Ramadan on separate days. So he had to fast 2 months consecutively and another 2 months consecutively. So he had to fast 4 months to pay for that few minutes of pleasure. Type.
So it applies twice.
No?
The punishment applies twice.
Each day is unique. So if he has on one day he's broken his fast, he has to pay that day, and he has to fast 2 months consecutive. So day 2 or day 3 he makes the same mistake, he has to pay that day, and he has to fast 2 months consecutive. Ahmed, close your ears. Ahmed, put both fingers. I don't like this issue, but I have to mention it. If someone commits this act of LGBTQ, a man with a man, I don't need to explain further, or a man with a woman in a place that is not supposed to go. There's a place that the married people, they're not supposed to go in a lady type. If someone does that, the punishment is the same as the one who has sex with his wife in the place that they're allowed to go. Are we together? I don't need to explain further. There are children in the mosque. Type. A person who goes to his wife, the place he's not allowed to go, which is the backside, has the same punishment of the one who has entered his wife on the front. So they have to pay the same penalty of 2 months or feeding 60 people. Type. What if it's a sawm that is wajib? You have sawm that is kafara or nadr, or you're paying a Ramadan that you've missed. In Shawwal, in the Hijjah, you're paying an obligatory fast. Then you get intimate with your wife during the day that you're paying that obligatory fast. You're paying back Ramadan, for example. You're like sisters, every month they have periods, 6 days, 7 days. So they're paying the 6 days, 7 days. The brother sometimes when he travels, he's sick. So he pays his fast after Ramadan. So that day that he's paying his fast, he started his date. He must complete that day because it's an obligatory fast. But if he has intimacy with his wife, what is the penalty? Is this the same penalty of 2 months or not? Who says the same penalty of 2 months? It's not the same penalty of 2 months because it's not the month of Ramadan. Ramadan has a specific respect, a specific hurma type. So we've taken the issue regarding food and drink and intimacy with the wife. The next issue, ikhwani fillah, is khuruj al-mani. If you have ejaculation coming out, that breaks your fast in some instances, and some instances it does not break your fast. The first instance that the scholars mentioned here is the issue of masturbation. Masturbation is haram according to the scholars. So if someone masturbates during the day of Ramadan and something comes out, they have definitely broken their fast for that day. They have to repay back that day, and they have done a sin. They have to repent to Allah Azza wa Jal. The second issue, they have no penalty of 2 months because it's not the same as intercourse. It's not the same as intercourse. Type. Related to this issue, if someone touches the wife or kisses the wife or hugs the wife, then something comes out. He ejaculates. Also that spoils his fast for that day, but he has no penalty to pay. You're not allowed, if you're not able to control yourself, or your body organs do not control themselves, for you to touch your wife or kiss your wife or hug your wife during the month of Ramadan. Some people have premature or whatever it's called, so they end up spoiling their fast, and that's the case. Leave your wife, come to the mosque, stay until Maghrib, then go to your wife. Type. Is there a kafara? There's no kafara. There's no penalty of 2 months for this also, because it's not the same as intercourse. Also, if you look at your halal wife or you look at haram, then it comes out. Ejaculation is the one that comes out with pressure, with some force, some ladha. It comes out with pleasure and it comes out with force. That is the ejaculation that we mean. If that one comes out because you're looking, also that spoils your fast, according to the correct opinion of the scholars. There's khilaf amongst it, but that also spoils your fast. You have to repay back that day. What if you're just thinking, then it comes out? Just imagining things and creating fantasies, it comes out. Does that spoil your fast or not? Sorry, I have to talk these issues. They're in the books of fiqh. Although there are children here, but most of us, or some of us, are going to experience such things. We have to make it clear. There's a lady, she came to the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. She says, "Oh Prophet, Inna Allah la yastahi min al-haq." Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not shy when it comes to the truth. What does a lady who has a lot of discharge do when she sees a lot of discharge? Then the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam explained to her what she was to do. These are ladies who are from noble families, Arabs with their shyness. But when it comes to the deen, there's no shyness. You have to ask anything that may affect your akhirah. Type. So there's no shyness when it comes to issues. I'm very shy also talking about it, but I have no choice except to make it clear to the people. So if you just have fantasies and it comes out, the scholar says, "Fala yuftar," it does not break your fast. So just that you have not intended for anything to come out, it just came out. That does not break your fast. Just go, you take your ghusl and you take your wudu, then you can continue praying. Type. What if you sleep during the day of Ramadan and you have a wet dream? Does that break your fast? Why? It does not break your fast, number one, because it's not something within your control. It's not something within your control. And it's also a way of knowing someone has reached what we mentioned before? Puberty. So if a child has a wet dream during the day of Ramadan, then that child has shifted from a child who is not held to account to a person who is going to be held to account. Their deeds are going to be written. So from that date, or the next day after it, fasting is obligatory upon them. They have to start fasting as the other Muslims, obligatory upon them, and all the rulings apply to them. There's so many issues we'll take today, inshallah. There is something, also a discharge that comes out, it's called al-madhi. When it comes to discharge that come out of people, we'll talk about this when we talk about in Kitab al-Tahara. There's wadi. Wadi is what comes out after you urinate. You can see sometimes some yellowness or some sticky, something, it comes out with urination. That's called wadi. That does not harm you at all, you just wash yourself. Madhi is the one that comes out because of you being in an excited state. Being in a state of excitement because of touching or looking or thinking or whatever, that does not also break your fast. You just need to wash yourself and take fresh wudu. Look at the situation also when it comes to shyness. Ali ibn Abi Talib radhiallahu anhu was married to the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Fatima. He says, "Kuntu rajulun madha." I was a man that was having a lot of this discharge that is called madhi. The discharge that comes out when the sticky one that comes out, it's not the ejaculation, the other one. I don't know what it's called in English. So he says, I was afraid to ask the Prophet ﷺ because this is something related to his daughter. I'm the husband to the daughter. So I sent Miqdad ibn al-Aswad to ask the Prophet ﷺ what to do when you have such a discharge. It's called madhi. This is a sticky substance. It just comes out because of pleasure or excitement or something like that. So you just have to clean your private parts and you take your wudu and you continue your fast. It does not harm your siyam in any bit. We have so many issues to take. Vomiting. If you vomit, does it break your fast? If you do it intentionally, it breaks your fast. If you do it intentionally, it breaks your fast. If it just comes out without your control, it does not break your fast. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, "Man istaqa'a wa huwa sa'im." Whoever seeks to vomit and they're fasting, فَعَلَيْهِ الْقَضَاء, he has to pay that day. He has to pay for that day. The next issue, we have so many. What is the ruling of a lady who menstruates or has bleeding that comes out due to giving birth or miscarriage during the day of Ramadan? Such a lady, she cannot fast that day. She cannot fast that day. That day is gone and she has to repay that day or the days thereafter that she's not fasting. So if you are a sister and you get your periods, you have to repay that day. And this is the same issue with these timetables. People don't know. These timetables cause a lot of havoc. Sometimes sisters, they get their periods like a few minutes before the adhan of iftar. Some of them cry, they break down, but there's no harm on them. They'll get the reward and they fast another day and they'll get a reward. It's not gone completely. The reward, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who's in charge of it. It's not for us to say. So when you keep your timetable 10 minutes later, you're affecting this lady with regards to that issue. Also, other issues of zakatul fitri appear. Also, if a child is born at that time, or someone dies on the last day of Ramadan, what time do you follow? The time of adhan or the time of those timetables? So these timetables, they need to fear Allah Azza wa Jal and to keep the exact time that is the adhan of Maghrib and the exact time that is the adhan of Fajr without changing anything. Without changing anything. Maybe one day we'll talk about the issues that are affected because of this small. People look at it, a tiny change, something small. Something small. Even if small urine comes out of you, it breaks your wudu. So something small can sometimes destroy a lot of things. Right? If a lady gets her periods during the day of Ramadan, is she allowed to eat? Yes, she's allowed to eat. What if the opposite? She sees the sign of purity during the day of Ramadan. Is she allowed to eat the remainder of the day? Yes, she's allowed to eat the remainder of the day because she did not, the day how it started, she had a valid reason to eat. So you cannot stop her from continuing eating. She had a valid reason. And this is the madhab of Imam Malik and Imam Shafi'i. Who can remember the years of the ulama? They passed away. Abu Hanifa. Who can remember Abu Hanifa? Naam, Muhammad Sharif. Abu Hanifa come. Which year? Imam Ahmed. 241. Imam Shafi'i, Muhammad ibn Idris Shafi'i. 204. Imam Malik ibn Anas. 179. Still not 100%. Inshallah, we'll get it next week. Type. Remember the issue of the 2 months. Say someone starts fasting on the 15th of Shawwal, their penalty of 2 months. Are we together? They start fasting on the 15th of Shawwal. The 15th of Shawwal to the 14th of Dhul Qa'dah is how long? Is 1 month, 30 days. The 15th of Dhul Qa'dah to the 9th of Dhul Hijjah is 15 plus 9, 24 days. Then it is haram for them to fast on the 10th of Dhul Hijjah. Also the 3 days that come after the Ayyam Tashriq, it's haram for them to fast. So these are valid reasons for them to break the consistency. They have to fast 60 continuous days. So from day 10, 11, 12, 13, day 14 of Dhul Hijjah, they have to start their fast again to complete the remainder of the days that are left for the 60 days. That's for a man. For the lady, it's different also. Says she starts her fast, the penalty on the 15th of Shawwal. Then she fasts to the 7th of Dhul Qa'dah. She gets her periods. Has she left fasting for a valid reason? Yes. So this does not break the condition of keeping for 60 consistent days. So once she gets pure, she continues. Then the days of Eid, she stops. Then she continues at 60 days. It has to be 60 consecutive days. But these days, there's an allowance with regards to the periods for the ladies, and an allowance with the days that are haram for you to fast, which are the days of Eid and the days of Ayyam Tashriq. If someone loses their mind during the day of Ramadan, or they're unconscious, if they're unconscious for the whole day, they lose their mind for the whole day, there's no fast. They have to pay that day. But if they understand what is going on and they can get the intention even for a short while of the day, even a few minutes, then their fast is okay. We mentioned this issue previously. If someone sleeps during the day of Ramadan, they sleep knockout. From maybe 7 after Fajr, they go sleep until night. Their fast is okay. They have to pay those salahs, and there's no sin upon them because they slept for a valid reason. I remember in Medina, there's a brother who came from Brazil. So he traveled, I think, from a village to Sao Paulo in Brazil. Then from Sao Paulo, he went to Spain. From Spain, he went to Turkey. From Turkey, he came to Jeddah. From Jeddah, he came to Medina. He went like very long travel. He reached Medina, the hostel or the dorms we have over there, entered his room and he slept. And he woke up 3 days thereafter. He woke up 3 days after. Type. What is the ruling of such a person? With regards to their prayer, they have to pay each single prayer in the order of prayers. They have to pay each prayer at the order of prayers. Type. The next issue, Khanifillah, is the issue of if someone apostates and leaves Islam. That's easy. Their sawm becomes invalid. But later on, when they come back to Islam, they have to pay that day, that particular day that they apostated in. The days after, they don't need to pay because they are no longer Muslims. But that day they started as Muslims, they have to repay for that day. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us a thabat. Taib. If someone changes intention, and this happens in the first few days of Ramadan, your body is not used to the fasting, then you're like, I'm not continuing. You say, I'm not continuing. That saying, I'm not continuing, and you have made the firm decision, I'm not continuing, is considered that you have invalidated your fast. And you have to repay for that day. Are you together? But if you say, should I continue, should I not continue? That is still doubtful. But if you make the decision, I'm not continuing. If I'm getting food like this, I'm eating. If I get drink, I am drinking. Then you have to pay for that day. Intention is very important. Intention is very important. We'll give time for questions, inshallah. If you do hijama, which is cupping, or something else that is called, I forget the word. Sometimes you have like a big boil and they cut it and it comes a lot of blood out. What does that do to your fast? The scholars have a difference of opinion. Some of them say al-hijama, cupping, removing blood dirty blood from the body, it invalidates your fast. And this is the madhab of Imam Ahmed ibn Hanbal. The majority of the scholars say it does not break your fast. But just to be on the safe side, do not do cupping during the day of Ramadan. Do it at night if you need. Usifanye hijama, don't do hijama during the day, if possible. Based on this, what if you want to do a blood test? For whatever reason, you're sick, you're doing a lab test, you're told to go get your HB count, your blood count, or check for your CRP, or whatever they're called, the protein levels. Taking blood for laboratory test does not break your fast. Donating blood, it breaks your fast if you are of the opinion that hijama breaks your fast. So you cannot donate. To be on the safe side, if you want to donate blood, donate it at night. Donate it at night. That will break your fast. The next issue, sorry, we're taking so many issues regarding the things that invalidate your fast. An injection, if you take an injection, does that break your fast? Some injections will break your fast, some injections will not break your fast. An injection that has nutritional value will break your fast. An injection that has no nutritional value, e.g. hormones or such things, or antibiotics or something, it does not break your fast, according to the majority of the scholars. Allah knows best. The eye drops does not break your fast. Ear drops does not break your fast. Nose drops might break your fast if the drops reach your stomach. Sometimes when the nose and the mouth are somehow connected, so if you test it and you swallow it, that will break your fast. So if you test it, spit it out. If you test the nose drop, you spit it out. Ear drops does not break your fast. Eye drops does not break your fast. The nose, even when you're doing wudu, when you're doing the istinshaq, you're told do not do it extreme, because there's a fear that the water will enter your system. Using the toothbrush, are you allowed to use the toothbrush with the Colgate and the close-ups and the toothpaste? Yes, you're allowed to use your toothbrush at any time. There's no restriction between that at the time of zawal, of noon, you could stop. Are you allowed to swim? As long as you don't drink the water. Are you allowed to take a shower? Take as much showers as you want. Are you allowed to be in the sauna, the steam? You're allowed. Are you allowed, I don't know. Type. The next issue, is the issue of nose drops. We mentioned that already. Dialysis. If you have kidney problems and you do dialysis, that will break your fast. Dialysis will invalidate your fast. You have to pay for that day if you're able to pay, or you will do fidya. So dialysis will break your fast. If you have asthma and you take this, what are they called? Inhalers or the nebulizer also. If you take the inhalers or the nebulizers, does that break your fast? Is that considered food or drink in the first place? That's a medicine. Is there any food or drink value that you can get from inhaling the inhalers when you're struggling? So it does not break your fast when you use the inhalers or the nebulizers. The next issue, is the issue of sometimes someone has a heart attack and they keep something like, they call it aspirin or something. They keep there's some medicine they keep here. Under the tongue. This does not break your fast as long as you do not swallow it when it melts. So that allows the heart to work again or something. I don't know how it works, but it does not break your fast according to the correct opinion. But if you swallow when it melts, that will break your fast. I know many of us are thinking, these things will happen to us one day. These things will happen to us one day, and it will happen to someone close to us, so you need to know the rulings. Type. Oxygen. You're given oxygen. Your oxygen levels are low. Does that break your fast? Why? Why does it not break your fast? It's the same as breathing. This air that you're breathing, does this air breathing break your fast? Based on that, if you take this oud, al-bakhur, this unsi, nice smelling, does that break your fast? Is it considered food or drink in any language in the world? It does not consider food or drink in any language in the world. It does not break your fast. Inshallah, keep time for questions. because it's the last lesson. We'll keep live times for questions. We said injections, as long as they do not have nutritional value, it does not break your fast. If it has nutritional value, it breaks your fast. Insulin does not break your fast because insulin is a hormone. Insulin injections do not break your fast. So if you're diabetic, you can take your insulin injections. It will not break your fast. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. That's what the scholars have said. طيب. Some things, I'm not in the medical field. Sometimes they need to put liquids either on the front side for a lady or on the back side for a lady or a man. That is not considered eating or drinking. Sometimes they have to wash your intestines or something and they put water from you from under there. That is not considered eating or drinking. That does not break your fast. All this is mentioned by the scholar here. تقطير في الفرج المرأة, we've mentioned it. طيب. Khani fillah, that's basically the things that we are to avoid, especially in this month of Ramadan. Of course, the main three things are food, drink, and intimacy. These are other issues that are also mentioned by the scholars. Inshallah, we'll have time for questions and answers. We'll have a short class first. Khani fillah, tonight or today, after Asr today, we're talking about the voluntary fast. We are continuing with the book of Siyam. There's some fasts where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made it voluntary to fast. And this is something to come closer to Allah Azza wa Jal. So what are these fasts that are voluntary for you as a Muslim to fast? What are the fasts that you're disliked as a Muslim to fast? And what are the fasts that are haram for you as a Muslim to fast? This is our topic for today. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala benefit all of us in it. The Prophet alayhi salatu wassalam, he says, Man sama yawman fi sabilillah ba'da wajhahu anin nari sab'ina kharifa. The Prophet alayhi salatu wassalam, he says, whoever fasts 70 years, whoever fasts Man sama yawman fi sabilillah, whoever fasts one day for the sake of Allah Azza wa Jal, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will keep their face from the hellfire a distance of 70 years. The one who fasts a voluntary fast, ikhwani fillah, on the day of judgment, he shall be called from a special gate, the gate of Ar-Rayyan. And this is only the people who fast who will be entering through this gate. Ikhwani fillah, a question we mentioned previously, on the day of judgment, the people of Jannah have 8 gates. There's a gate of Salah for the people of Salah. There's a gate of Sadaqah for the people of Sadaqah. And there's a gate of Sawm, or the gate of Rayyan, for the people of fasting. The gate of Salah is known as the gate of Salah. The gate of Sadaqah is known as the gate of Sadaqah. But the gate of fasting is not known as the gate of fasting, it is known as the gate of Ar-Rayyan. Why did the gate of Jannah change when it came to the issue of fasting? Have you understood the question? The Salah, the gate is called Salah. Sadaqah, you enter through the gate of Sadaqah. But for Sawm, you do not enter through the gate of Sawm, you enter through the gate of Ar-Rayyan. Why do you not enter from the gate of Sawm, you enter through the gate of Ar-Rayyan? Ikhwani fillah, because Sawm has the meaning of denying yourself. Have you come to Jannah not to eat, not to drink, not to be with your wife? Is that the reason of Jannah? So the gate of Jannah has to have a meaning that is applicable to you. Ar-Rayyan, the Arabic language, means to quench your thirst so that you are never thirsty again. So this is one of the virtues of fasting, a voluntary fast. When are you supposed to have the intention with regards to a fast that is voluntary? For the wajib fast, you have to have your intention from the night. Otherwise, your wajib fast will not be accepted. As for the voluntary fast, you can have your intention any time of the day. You can wake up at 12 o'clock, you see your house, the wife has not made anything, and you can fast. So the voluntary fast, you can fast any time. You can put the niyyah any time. What are the types of voluntary fasts? Inshallah, I'm seeing questions coming. You can send your questions, inshallah. What are the type of voluntary fasts? There are voluntary fasts that you can fast any time for no reason. And there are fasts that you have to fast for a reason. Voluntary fast that you can fast any time. The Prophet ﷺ, one day he is in the mosque. He asks the Sahaba, Man asbaha minkum al-yawma sa'iman. Who amongst you woke up on this day fasting? Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu, he says, I woke up. So you can fast any time of the year, any day, as long as it's not a day that is prohibited. Then there's some fasts that has a reason. It has a reason. Then these ones are divided, reasons that are monthly in nature, or yearly in nature, or weekly in nature. There are some fasts that you fast every week. There are some fasts that you fast every month. There are some fasts you fast during some periods of the year. The first one we're taking is regards to the fasting, the 6 days of Shawwal. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, Man sama Ramadana thumma atba'ahu bisitti min Shawwal faka'annama sama ad-dahr. Whoever fasts Ramadan, then follows it up with the 6 days of Shawwal, it is as if they fasted the entire year. Ramadan is 30 days. 30 days times 10, you get 300. It's equivalent to 300 days. Then the 6 days times 10, each good deed is multiplied by 10, you get another 60. So 360 days is equivalent to 1 year. Type. Question comes. I have days I have not fasted in Ramadan. The brothers, maybe they were sick, maybe they traveled. The sisters, on top of this, maybe they had their periods or they had their postnatal bleeding. They did not fast some days in Ramadan. So Shawwal has come. What should she do? Should she or he pay for the days that they've missed in Ramadan or the days of Shawwal? Understood the question? Do you fast the 6 days of Shawwal first or do you pay your Ramadan? Who says 6 days of Shawwal? Because Sunnah, wajib. You keep wajib before Sunnah. Who says 6 days of Shawwal? Who says you do Ramadan fast and Shawwal? Type. Ikhwani fillah, you take a balance. Usually, it is important for you to fast wajib over Sunnah. Your time in this world is also limited. You don't know when you're able to fast. So make sure you fast your days of Ramadan as soon as possible. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَعِدَّةٌ مِّنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. That you miss some days, then you're able to. However, ikhwani fillah, also this Shawwal is limited in terms of the number of days. So if you're seeing the Shawwal is finishing and your 6 days have not fasted, of course you cannot fast the 6 days of Shawwal in Dhul Qa'dah or Dhul Hijjah. So try to fast the obligatory fast that owe to you, then the Sunnah fast if possible. If not possible, then fast your 6 days of Shawwal, then you fast your Ramadan. Type. The next question, can you combine the intention that I am fasting this day of Shawwal with the intention of Shawwal and the intention of paying back my Sawm? Understood the question? Can you have the niyyah of al-Qada li Ramadan, that you're paying back the days of Ramadan, and also you're getting the 6 days of Shawwal? No, you cannot combine those two intentions. You cannot combine those two intentions. The 6 days of Shawwal has a reason. The paying of Ramadan has a reason. You cannot combine two reasons in the same ibadah. We shall talk more about this. So this is the first fast. That is Sunnah that we're talking about, the 6 days of Shawwal. The second we're talking about is the 8 days of Dhul Hijjah. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, مَا مِنْ أَيَّامٍ الْعَمَلُ الصَّالِحِ فِيهِنَّ أَحَبُّ إِلَى اللَّهِ مِنْ هَذِهِ الْأَيَّامِ الْعَشْرِ. There's no days where any good deed is best than the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. The best days of the year are the days of Dhul Hijjah. And the best nights are the last 10 nights of Ramadan. The best days are the first 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. And the best nights are the last 10 nights of Ramadan. Time. From amongst the good deeds that you can definitely do is fasting. Fasting is a good deed. So you can fast it within the first 8 days of Dhul Hijjah. That is a sunnah fast for you to fast also. The 9th day of Dhul Hijjah also has a special reason that you should fast. If you're a person who is not in Hajj. If you're a person not in Hajj, you should fast the 9th day of Dhul Hijjah, because that is the day of Arafah. The Prophet ﷺ, he says, أحتسب على الله أن يكفر السنة التي قبله والسنة التي بعده. I hope from Allah Azza wa Jal that fasting this day of Arafah will expiate, will remove the sins of the previous year and the upcoming year. And this is for the person who is not in Hajj. If you're in Hajj, it is disliked for you to fast the day of Arafah. Taib, question. And it's an issue of controversy, but there should be no controversy. How is it possible, Ikhwani Fillah, that people are standing in Arafah, in Mecca, they're performing the ibadah of the day of Arafah, yet you here in Kenya, you say, my Arafah is not today, my Arafah is tomorrow. How is that possible? Maybe you can explain yourself well with having a difference of local moon and international moon when it comes to Ramadan. But when it comes to Arafah, you should fast while the people are standing on the Mount of Arafah. You should fast while the people are standing on the Mount of Arafah. The next Sawm that is also beloved, Ikhwani Fillah, is fasting the month of Muharram. Muharram, the Prophet ﷺ says, أفضل الصيام بعد رمضان صيام الشهر الله المحرم. Rawah Muslim. He says that the best fast for you, O Muslim, to fast after this month of Ramadan is which month? The month of Muharram. طيب. Fasting the day of Ashura, the 10th of Muharram. It is also recommended, Ikhwani Fillah, that we fast the 10th of Muharram. That is a voluntary fast. The Prophet ﷺ says, if I'm alive next year, I will also fast the 9th. So the best thing, Ikhwani Fillah, with regards to Ashura is to either fast day 9 and 10 or day 10 and 11. The second option, fasting only day 10. As for the opinion that says fast day 9, 10 and 11, that is a weak opinion because the hadith is not authentic. The hadith is not authentic. Yes, some great scholars like Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah and Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani have mentioned that you should fast the 3 days, but this is not authentic. So you should fast 9 and 10 is the best, in all honesty. Type. Fasting, which month? The majority. Question. Which month was Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam fasting most of it? Except Ramadan. Sha'ban. Mumtaz. So the Prophet alayhi salatu from the Sunnah is to fast most of the month of Sha'ban. Question. Is it allowed for you as a Muslim to specifically fast the 15th day of Sha'ban because of the hadiths that are narrated regarding the 15th of Sha'ban? Is it good, or is it from the list that you have here of the voluntary fasts to fast the 15th of Sha'ban? Almost every single hadith with regards to the 15th of Sha'ban is a weak or fabricated hadith. You taking the 9th of, or the day of 15th for fasting and the 9th of 15th to fast, that is an innovation. That hadith is not authentic. When it reaches the 15th, Ikhwani Fillah, you should stop fasting, the voluntary fasts, if it was not your regular habit to fast them. But if it's a regular habit, continuing with the way that you used to fast before. The next fast, Ikhwani Fillah, is fasting the day of Monday and Thursday. This is a weekly fast. And this is when our deeds are presented to Allah Azza wa Jal. The Prophet ﷺ was asked, why do you fast these days? He says, these are the days my deeds are presented to Allah Azza wa Jal, and I love for my deeds to be presented to Allah Azza wa Jal while I'm fasting. Fasting 3 days every month. The Prophet ﷺ, Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu, says, Awsani Khalili bithalath. My best friend, the Prophet ﷺ, advised me to do 3 things. And this advice you should all take. Advice number 1 is that you pray the Salatul Duha. Advice number 2 that the Prophet gave Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu is that you do not sleep until you have prayed your witri prayer. And advice number 3 is that you fast 3 days in every month. Choose any 3 days. It is not a must for you to follow 13, 14, 15. Fast any 3 days. If you wish, you can fast the white days, which is day 13, 14, 15 of the month. Question, why is it called the white days? Inshallah, tuuliza swali baadaye. Why is it called the white days? Why is it called Ayamul Bid? Why are the white days called the white days? Sheikh, there's maybe 500 people in the mosque. I think someone can answer. Hamza now. The moon is white. Type. He's correct. The moon is at its brightest or its fullest in the middle of the month. The moon at the beginning of the month gets born. It continues adding in size. It becomes fullest in the middle of the month. Then it starts reducing until it becomes small again. Are you together? So the moon is at its fullest at this time. This is also a time for you to fast. It's recommended for you to fast. Also another sunnah, ikhwani fillah, is the best fast of sunnah. Which is the best fast of sunnah? Of which prophet? Which prophet had the best system of fasting of all the prophets of Allah Azza wa Jal? The Prophet Dawud alayhi salam. Kana yasumu yawman wa yuftiru yawman. Fasting one day and living one day. So after Ramadan, alhamdulillah, our bodies are used to it. Let us try that challenge on the 2nd of Shawwal or 3rd of Shawwal. Start fasting one day and live one day. It's possible to have trained our bodies also. For benefit, ikhwani fillah, it is good, yes. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Sari'u. Allah says, Sabiqu. But it is recommended, do not rush so much with regards to starting your 6 days of Shawwal. Shawwal, Eid was yesterday, you're starting your Shawwal today, it's okay, no harm. But better to delay it a little bit. Why? Yet the Quran says, Sabiqu, Sari'u. Sheikh, you're conflicting the Quran. What's the answer? Why should you delay your Shawwal at least a few days after the Eid? Because you have families, you have friends, you have companions, you have neighbors to visit. Are you together? And you go to visit your neighbor or your relative on the 2nd day of Shawwal and they bring for you something and you say you're fasting. Just for their hearts, do not fast. Start your fast about 3 days, 4 days after. But you know yourself better. If you know that if I don't fast from day 2, I will not be able to fast, then fast. But the best way is wait a little bit more so that you fast day after. That is just for benefit. So option number 1, you can fast one day and leave another day. Another option, and this is a sunnah that most people do not know, is that you can fast one day and break your fast for 2 days. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As radiallahu anhuma, one of the Abadila, he used to fast every single day and pray the night prayer every night, the entire night. The Prophet ﷺ says to him, you should fast 10 days in a month. He says, I'm able to do more. He says, fast 7 days. He says, I'm able to do more. He says, fast 3 days and do not add, fast 1 day and break your fast 2 days. He says, I'm able to do more than that. He says, then the best for you is to fast the Psalm of Dawood. 1 day you fast and 1 day you break your fast. Do not fast every single day. So from the hadith, it's mentioned clearly that another sunnah you can do is fast 1 day and you eat 2 days. So in a month you fast how many days? In a month it has 30 days. If you fast 1 day and you break 2 days, in that month you will have fasted how many days? 10 days. You will have fasted 10 days, a third of the month, and you will have broken your fast 2/3 of the month. That is also a sunnah fast that you can fast. What is the ruling of someone who fasts every single day apart from the days that is haram to fast? You have many scholars in Islamic history. You have someone like Imam Abu Zakaria, Yahya ibn Sharaf al-Nawawi rahimahullah. He used to fast every single day. You have one of the scholars in our century is called Fuad ibn Abdul Baqi, the one who compiled the Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari and published it, the first one who published it. He used to fast every single day. This is not correct. Prophet ﷺ, he said to Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, the one who fasts every day, it's as if they have not fasted anything at all. So it's not allowed for you to fast every single day. because that will change from an act of ibadah, it will become aada. It will become like something that you've cultured yourself or you're used to. So do not fast every single day. Fast some days, and some days you eat. Also, if you're in Hajj, the day of Arafah, do not fast. It is disliked for you to fast on the day of Arafah. So number one, disliked for you to fast every single day. Number two, it's also disliked for you to fast on the day of Arafah. Number three, to fast on Friday is also disliked. That is the Eid of the week. It is disliked for you to fast on Friday unless you fasted the day before or the day after. Or it was your timetable of fasting one day and breaking your fast another day. Definitely it will fall on a Friday, then you can fast therein. For example, if you fast one day and break your fast every day, you fasted Monday, then Wednesday, of course you'll have to fast which day? You fasted Monday, Wednesday, of course you'll fast what day? Friday, then Sunday, then Tuesday, then Thursday. Of course from one of these days it will be a Friday. But you specifying yourself that you're going to fast on Friday, that is not allowed. Also fasting Saturday, according to the scholars, they say also fasting Saturday by itself is disliked. However, some of the scholars even went a step ahead and said, even if it is Ashura or Arafah, fasting on a Saturday is not allowed. This opinion is a weak opinion. Although it's the opinion of Sheikh Muhammad Nasruddin al-Albani, it is a very weak opinion that the scholars rejected. So if Saturday is the day of Arafah, or is the day of Ashura, you fast it. Don't listen to some people, they don't know how to understand fiqh and they spread this knowledge. That's not beneficial knowledge. If it's a Saturday and it's a Ashura or Arafah, you're not fasting because it's a Saturday, you're fasting because it is Ashura or Arafah. Type. Prophet ﷺ one day entered the house of Juwayriyah, his wife, radiallahu anha, and he found her fasting. Said, why are you fasting on a Friday? Did you fast yesterday? Are you intending to fast tomorrow? She said, no. Then he said, you cannot fast a Friday by itself. You cannot fast a Friday by itself. Also disliked, Ikhwan fillah, is fasting the month of Rajab by itself. Fasting the month of Rajab by itself, or fasting the 27th day of Rajab that is said or claimed to be the day of Isra Mi'raj, that is an innovation. The people of Jahiliyyah, they used to respect Rajab a lot and fast and make a lot of ibadah in Rajab. So some Muslims, when they became Muslim, they took over these habits that they had from Jahiliyyah and they used to fast the month of Rajab. Also this is disliked. Which fasts are haram for you as a Muslim to fast? It is haram for you to fast the days of Eid. Eid al-Fitri and Eid al-Adha. It's haram for you to fast. There's no khilaf amongst the Muslims with regards to this issue. Also, it's haram for you to fast day 11, day 12, and day 13 of the Hijjah. These are known as Ayamu at-Tashriq. You're not allowed as a Muslim to fast day 11, day 12, day 13 of the Hijjah. Those are the days of Eid, the days of eating and drinking, except for one person. Who is this one person who is allowed to fast, or one group of people who are allowed to fast day 11, day 12, and day 13 based on evidence from the Quran of Allah Azza wa Jalla? Who is allowed to fast day 11, day 12, day 13 of the Hijjah? Naam. The person? The person is Hajj. And they have not found what? They have not found a sacrificial animal. So, ثلاثة أيام في الحج وسبعة إذا رجعتم تلك عشرة كاملة. The person who has not found a sacrificial animal in Hajj and they have made the near of slaughtering, they are not able to find a sacrificial animal. They are supposed to fast 3 days in Hajj. Day 11, 12, 13 they can fast. وَسَبْعَةٍ إِذَا رَجَعْتُمْ, and 7 days when they go back to their family. تِلْكَ عَشَرَةٌ كَامِلَةٌ. Those are 10 days that they can fast. So it's haram for you as a Muslim to fast the days of Tashriq, except if you are a person in this state. طيب, يوم الشك, fasting the day of doubt. The day of doubt is which day? We mentioned this before. Not Ramadan. Which is the day of shak? What is the day of shak? conflict of sight in the moon. What day? What's the date on the calendar? The day of Shak. The 30th of Sha'ban. Someone wakes up on the 30th of Sha'ban and says, maybe they saw the moon, maybe I don't know, maybe they're not sure. Let me just fast it as Ramadan just in case. It is haram for you to fast without having seen the moon. So fasting the 30th of Sha'ban without seeing the moon just because you want to be safe is haram. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهَرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Whoever witnesses the moon, then they should fast. You have not witnessed the moon. Why are you fasting? The Prophet ﷺ says, "Sumu li ru'yati wa aftiru li ru'yati." You should fast when you see the moon, and you should break the fast when you see the moon. Type. The second question, also related to this issue we've talked before. The adhan right now of Maghrib is 6:42, for example, or 6:41. You find some mosques, they will delay the adhan to 6:50 or 6:55. Type. Why do you delay? Says just in case the sun has not set. The sun is not a creation that has moods. That today it decides to set at 6:41, tomorrow it decides to set at 6:45. It is something that you can view. Are you together? The sun has no variations with regards to that. So follow the time of the adhan, do not delay the adhan. And this issue, has a lot of effect that needs to be studied also. We have sisters, who get their periods 2 minutes before the adhan, 3 minutes before the adhan, 5 minutes before the adhan. You know this, most of you. The wife comes, or the sister, or someone tells you, I've gotten my periods. Before the adhan. You ask them, which adhan? Is it the adhan of Masjid Salam, or is it the adhan of that other mosque? The mosque that delays 10 minutes or 15 minutes the adhan. If it's the adhan of Masjid Salam, then your som, you have to repeat that day. Your reward is Allah Azza wa Jal. You got your periods before the time of iftar. But if you got 3 minutes before that other mosque that delays the adhan for 10 minutes, that's a different story. Your fast is authentic. Are you together? This affects other issues, zakatul fitri. So many issues related to this. This is also haram for you, to fast the day of Shak. And finally, the lady who fasts without the permission of her husband, the voluntary fast. A lady must ask the husband for permission before she fasts her voluntary fast. Why? Obviously, all of you are married. Many of you are married. Why should the lady ask? Because you do not want to lose the husband's rights upon her. The husband has rights over her with regards to her being his cloth and him be the cloth. Let's talk in metaphors today. طيب. لباس لكم وأنتم لباس لهن. طيب. So you as a lady, when you fast, you're denying your husband this right. So you must ask your husband for permission before you fast your voluntary fast. However, if it is a voluntary fast that has a reason, like the day of Arafah, Ashura, it is understandable or it's expected that the husband will know that you're fasting that day. However, if the husband wants you when you're fasting, you should break your fast and surrender to his needs or his desires, so that he does not fall to haram. The same way he calls you to the bedroom at any time at night is the same way he calls you at any time of the day. As long as you're not in Ramadan, as long as you're not in Hajj, you should always go to your husband and you should fulfill his desires. So it's a must for a lady to ask for permission before she fasts any voluntary fasts. So Ikhwani Fillah, with this we end our lecture regarding the fasts that are voluntary for you as a Muslim to fast, the fasts that are disliked for you as a Muslim to fast, and the fasts that are prohibited for you as a Muslim to fast. Inshallah, if there are any questions, we shall answer. We'll give a time limit of 15-20 minutes. Then we can give the brothers time to continue with their Quran, inshallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from all of us our siyam, our qiyam, our tilawa, and all our ibadah. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. Ulkuna swali, naam. Salatul duha, ikhwani fillah, you can pray it any time, 20 minutes after sunset, after sunrise. It starts from the time of Ishraq. Salatul Ishraq is also Salatul Duha. Salatul Ishraq is one of the types of Salatul Duha. So a mistake people do, they wait for the sun to rise, then they start praying the Sunnah. You should wait for the sun to rise, then 20 minutes after is when you start, or 15 minutes after, you can start praying Salatul Duha. So that is the beginning time. The end time is the time of Zawal, when the sun is in the middle of the heaven, of the sky. It's usually about 12 noon, but that's not exact. So this is the time of Salatul Duha. Of course, the best time is the middle of it, about 10 a.m., when the heat is most intense, and that, may Allah subhanahu, and Allah knows best. Any other question? Yes, the Prophet ﷺ fasted only the 10th. However, his intention was, he said clearly in year 10 of the Hijra calendar, he said it clearly in year 11. He said it clearly in year 11. If I am alive next year, I shall fast the 9th and the 10th. So the Prophet ﷺ, yes, he fasted day 10, but he had that intention that next year he'll fast day 9 and day 10 to go different from the Jews. Because also the Jews, they hold this day in great honor. It is the day Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saved the Bani Israel from Fir'aun. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala save also our brothers in Gaza from the Fir'aun that is there currently. So you fast day 9 and day 10. There's no harm. Hakuna shida. There's no problem. But better 9 and 10. Unaweza futuru na msikiti yoyote ambayo inafuata time exact. Hata kama adhan ni adhan. If you're sure that the adhan has been given at the correct time, you can break your fast. You can also break your fast if the adhan has not been given, if that mosque is delaying the adhan. Are you together? The same way for suhoor also. The suhoor ends with the adhan of Fajr. The suhoor ends with the adhan of Fajr, not 15 minutes before the adhan. This is a bid'ah, it's an innovation. So the adhan has been given, what time is the adhan right now? 5:20, 5:21? 5:20, 5:21. That is the end of suhoor. You find some other mosques will delay the adhan up to 5:30. Do not eat until 5:30. Some other mosques will tell you with the timetables, some other timetables will tell you stop 15 minutes or 20 minutes. No. The suhoor ends with the adhan of Fajr. The iftar starts with the adhan of Maghrib, and that adhan has to be given at the correct times. You as the muaddin, it is an amana, it's a trust upon you. Now, any other questions from the right? No. Is there any evidence of using Saudi's moon sighting in fasting? Yeah, politics type. Ikhwani fillah, there's a difference of scholars with regards to the issue of moon sighting. There's an international moon. Some scholars say you follow the international sighting. Wherever the moon is seen anywhere, be it Saudi or Egypt or Kenya, every Muslim in the world should follow that moon sighting. And there are some scholars, they say you follow the sighting of your local area. So both opinions are there. We should not have this khilaf. Type. However, an interesting question that occurred to us during this Ramadan. Elon Musk, one of the richest people, he says that we're going to Mars in the next 15, 20 years. Type. Question. When you have gone to Mars, which moon sighting are you going to follow? Are you going to follow the moon sighting of Mars? Or are you going to follow the moon sighting that all the Muslims are following? It's clear, if this issue, when it comes, the scholars inshallah will change their opinion. That we as Muslims, regardless of where we are, we should follow one moon sighting. Wherever you are, you should follow one moon sighting. If you're in the moon, follow the moon sighting of the people of earth. If you're on Mars, follow the moon sighting of the people of earth. We do not follow Saudi because it's Saudi or we have any relation to it. We follow an international moon or a local moon sighting. The next question that they're asking, what will one do for the many months that they were baligh and they did not fast? Type. For you to have reached, for fast to be obligatory for you, from amongst the conditions is you have to have reached the stage of puberty. Puberty is known with a number of things. Number one, you have a wet dream as a boy. You have to start fasting from the day after. During the day, today for example, you have a wet dream. From tomorrow, Sawm is obligatory upon you. you have not fasted for whatever reason, all those days, try and estimate how much it is and fast. Every Monday and Thursday when you're fasting, keep an intention that you're fasting for those days that you did not fast. So this is the first way of knowing someone has reached puberty. The second way of knowing someone has reached puberty is that they grow hair on their private parts. So if you have hair grown on your private parts, it is obligatory for you to start your fasting. The third way for you to know that you have reached the stage of puberty is for you to reach the age of 15. The mistake majority of Muslims do is that they follow the Christian calendar and not the Muslim calendar. Your age is what the Hijri calendar says. So you're 15 based on the Hijri calendar, not the Christian calendar. If you want to follow the Christian calendar, then it's wajib for you to start fasting when you're 14 and a half years old. If you have not had these other two signs. If you have not had these other two signs, you wait until you have reached 15 on the Hijri calendar, not the Christian calendar. So many of you brothers in the mosque right now, you are cheating in your age. Most of you are 1 year older than you truly are in terms of benefit, inshallah. Prophet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, حَتَّى إِذَا بَلَغَ أَشُدَّهُ وَبَلَغَ أَرْبَعِينَ سَنَةً, until you have reached the age of 40. When do you reach the age of 40? Based on which calendar? The Islamic calendar, the Hijri calendar that starts from Muharram to Dhul Hijjah. The fourth way that you know that you have reached bulugh, you have reached puberty, is for the girls. They get something known as their periods. So she gets her periods. Periods usually last for 6 to 7 days. When she takes her bath, Sawm becomes obligatory upon her. Question: how young is the youngest a girl can be when she gets her periods? 25, 12, higher, 8, higher, 9. The youngest she can be is 9. If she gets blood before this, it is not considered to be her periods. So imagine a girl who's 9 years of age, Sawm becomes obligatory upon her. She started fasting when she was 15 or 18. 15 minus 9 is 6 years, plus that 9, that's 7 years. That's mathematically, you have to not count. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Don't say 15 minus 9 is 6, it's actually 7. You have to count the first year also. So she has to fast those 7 years that she missed. 7 years times 30 is 210 days of fasting that's due upon her. The next question is it allowed for me to go with my mom to Hajj as a mahram? For the sisters, for you to travel, you must go with a mahram. However, the madhab of Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah has a small interesting thing. It allows you to travel with other women as long as one of those women has a mahram. Are you together? You should never travel as a sister without a mahram. The mahram is there for your protection and your security and your safety. So you want to travel for Hajj, you don't have a mahram, travel with other sisters, but one of those sisters must have a mahram. A brother is asking, a wife has left the husband and went with another man without being divorced. Does she have the right to be given her mahar upon dissolution of the existing legal marriage? With regards to marriage, divorce, inheritance, issues of blood, it is always best to go to the qadis. You have to go to the qadis, they listen to both sides. This is an issue that is affecting two parties. It is not fair for you as a sheikh to listen to one side and not hear from the other side. So there's a difference between fatwa and qada. Fatwa, we're just giving general rulings, Islamic rulings. But when it comes to something that's specifically affecting you with regards to marriage or divorce or inheritance or issue of revenge or blood, you have to go to the judge. The judge has witnesses, he has evidences to ask for, he has a lot of procedures to do. So why does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala refer to himself as us, yet he is only one? Allah says, Inna anzalnahu fi laylatil qadr. We revealed it on the night of Laylatul Qadr. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala refers to himself sometimes as us. There's two types in the Arabic language. There is us with regards to number, and there is us with regards to glory and majesty. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can refer to himself in the plural sense in the terms of majesty and his glory. It is not meaning that we have many, more than one God. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can refer to himself. Even the kings, they say, we have decided as our government to implement this policy. We is him himself as the king who has decided that policy. So you as a king or a leader from majesty, you can refer to yourself in the plural sense. Says, can you use the adhan on the mobile phone app if you're somewhere else, there's no mosque? Type, good question. Yes, but you have to be sure that the app is a trustworthy app. What we have seen, Fillah, and for us to all have knowledge, many of these apps are owned by non-Muslims. And more specifically, the Israelis. The Jews have a hand in many of these apps that are Quran apps or Adhan apps. They're not people to be trusted. But many of these apps, they're correct. So check your app with the Adhan of the mosque. If it is always correct, then you can follow your app. And better yet, Fillah, you have eyes that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you. Look, has the sun set? Break your fast. Has the sun set? Break your fast. That is even much better. Are you allowed to perform Hajj if you have a debt that you're paying? This is a question that we asked every year. Are you allowed to perform Hajj? Unaweza enda Hajj na kuna deni watu? Who says yes, you can perform Hajj and you have people's debt? Who says no, you cannot perform Hajj? You have to find a balance. Some debts are spread over a long period. Some debts you have to pay immediately. The right of that person is greater than your right to perform the Hajj. Pay off the debt of that person. But if you go and decide to perform your Hajj yet you have a debt, that does not mean that your Hajj is rejected. It does not mean that your Hajj is rejected. Maybe the reward has been reduced. So you're allowed to perform the Hajj, yet you have a debt. A mistake, Fillah, that many of us do in our times is the Muslims, or many of the Muslims, are no longer as trustworthy as before. There's no point of you taking my money, running away with my money. I call you 1,000 times, you don't pay my money. Then the day that you die, your family comes, asks me for forgiveness. Why? It is my right. I've given you money. You've come, you've asked me. And subhanAllah, some people come, they cry, they talk a lot of stories. The time you give them that money, you not see them again. So they say if you want to know the character of someone, travel with them, or live with them, or give them a debt. You give someone pesa ni kukosana. Heri usimpatie hata hiyo pesa. So be very careful with this issue of debt. The shaheed does not enter Jannah if he has a single debt left. The 20th of Ramadan, year 8 of the Hijri calendar, is when the Muslims conquered the city of Mecca. The 20th of Ramadan, year 8, is when the Muslims conquered the city of Mecca. It became a city of Islam from then on to forever. Until the Ethiopian with the thin legs will come to destroy it before the end of times, the city of Mecca will be under the Muslims. The 17th of Ramadan was 3 days back. That was the day that the great battle of Badr occurred. Inshallah, Ikhwani, today we shall look at issues related to paying back the fasts that you've missed. And also we shall look at the issues related to the i'tikaf. Before we begin our lecture, Ikhwani Fillah, tonight, inshallah, will be the 21st of Ramadan. This is when you will start your i'tikaf, and this is when also you will start the tahajjud prayers. Tonight will be the 21st of Ramadan. We'll be starting our tahajjud prayers, and also the i'tikaf. You should be at the mosque either before Maghrib or tomorrow morning after Fajr, depending on the two opinions. Question, Ikhwani Fillah. Some people, they come and they will claim, they will claim, did the Prophet ﷺ pray Taraweeh and pray Tahajjud in the mosque in the month, on the last 10 days of Ramadan? Ikhwani Fillah, these same people, when it comes to the 10 days that are the best days of the year, the days of Dhul Hijjah, they will come and ask you, did the Prophet ﷺ fast the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah? These people, Ikhwani Fillah, should not be given any listen. You should not even listen to them. The Prophet ﷺ قال, Salatul Layl mathna mathna. The Prophet ﷺ, he said, the night prayer is 2-2. أطلق عليه الصلاة والسلام ولم يقيد. The Prophet ﷺ, he gave you the option of praying Salatul Layl that begins any time from after Isha until Fajr 2 rak'ah, 2 rak'ah, 2 rak'ah. If you decide that tonight you're praying Taraweeh, 2 rak'ah, 2 rak'ah, 8, then you wake up also on Tahajjud, la bas. There's no problem. And this is the understanding of the Salaf Salih. Imam Muhammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari rahimahullah كان يصلي التراويح. He used to pray the Taraweeh. ثم يقوم بعد التراويح فيكمل القرآن في 3 أيام. He used to stand up in prayer after Taraweeh and finish the Quran every 3 nights. During the day he finishes Quran once, and every 3 nights he completes the entire Quran. The Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام says, ما من الأيام العمل الصالح فيهن أحب إلى الله من هذه العشر. There's no day that when you do a good deed, that it's better than a good deed within the 10 days of the Hijjah. Amongst the good deeds you can do, definitely is to fast. So do not listen to these people who come tell you it's not allowed to fast the 9 days of the Hijjah. Do not listen to them when they tell you you cannot combine between Taraweeh and Tahajjud. Combine. Spend the entire night. What about the people who are in itikaf? They're definitely going to be the mosque. You tell them to pray Taraweeh and not Tahajjud? It does not make any sense. Tonight, Ikhwani Fillah, we shall look at issues related to paying back the missed fast and also issues related to the itikaf. First question, if you've missed a day of Ramadan, you've missed 5 days, like our sisters, they get their periods 6 days, 7 days. They have not fasted. Question, when they are paying it back, should they pay consecutive or they can pay 1 day, then they jump, then they 1 day? Understood the question? Is it a must for you to be consecutive, or they can just pay 1 day, 1 day, 1 day? It is not a must for you to be consecutive. They can pay 1 day, 1 day, 1 day. For example, you missed 7 days, dear sister. You can fast 1 day in Shawwal, 1 day in Dhul Hijjah, 1 in Muharram, Safar, like that and so on. You finish your 7 days. So the scholars have said, لا يجب التتبع في قضاء رمضان وهذا باتفاق المذاهب. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فعدة من أيام أخر. Allah has said that you pay back the days you missed later on. طيب, what is the ruling of someone who does not pay the days of Ramadan until the other Ramadan comes? You didn't fast this Ramadan, you were sick, for example, or you traveled, or you had your periods, or you had nifas as a woman, and you did not pay these days. If another Ramadan comes, a group of the scholars, they say, the majority of the scholars actually, they say that you have done a mistake. You should feed every day a poor person for the days that you've missed. This is the opinion of the majority. But the correct opinion, Ikhwani Fillah, is you should not delay your Ramadan to the next Ramadan, and there's no penalty upon you. You should just pay the days that you've missed. So for example, this Ramadan, you've missed 10 days. For whatever reason, out of your own laziness, the next Ramadan has reached and you still have days from this Ramadan, you fast that Ramadan that's coming, then immediately after make sure you fast these other days that you've missed from this previous year. The next issue, Ikhwani Fillah, is, are you allowed to fast a voluntary fast before you have paid back your days of Ramadan? Understood the question? We're entering the month of Shawwal. Are you allowed to fast, for example, the 6 days of Shawwal, yet you have an obligatory siyam that's waiting for you from Ramadan? The Prophet ﷺ says, Man sama Ramadan, thumma atba'u bi sitti min Shawwal. Whoever fasts Ramadan, thumma, then, after that, they follow it up with 6 days of Shawwal. Then, it says that in the hadith. طيب, based on this hadith, and based on your knowledge, is it allowed for you to fast a sunnah fast, yet you have the fast of Ramadan that's due upon you? It is better, of course, to pay your wajib before you engage in sunnah. But you are allowed to fast sunnah and you pay the wajib later. Why? Because the time of wajib is wide. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, فَعِدَّةٌ مِّنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. Allah has given you a very wide time that you can pay in. So there's no harm as a sister you pay your Ramadan later on. Aisha radiallahu anha, she used to pay her Ramadan all the way in Sha'ban. That does not mean she used to miss the fast of Arafah or the fast of Ashura or the fast of Sittat Shawwal if she was fasting. This fasts. The next issue, Ikhwani Fillah, is قضاء الصيام عن ميت الذي أخره لعذر. If someone has 6 days of Ramadan, Your mother, for example, she got her periods in Ramadan, or your sister, or your daughter. Then she passes away after Ramadan. So on her neck is those 7 days. What are you supposed to do? Is there something, as she made a mistake, number one, she's not made a mistake. But for you as the relatives, or the close family members, or even the friends, you're supposed to pay for her the missed fasts by fasting. It's better to fast, don't feed. Some people assume that you have to feed every time. No, feed for the person who was the person of feeding, and fast for the person who was the person of fasting. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. So you're allowed to pay the fast of someone who's missed a fast for valid reason. There's a man who came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, my mother passed away and she had a fast of Ramadan that was pending. Should I fast upon her? For her? He says, fast for her. Daynullahi ahaqqu bil qada. The debt of Allah is more worthy for you to pay. So, Ikhwani fillah, make sure you know how many days, especially your wives, they owe. For that is something that you as the husband, you're responsible for. Ibadah, you're responsible for akhirah also. So also know that she has not fasted X number of days, and you fast for her. Taib, you have a father or a mother who cannot fast. Can you fast on their behalf yet they are alive? Unaweza fungia mtu na ako hai, labda ako mgonjwa, ako na ugonjwa wa kichwa, unasema ugonjwa wa kichwa, unasema ugonjwa wa akili. Kiswahili sanifu unasemaje? They have a mental issue. Can you fast on their behalf? You cannot fast on someone who's alive. You can only fast for someone who is dead. Type. You can perform Hajj for someone who's alive or dead. You can fast for someone who is dead. If they have fast spending, you can pay zakah for someone. The only thing you cannot do for someone is you cannot perform their salah. You cannot perform their salah. Type. So there's no khilaf amongst the Muslims that you cannot fast. لا يصام عن أحد في حياته وهذا بالإجماع. You cannot fast for anyone who is alive. The next issue, Ikhwani fillah, is if you start fasting a fast that is obligatory, you're paying your days of Ramadan. You're paying next month, for example. Once you start fasting an obligatory fast, are you allowed later on you feel tired and you break your fast? Is that allowed for an obligatory fast? No, it's not allowed for an obligatory fast. Once you start it, you have to complete it. And this is the madhab of the four fuqaha. Abu Hanifa, Malik, Shafi'i, Imam Ahmed. Taib. We said previously, why do we always mention the scholars in this order? Abu Hanifa, Malik, Shafi'i, Ahmed. Why do we mention them in this order? Who can remember? Ikhwani, mashallah, you are in hundreds. At least someone can remember our previous lesson. Why do you mention the scholars in this order? Abu Hanifa, Malik, Shafi'i, Ahmed. Because of the dates that they passed away. Because of the dates that they passed away. For revision, we said Imam Abu Hanifa passed away which year? Who can shout the answer? Shout the answer if you're shy. You were in my class before. Abu Hanifa passed away which year? Now? Abu Hanifa, 150. Memorize right now if you've not memorized. Imam Abu Hanifa passed away the year 150. Imam Malik, 179. Imam Shafi'i, 204. 204, not 205. Imam Ahmed, 241. 150, 179, 204, and 241. That is the order of these four scholars. So all of them, they say that if someone has started a wajib som, they must complete it. As soon as a voluntary fast, if you start it, it's not a must for you to complete it. You can break your fast, but it's always better to continue fasting it. Taib. The next issue, Ikhwani fillah, that we're going to take is, what is the ruling of someone who eats during the day of Ramadan without any permission or without any reason to do so? Such a person, they have broken their fast. And they must pay back their fast. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told the one who's traveling and the one who's sick that when they break their fast, they have to pay it back. You who have done it intentionally without any reason, min babil awla, it is more a must for you to pay back that day that you missed. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِّنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. Whoever amongst you is sick or is traveling, they have to pay the fast later on when they get well. Our next topic, Ikhwani Fillah, is related to what is going to happen tonight, and that is the issue of al-i'tikaf. Al-i'tikaf, Ikhwani Fillah, is you remaining in the mosque to be closer to Allah Azza wa Jal during the entire day and the entire night. That is the i'tikaf that is mentioned when the people talk in the book of Siyam. هو الإقامة في المسجد بنية التقرب إلى الله عز وجل ليلا كانا أو نهارا. طيب. The reason that you perform this i'tikaf, Ikhwani Fillah, is that you want some time between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. You want some seclusion between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. Let not it be that the very first time in your life that you're going to have some time between you and Allah and no one else is only in your grave. Let not that be the first time. Teach yourself from now on that you should have moments of seclusion, that you sit and you make dhikr, you make dua, you recite the Quran, and you pray as much as you want to pray to Allah Azza wa Jal. That is the i'tikaf. The ruling of i'tikaf is that it is a sunnah for the men and for the women. The ruling of i'tikaf is that it's a sunnah for the men and the women. The Prophet ﷺ used to perform his i'tikaf, and his wives, especially Aisha, Hafsa and Zainab bint Jahsh, they used to perform also the i'tikaf with the Prophet ﷺ. The first condition for you to be able to perform i'tikaf is that you have to be a Muslim. I'tikaf will not be accepted from non-Muslims. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا مَنَعَهُمْ أَن تُقْبَلَ مِنْهُمْ نَفَقَاتُهُمْ إِلَّا أَنَّهُمْ كَفَرُوا بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. The only thing that made their sadaqah not accepted from them is because they disbelieved in Allah and the Messenger. So for the first condition that you have to have is that you have to be a Muslim. So a non-Muslim wants to experience what the Muslims experience in Ramadan, and they want to come and spend the last 10 nights of or the last 10 days in Ramadan i'tikaf. It does not benefit them. So the first condition, al-i'tikaf. The second condition, you need to have the mental capacity. So it's not accepted from a person who is mentally incapacitated with any form of incapacitation in the brain. They have to be okay in the brain. This is the second condition. The third condition, Ikhwani Fillah, is at-tamiz. The child who's coming to the mosque to perform i'tikaf, they have to be a child who knows the difference between good and wrong. They're able to tell what is right leg and left leg, for example, what the scholars say. And this is usually about the age of 7. So a child who is about 7 years of age, they can come and perform al-i'tikaf. It is not a condition for them to have reached the age of puberty. So a child who is able to differentiate between the left hand and the right hand, or between good and evil, or many other things that I've mentioned, about the age of 7, they are allowed to perform the i'tikaf. The next condition, Ikhwani Fillah, it is a must for you to have intention. The Prophet ﷺ says, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. We'll finish, then we'll ask the questions, inshallah. So you must have the intention. And the final condition related to the wife. What condition should the wife meet for her to perform the i'tikaf in the mosque? It's the easiest question. What's the condition that a lady is supposed to get for her to perform i'tikaf in the mosque? No? Permission from the husband, yes. Why? Because the husband has rights upon her. Then if she's missing in action, it can bring a lot of problems for the family. So the Aisha radhiallahu anha, Hafsa, Zainab, they used to ask the Prophet ﷺ for permission to perform the i'tikaf. Type. The next condition, Ikhwani Fillah, is that i'tikaf is only performed in the mosque. Some sisters, I'm seeing some questions that are coming here. You cannot perform the i'tikaf in your prayer place in the house. You can only perform the i'tikaf in the mosque. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تُبَاشِرُهُنَّ وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ. Do not touch your women and you are performing i'tikaf in the mosque. So you have to perform the i'tikaf in the mosque. Which mosque is required for you to perform i'tikaf? Which type of mosque are you supposed to perform i'tikaf? The mosque where there is a mu'adhin and there is an imam. The condition is that the mosque where there is a mu'adhin, there is an imam, there is a jama'ah, you can perform the i'tikaf. It is not compulsory for you to be a mosque where the Friday prayer is prayed. As long as the 5 prayers are prayed and there's an imam and there's a mu'adhin, you can perform the i'tikaf in that mosque. Another issue that might come up is there's an opinion that says that you cannot perform i'tikaf except in the 3 mosques, Makkah, Medina and Al-Aqsa. This opinion is a weak opinion. It's the opinion of one Sahaba. It's the opinion of Hudhayfa ibn Yaman radiallahu anhu. And Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu said to Hudhayfa in Kufa, perhaps you're mistaken, perhaps you did not memorize. So the Muslims are in agreement, or the majority of them, they say that you can perform i'tikaf in any mosque. It is not a condition for you to perform i'tikaf in the 3 mosques. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He tells us in Surah Al-Baqarah, He says, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الصِّيَامُ كَمَا كُتِبَ عَلَى الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. All you have believed, fasting has been enjoined upon you, as it was enjoined to the people before you, so that you can gain taqwa. Then He continues the verses. Then the next page He says, وَلَا تُبَاشِرُهُنَّ وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ. All related to the issue of fast. When Allah is talking about the siyam, He's addressing all the Muslims. How then can you come and say that when He's talking about a mosque, He's talking about a specific mosque? No, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, al-masjid. Alif wal lam li-istighraq al-jins. Ay jami' al-masajid. A mosque that fits the condition of having a mu'adhin and an imam, you can perform the i'tikaf within it. The ladies, the men, and also the children who have reached the age of tamiz. Taib, we've said the mosque that you can pray the 2 salahs. Says, is it a must for you to perform in a mosque that prays Jum'ah? He says, يجوز الاعتكاف في غير مسجد الجمعة إلا إذا كان يتخلل الاعتكاف الجمعة باتفاق المذاهب الفقهية. You're allowed to perform i'tikaf even in a mosque that there is no Jum'ah. Because you live in the mosque, when you're performing i'tikaf for Jum'ah, you're leaving the mosque for a reason that is beyond your control. You're leaving the mosque for something that you have been obligated to perform. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا نودي للصلاة من يوم الجمعة فاسعوا إلى ذكر الله. Allah has called you that when the call for Jum'ah is made, you have to leave to go answer the remembrance of Allah Azza wa Jal. طيب, are you allowed to sleep on the rooftop of the mosque or on the minara? Some people want to sleep in the rooftop. Yes, you're allowed. This entire building is considered a mosque with regards to this ibadah of i'tikaf. You're not considered to have left the mosque. So if you want to sleep on the rooftop, there's no harm. Type. Are you allowed, Ikhwani fillah, some mosques like in Medina, in Mecca, in Aqsa, other mosques, they have like a courtyard, they have like a gardens and something. Even if you go to the Umayyad mosque in Damascus, they have a courtyard. Are you allowed to go to the courtyard and you're still in i'tikaf? Yes. That courtyard is still considered to be part of the mosque. Is a woman allowed to perform i'tikaf in the prayer place of a house? No, she's not allowed. That is not a mosque. She has to go to the mosque to perform al-i'tikaf. We're going to finish inshallah this book today. يقول ما يشترط وما لا يشترط لصحة الاعتكاف. What are conditions and what are not conditions for the i'tikaf to be correct? Ikhwani fillah, if you want to perform i'tikaf, number 1, you have to have tahara. You have to be pure in terms of whatever is required for you to take a bath. So if you're a man who has had relation with your wife, you cannot come to the mosque and you're in a state of janaba. You must have taken a bath. You're a sister, you have gotten pure from your periods, you must take your bath from your periods at home, then you come and perform your i'tikaf. You're not allowed. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تقربوا الصلاة وأنتم سكارى حتى تعلموا ما تقولون ولا جنبا إلا عابر السبيل حتى تغتسلوا. The one who has janaba must take a bath. So if you're coming to the mosque and you have janaba, you must take a bath. طيب, you're in the mosque these 10 days, and some have, mashallah, strong hormones. And as they sleep, they get the wet dreams during the day or night of Ramadan. So they get into a state of janaba while they're in the mosque. What are they supposed to do? You're a brother, you have, mashallah, your hormones are very strong these 10 days, and you get your wet dreams as you sleep in the mosque during these 10 days. What are you supposed to do? You're in a state of janaba, you're not supposed to be in the mosque. You're allowed, Fillah, or you're obligated actually to go take a bath wherever that bath is closest to you. So you leave the mosque and you take a bath. Our mosque here, we have showers. You can take a shower and you take your wudu and you go back to ibadah. It does not break your i'tikaf. It does not break your siyam. You just have to go take a bath. It's not something that breaks the fast. Is it a must for you to have wudu for you to be in i'tikaf? It is not a must for you to have wudu for you to be in i'tikaf. What is the time period of i'tikaf? You can perform i'tikaf, ikhwani fillah, any time during the year. It is not a condition for you to fast for you to perform i'tikaf. So you can perform i'tikaf in Ramadan, and that is the best. The Prophet ﷺ used to perform it in the last 10 nights. In the year he passed away, he performed it in 20 nights. So you can perform i'tikaf any time of the year. The Prophet ﷺ performed i'tikaf in 10 days of Shawwal. So you can perform i'tikaf any time of the year. Any time. And it is not a condition for you to have fasted. So you can come and stay in the mosque for a day, 2 days, 3 days, a week, a month. As long as you're not leaving other obligations, you're allowed to do so. However, the best is the last 10 nights of Ramadan. What is the minimum of i'tikaf? The minimum of i'tikaf is nothing. You can come for the mosque for 30 minutes. That's also considered i'tikaf. You can stay in the mosque to remember Allah, to make dhikr of Allah Azza wa Jal, and you can do i'tikaf. What is the beginning of this i'tikaf that we do in the last 10 days of Ramadan? You want to perform this ibadah of i'tikaf. You want to stay in the mosque, recite your Quran, do your ibadah, do your dhikr, improve your relation with Allah Azza wa Jal. When are you supposed to start this i'tikaf? Who's performing i'tikaf this year? Anyone performing i'tikaf this year, inshallah? There's like, mashallah, hundreds of people, no one even is raising their hand. Or people are... طيب, ما في مشكلة. If you're performing i'tikaf, ikhwani fillah, the first opinion, the scholars they say, is that you should enter the mosque today before Maghrib. Before Maghrib. And this is the opinion of the 4 madhabs. You should enter before Maghrib. The second opinion, ikhwani fillah, also a very strong opinion, is that you can enter tomorrow after Fajr. Tomorrow after Fajr. So being on the safe side, enter today before Maghrib, as is the opinion of the majority of the scholars of Islam. When does it end? When does this i'tikaf end? The i'tikaf ends when the Eid is announced, that the moon of the Eid has been sighted. So not exactly at that time, Maghrib of the last day of Ramadan. You're sure tomorrow is Eid because 30 days of Ramadan have ended, or 29 days has ended, and the moon has been seen. Maghrib has reached, your i'tikaf has finished, go home and take a bath. Some people, they extend to the next day until the Eid prayers. I don't know why they do that. The correct opinion is that it ends with Maghrib. Is there maximum i'tikaf? There's no maximum period of i'tikaf. You can do i'tikaf for as long as you want, as long as you do not go break other obligations. Is it a must for you to fast, for you to perform i'tikaf? No, it is not a must for you to fast, for you to perform i'tikaf. I was asked a strange question, ikhwani fillah. In chemistry, there are 3 states of matter. In chemistry, there are 3 states of matter: solids, liquids, and gases. Are you together? Water in solid form is called what? Ice. Are you allowed to take ice when you're fasting Ramadan? Are you allowed to take ice? Or it breaks your fast? It breaks your fast. Type. In liquid form, are you allowed to take water in Ramadan? It breaks your fast. Type. In gas form, water vapor or steam, if it enters, does that break your fast or not? It's still water. It's not in the solid form, it's not in the liquid form, or it's not in the gas form. Does that break your fast? You've entered the shower, the hot shower, then there's some steam. Does that break your fast? is when you are breathing that water vapor or that steam, is that considered food or drinking in any language in the world? It is not considered food or drink in any language of the world, so it does not break your fast. It does not break your fast. Don't feel shy, if you asking any question, even if it's strange, inshallah, we'll try answering. الخروج بجميع البدن بغير عذر. If you leave the mosque for no valid reason when you're in i'tikaf, you have spoiled your i'tikaf. You cannot leave the mosque for no valid reason. A valid reason, is, for example, attending a janaza prayer. A valid reason, for example, is if you're praying if you're doing i'tikaf in a mosque that there's no Jum'ah, you have to leave it for Jum'ah. A valid reason, for example, is to go look for food if you don't have food brought to you to the mosque. A valid reason is to take a bath for janaba or so. So you can leave the mosque for a valid reason that you have a sharia reason to do so. But you cannot leave a mosque for going to visit a friend or go to watch a football match or something of that sort. So if you leave the mosque for a reason that is not valid, you have broken your i'tikaf. And if you leave the mosque for a valid reason, of course, your i'tikaf is still present. Al-khuruj bi-ba'd al-badan. You're allowed to leave also the mosque with part of your body. The Prophet ﷺ, his house was attached to the mosque. So he used to put his head outside the mosque, and Aisha radhiallahu anha will comb the hair of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. You're not allowed to touch your wife in terms of cuddling. You're not allowed to kiss them a kiss that is of intimate nature. You're not allowed to have intercourse within these 10 days of Ramadan if you're in i'tikaf. If you're in i'tikaf, even if you feel you'll break your i'tikaf. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تُبَاشِرُهُنَّ وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ. So this 10 days is between you and Allah Azza wa Jal. Do not go to your wife at all with regards to cuddling. You're allowed to kiss, but a kiss that's not intimate. A kiss that's intimate will break your fast. It's counted as al-mubashara. If you have a wet dream, as you said, that does not break your i'tikaf. You just have to go take a bath as soon as possible. It does not break your fast also. If you get your periods within these 10 days that you're in i'tikaf as a sister, you have to leave the mosque. Go home, finish your periods, take your bath, and come back to the mosque and continue with the i'tikaf. You are allowed to leave the mosque. Your i'tikaf, you'll be given a break over there from your i'tikaf. Go home. You cannot stay in the mosque when you're in a state of periods, according to the majority of the scholars of Islam. So if you get i'tikaf, or you get nifas, the bleeding that comes after pregnancy, or maybe you've got a miscarriage and the bleeding continues, then that spoils your i'tikaf. You have to leave the mosque. Of course, if you lose your mind within this 10 days, your i'tikaf also, it breaks. This I don't understand how this happened. Ridda tufsidul i'tikaf. If someone leaves the fold of Islam when they're in a state of i'tikaf, that breaks their i'tikaf, because they're no longer Muslims. But هذا مسألة لا تتصور. Is it possible for someone to come the last 10 days of Ramadan, they want to spend ibadah and Allah Azza wa Jal, then they end up being apostates when they're in a state of i'tikaf? I don't know how that will work, but you never know with how shaitan can misguide people and how people are already shaitans, some of them in themselves. Type. If you have said, oh Allah, if I pass this exam, oh Allah, if my child gets well, oh Allah, if I get this tender, if I get this contract, I'm going to perform i'tikaf for 1 month in Masjid Salam. What is the ruling of such a person? You have said, oh Allah, if I get this contract, oh Allah, if I pass these exams, I'm going to perform i'tikaf for 1 month. Number one, you make a mistake when you are making a business deal like this with Allah Azza wa Jal. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not into types of deals. You're making something wajib upon yourself that Allah has not made wajib upon you. It is haram for you, khani fillah, to make another, to make such, like you're bribing, you're doing what? You're doing a favor to Allah. Oh Allah, if you give me this, I'll give you that. Allah does not want anything from you. It is you who are benefiting yourself with that ibadah. But you've decided that you're going to do another 1 month you're going to be i'tikaf in the mosque, or 1 day, or 5 days, you must fulfill that nadhr. You must fulfill that nadhr. So if you have done that, you come to Masjid Salam for 1 month, and we'll give you permission to perform the i'tikaf or whichever mosque. Even if you said, Umar radiallahu anhu, he says, when I was a non-Muslim, I said, oh Allah, I want to perform i'tikaf 1 night in Makkah. So he had to perform that 1 night in Makkah, as the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, he told him to do so. Inshallah, we're almost finishing. The next issue, Ikhwani fillah, is if someone says, I want to perform i'tikaf for 1 day, does that 1 day include the night? The scholars, they say 1 day, or if someone says 1 day, it's just the day, the days of sunlight, not the night. So it's only 12 hours, it's not 24 hours. If someone says, I want to perform i'tikaf 1 day for Allah Azza wa Jal, it is considered 12 hours, the days of sunlight. Qada i'tikaf al-mustahab, you're allowed to pay back the days that you missed for i'tikaf later on if you want to pay them back. Be it a sunnah i'tikaf, a wajib i'tikaf, of course you have to repay it back. The next issue, Khani fillah, is the best time and the best place to perform i'tikaf. The best time to perform i'tikaf is this last 10 nights of Ramadan. If you asked what are the best nights of the year, it is this last 10 nights of Ramadan. Within it is the night of Laylatul Qadr. Question, when is Laylatul Qadr? When is Laylatul Qadr? Number one, no one knows when Laylatul Qadr is. Is it the 27th of Ramadan? Or does it change every year? It changes every year. Laylatul Qadr is within this last 10 nights of Ramadan. That's why these last 10 nights are the best nights of the year. So if you're seeking Laylatul Qadr, Ikhwani fillah, you should be seeking out it all these 10 nights of Ramadan. Do not just come to the mosque on the 27th of Ramadan and perhaps you're thinking that you're being smarter than the rest of the people who are here for the last 10 nights or 30 nights seeking that favor. So seek out Laylatul Qadr within these 10 nights of the last 10 nights. The Prophet ﷺ says, "Iltamisuha fil ashri al-awakhir." Seek it in the last 10 nights of Ramadan. So the best time to perform i'tikaf is this 10 nights of Ramadan. And the best place to perform i'tikaf is the first one. Which mosque is the best? Which mosque is the best to perform i'tikaf in? Al-Haram, Makkah. You perform in Makkah because one salah when you're there is equal to one salah in Makkah in the holy mosque, in the grand mosque, is equal to how much? 100,000 salahs. 100,000 salahs. In Masjid Salam here or other mosques, we pray 5 salahs in a day. That 5 salahs in 1 year is about 1,800 salahs. 1,800 salahs, 50 years is about 90,000 salahs. So you need about 50 something years just for you to pray that one salah in Haram. So i'tikaf in Makkah is better than salah in our mosque, our equivalent over 50 years, 100,000 salahs. The second mosque is the mosque of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Medina. One prayer in the mosque of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is 1,000 prayers in this mosque. So it's equivalent to praying here for 200 days. The third great place is the mosque in Jerusalem, in Al-Quds, in Al-Aqsa. That is the third best place to do. Sometimes you find some websites, they say the 4th holiest site in Islam, the 5th holiest site, the 6th holiest site, the 7th, 8th, 9th, some in Senegal, some in Timbuktu, some in Egypt, some in Karbala. All this is nonsense. The only 3 mosques for us. لا تشد الرحال إلا لثلاثة مساجد. We as Muslims, we know how many mosques? Only 3 mosques. 2 were built by the Khalil of Allah and 1 was built by the Khalil of Allah. 2 were built by the Khalil of Allah, Ibrahim alayhi salam, he built Makkah and Al-Aqsa, and 1 was built by the Khalil of Allah, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he built the mosque in Medina. These are the 3 mosques. We do not know any other mosques. So these are 3 best mosques. The 4th is the mosque that you are in. The mosque that you're in, Al-Jami' الذي تصلي فيه هذا أفضل أماكن هذه أفضل أماكن للاعتكاف. When you're in i'tikaf, ikhwani fillah, make a lot of reciting the Quran, a lot of dhikr, a lot of prayer in a time that is not a time that you are prevented to perform the salah. It is the month of Ramadan. The Prophet ﷺ, he says to Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As radiallahu anhuma, you are not allowed to recite the Quran in less than 3 days. You are not allowed to recite the Quran in less than 3 days. He said that to Abdullah ibn Amr. He says the one who recites the Quran in less than 3 days, he has not understood it. Ikhwani fillah, the scholars, when it comes to Ramadan, a blessed month like Ramadan, or a blessed place like Makkah and Medina, they say this condition is not there, especially for Makkah. Says that when it comes to the month of Ramadan, recite as much of the Quran that you want to recite. Some of the brothers, they're able to recite an entire Quran in one day. It's possible. You start, a juz takes like 15-20 minutes. 30 juz will take you 600 minutes. That's about 10 hours. You can finish the entire Quran. That's a challenge I give myself and yourself. Try one day at least in your lives that you start and finish the Quran in a 24-hour period, like our previous scholars they used to do. Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah used to finish the Quran 60 times in Ramadan. Imam Abu Hanifa 60 times. Bukhari 45 times. So many people. So in Ramadan you can recite as much of the Quran. And especially when you're in i'tikaf, every time you're with the Quran, you're with dhikr, you're with ibadah, you're with remembering Allah Azza wa Jal, you can recite a lot of the Quran that you are allowed to. So recite as much as it is. طيب. A person does not, when it comes to i'tikaf, he does not want to talk to anyone. Is that allowed? Yes, when you come for i'tikaf, ikhwani fillah, do not waste time. Keep your phone off. Don't follow the news. Al Jazeera is saying this, Nation is saying this, the president has said this, MP has. No, it is you and Allah Azza wa Jal. Don't follow what is happening around the world. Keep away from everything. But you keeping quiet and refusing to talk to anyone is a form of comparing yourself to the fast of the people of the book. Inni nadartu lirrahmani sawman. This is Maryam radiallahu anha. When she got pregnant, the angel came to her and then she said, I have fasted. Zakaria, when he was told that you're going to get Yahya, he said he fasted. What was the fast of the people of the book? They used to keep quiet amongst other things. So you keeping quiet and refuse to talk to anyone, you're imitating them and it's not correct. So you're not allowed to do that if your intention is to imitate. Are you allowed to marry when you're in i'tikaf? Who will perform a wedding? Are you allowed to marry someone or to be the one who marries someone off when you're in i'tikaf? Who says you're allowed to marry when you're in i'tikaf? You've come for ibadah and you're engaged in marriage. There's no problem, ikhwani fillah. When you are in the mosque, you're performing i'tikaf, and a wali has come with, and all the conditions are there, you can marry someone off. And if you're the lucky one, qabilt, you accept your marriage, but you meet your wife on the day of Eid, inshallah. You meet your wife after you come out of i'tikaf. So there's no problem for you to marry when you're in a state of i'tikaf. With this, ikhwani fillah, we complete our lecture series regarding the book of Siyam. This lecture series is available online on Ilm TV or YouTube, or you can get it from the website durar.net. Type. One of the brothers is asking, he got rejected from the Islamic University of Medina. What should they do next time when they're applying? Number one, ikhwani fillah, we know people who are rejected from applying to Medina 6 times, 7 times, and they continued until Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed them and they were accepted to the University of Medina. Number two, if you want to be accepted to the University of Medina, sometimes it's recommended for you to go for Umrah. You do your ibadah and Umrah, then go to Medina. There are many students from Kenya and from other countries. At least they'll take you around the offices and they'll assist you with completing the application process. Type. The next question is asking, Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Is it a must to read the dua before saying Allahu Akbar before Salah? There's no dua before Takbiratul Ihram. There's no dua before Takbiratul Ihram. Also, there's no niyyah before Takbiratul Ihram. When you enter Salah, you don't need to say Nawaitu an usalli arba'a raka'at lillahi azza wa jal salat al-asr. An-niyyah mahalluha al-qalb. The place of the intention is the heart. So you do not say anything before you enter Salah. You know this Salah is Salat al-Asr, you have come to the mosque, Allahu Akbar, and you enter and you perform your Salah. A mistake, ikhwani fillah, that brothers or sisters they make in Ramadan, not in Ramadan, anytime, Sometimes you come late and you find the imam in ruku'. And what they do is they enter ruku' so that they reach the salah. Those, they have not prayed any salah. Why? Because they have left a pillar of salah that is known as takbiratul ihram. So you should say Allahu Akbar, takbiratul ihram, Allahu Akbar, the takbir of wajib that you go perform the ruku'. You cannot leave the takbiratul ihram. You cannot leave the takbiratul ihram. Another mistake, Ikhwani fillah, in Ramadan, especially in our mosque here, you find some brothers, I don't know about the sisters, they wait for the imam in Taraweeh. The imam is reciting the Quran. When the imam finishes his recitation of the Quran and he says Allahu Akbar and he goes to ruku', you find someone rushing and he joins the prayer in ruku'. Have you seen this? Question: is this person considered to have missed the Fatiha, or are they considered to have left the Fatiha? Huh? They have left, definitely. They have not missed. Someone has missed, that has a valid reason. ولكن هذا ترك ولم تفته التكبيرة الإحرام. الفرق بين الترك والفوات. طيب. The next question, Khani Fillah, they're asking is, if my mother is diabetic and missed her sawm and she's sick, can I fast upon her? What's the question? What's the answer? Can you fast on your mother who's diabetic and she missed her sawm? What did he say? You cannot fast on anyone who is alive. You cannot fast for anyone who is alive. Also, with regards to diabetes, if you take insulin during the day of Ramadan, it does not break your fast. If you take the insulin injection, it does not break your fast. It is not considered food. It is not considered a drink. That is a hormone. It does not break your fast, according to our scholars in this century. Type Zakatul Fitr. Are you allowed to add some cash on top of the required Zakatul Fitri for less fortunate families who are far away? Zakatul Fitri, Ikhwani fillah, is food. What you're supposed to give the poor and the needy, the masakin and the fuqara, is food. You cannot give them money. So a mistake sometimes we make is on a day of Eid, before the Salatul Eid, you come outside here and you find beggars outside and you give them money and you think that is Zakatul Fitr. You have made two mistakes. Number one, is that person a poor, needy Muslim? That's the first condition. They have to be poor or needy and they have to be Muslim. And the second condition is Zakatul Fitri is food. It is not money. Type. The issue of Zakatul Fitri, Ikhwani fillah, also the mistake is if you're allowed to give money to an organization, but that organization must buy food and give food to the poor people. What reaches the poor and needy is always food. Rice, wheat, barley, dates, any staple food. You cannot give money. You cannot give money. Are we together? You cannot pay your Zakat al-Fitri now. I paid my Zakat al-Fitri on the 1st of Ramadan or 20th of Ramadan. That is not Zakat al-Fitri. Zakat al-Fitri maximum is 2 days before the Salat al-Eid. So that the Muslims who are poor and needy enjoy the day of Eid. They do not spend it except with happiness like the rest of you. So you cannot give your Zakat al-Fitri except 2 days or 1 day or just before the Salat al-Eid. If you give it after Salat al-Eid, it is a sadaqah of the normal sadaqat. It is no longer Zakat al-Fitr. How much is Zakat al-Fitri? 3 kgs per person. 3 kgs per person. I've seen some Islamic organizations, they make a mistake. They say 2.5 kgs or 2.3 kgs. This is a mistake. Why is this a mistake? Because Zakat al-Fitr, Ikhwani fillah, is not a measurement of mass. It's not a measurement that is in kg. Zakat al-Fitr is a measurement that is a sa', 4 handfuls, a sa'. And a sa' is a volume measurement. It's a volume measurement. So if you have that volume, whatever rice fits on that volume, that is your Zakat al-Fitr. And you have long grain rice, you have short grain rice, you have basmati, you have different types of rice. So every rice has different density. Every food has different density. So some of them will fill the volume faster, some will fill it slower. So Zakat al-Fitr, for you to be on the safe side, use 3 kgs. Use 3 kgs, not 2.5 kgs. And what are you saving, honestly, when you're cutting 0.5 kgs? I don't know why people are very hard when it comes to ibadah. They want exact. With Allah Azza wa Jal, Sheikh, 2.5% is my zakat al-mal. You pay 3%, there's no harm. Give 5 kgs of rice, what's the harm? But you want to be exact with Allah Azza wa Jal. Khawani fillah, be easy. Allah will make things easy for you. Don't be so following up on things. Don't be very tough. So follow 3 kgs. You have 6 people in your family. That's 18 kgs. 18 kgs of rice. A kg of rice is about 250, 300 shillings. 18 kgs times 300 is 5,400 Kenya shillings. You go buy that rice and you give to the poor and the needy. The next question is, what do you do if your i'tikaf is broken? You start a new i'tikaf, you still have time. Is there a salah called Salatul Haja? Is there a salah called Salatul Haja? I don't know. Is there a salah called Salatul Haja? A salah of needs? I don't know of Salatul Haja. Type. What happens if you used to pay 2.5 kgs? It's whatever's passed. If you used to pay 2.5 kgs, it has passed. But for now, pay 3 kgs from now on. Why? Because you've understood that the zakatul fitr, the food, is a volume measurement. It is not a measurement of mass. Mass is measured in kgs. Volume is measured by grams per centimeters cubed or kg per meter cubed. So the volume is depending on the density, it changes, if you can remember your physics. So this volume, sometimes you can have rice, you can put 2.5 kgs of basmati rice, 2.7 kgs of long grain rice, 2.2 kgs of pishori rice. Everything will have different masses. So to be on the safe side, use how many kgs? 3 kgs. 3 kgs is how many grams? Emirates. How many grams? 3 kgs. One of the sisters is asking, I live near a mosque. Since we'll be starting tahajjud tonight, can I pray from my bedroom as I follow the qira'ah of the mosque? Your bedroom is not considered part of the, or connecting part of the mosque. So if in your house, you're in this estate here that's called KMA estate, you're behind the mosque, you cannot be following the tahajjud of Masjid Salam and you're praying jama'ah with us. The same way you cannot follow you pray in Makkah, you put on the TV and you start praying with the Imam on Makkah. One of the sheikhs said, if you continue in this way, one day we're afraid you'll take the fridge and you start performing tawaf around the fridge, and you're saying you're performing tawaf around the fridge. So you have to be in the place and it has to be connected to that place. With this we end our questions with regards to the i'tikaf and dua. Any other questions, Ikhwani fillah? Ask any questions, even if they're foolish. Some brothers here want to hit me, I can see them. They want to recite the Quran. Yes, we'll give you time to recite the Quran. Also, these other brothers, then ibadah, when they listen to dars, the Prophet ﷺ, he says, مَجْتَمَعَ قَوْمٌ فِي بَيْتٍ مِّن بُيُوتِ اللَّهِ يَتْلُونَ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ وَيَتَدَارَسُونَهُ بَيْنَهُمْ إِلَّا نَزَلَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ السَّكِينَةُ وَغَشِيَتْهُمُ الرَّحْمَةُ وَحَفَتْهُمُ الْمَلَائِكَةُ وَذَكَرَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي مَنْ عِنْدَهُ. No group of people, they attend the mosque and the halaqah of remembrance except they get these 4 rewards. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bring the mercy on them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will have His angels cover them, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will mention them in a gathering better than this gathering. This is a month of generosity. The Prophet ﷺ used to be most generous in the month of Ramadan. Why was he most generous in the month of Ramadan? Because Jibreel alayhi salam used to come and study with him the Quran in the month of Ramadan. Studying the Quran is not only studying the tilawah of the Quran, also the meaning and the ahkam that is also in the Quran. So this is also an ibadah that we do in Ramadan. We've only had, this is our second lecture. So Ikhwani fillah, don't put in your heart that you're giving a dars in Ramadan. Why is the Sheikh giving a dars in Ramadan? This is just a moment. Some of these brothers, they only attend, or this is the only moment they get this remembrance. So let's not give them, let's not refuse them this ajr. If there are any questions, inshallah, as you close, any questions? ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم تقبل منا صيامنا وقيامنا وركوعنا وسجودنا يا رب العالمين. اللهم انصر إخواننا المستضعفين في غزة اللهم انصرهم على عدوك وعدوهم. اللهم أرنا في اليهود يوما أسودا، اللهم أرنا فيهم يومك يوم الأحزاب. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم حرر المسجد الأقصى من براثن اليهود، اللهم طهر المسجد الأقصى من دنس اليهود. ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان، ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم. وآخر دعوانا لله الحمد لله، ولله الحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.